Tes.
Sampai. One check ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Percubaan.
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Organizing Committee of the Sabah International Blue Economy Conference 2024, we truly appreciate your presence here at the Sabah International Convention Center for what will be an amazing and enlightening 2 days of being here early, and we truly appreciate your presence here on a weekend. Just a few quick announcements. We are expected to begin on time, and we hope that we are able to entice and also invite all of our delegates to please enter the hall and fill up the front spaces as much as possible. As we know, the opening ceremony will be at noon, and we are expected to have the Right Honourable Prime Minister to grace our event as our guest of honour. And obviously, as we anticipate for the opening ceremony, we will have few plenary sessions here to begin our conference. So once again, this announcement goes out to our delegates and participants who are in the foyer. Please enter the hall and fill up the front spaces as much as possible. We will begin at 9 o'clock today. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. For those of us who have just arrived here at the Sabah International Convention Center, welcome to the inaugural Sabah International Blue Economy Conference 2024. This announcement goes out to our delegates who are in the foyer. We expect to begin our morning session on time. Please enter the hall, be comfortable, fill up the front spaces as much as possible. Hopefully, inshallah, we will begin momentarily. Thank you so much and welcome. To our delegates who are in the hall, Assalamualaikum and a very good morning and welcome to the Sabah International Blue Economy Conference 2024. And thank you so much for spending your weekend with us right here at the Sabah International Convention Center. While we wait for our other delegates to enter the hall, perhaps I'll present to you a few housekeeping announcements and just to fill in your time, your precious time as we await for the commencement of our conference. For your information, we are live on the Sabah Government official YouTube page. All you need to do is just open your YouTube application on your phones, or perhaps you can visit youtube.com and you can type in Sabah Government Official. And for your information and also convenience, our conference today will be broadcast live. You're more than welcome to share the link with your friends, colleagues, and anyone that you know. And the more people and individuals who are able to join our conference, the better. We also noticed that there are many of you who have cell phones who are taking photos and videos. We welcome you to do so. Please don't forget to include hashtag Sibec 2024. The spelling is at the front of the stage here, SIBEC 2024. We also like to invite you to please include alias Sibec 2024 on Instagram. We would love to see your interactions on social media. We also would like to have your attention to point out the emergency exits just in case of an unlikely event of an emergency. So there will be a lot of emergency exits to the left and also to the right of this hall. Please follow any safety announcements. For your information, there will be a few plenary sessions this morning. And for those of us who are attending Sibec for the opening ceremony, for your information, the opening ceremony will be at noon to be graced by our guest of honor, the Right Honourable Prime Minister of Malaysia. Shortly, I'll give out more announcements and also updates. In the meantime, once again, to our delegates in the foyer, please enter the hall. We will begin momentarily. Thank you so much. Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, as we await for our remaining delegates to enter the hall, perhaps I can share with you a preview of our morning session. We are expecting to have wonderful and excellent speakers to present various topics on the Blue Economy Conference here. We will begin later at approximately 9 o'clock this morning with a keynote address by Yang Berbahagia Datuk Haji Datuk Rosmadi bin Datuk Sulai, the Chief Coordinating Officer of the Sabah Majujaya Secretariat. And for your information, ladies and gentlemen, the Sabah Majujaya Secretariat is under the auspices of the Sabah Chief Minister's Department, and basically they are spearheading the blue economy. And for your information, Datuk Haji Datuk Rosmadi will be presenting a keynote titled Sabah Blue Economy Framework and Outlook. It will be an interesting and also insightful presentation as we envision and aspire the blue economy in Sabah. The next plenary session, the first plenary session, will be titled Blue Economy Supporting World in Achieving SDG, and our speaker will be Ms. Manon Bernier. and she is the Deputy Resident Representative for the United Nations Development Programme of Malaysia, Singapore and Brunei Darussalam. And shortly after our first plenary session will be the highlight of our conference. We are absolutely privileged to have Professor Dr. Gunter Pauli, the founder of Blue Economy. I personally have visited various websites of Dr. Pauli and also various TED Talks, and I am here to assure you that his insights and also ideas will be something of interest to all of us here in the hall. And I can assure you during his special remarks, it will be an eye-opening one. So we're also pleased to have Professor Dr. Gunter Pauli here at the Sabah International Convention Center, and we'll like to welcome him. And we will be taking a break after his presentation in preparation for the opening ceremony. As mentioned earlier on, we are expected to have the guest of honor, which is the Right Honourable Prime Minister, at 12 noon. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please enter the hall. We're expected to begin on time, and thank you so much for your attendance this weekend at the Sabah International Blue Economy Conference 2024. Assalamualaikum dan selamat pagi diucapkan kepada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Terima kasih kerana sudi menghadiri persidangan antarabangsa Ekonomi Biru 2024. Kita akan memulakan persidangan kita sebentar saja lagi, dan pengumuman ini saya tujukan kepada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang masih berada di luar dewan. Mohon untuk masuk dan kita akan mulakan insya-Allah pada jam 9 pagi. Terima kasih dan sekali lagi selamat datang ke Sibec 2024. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, especially to our delegates in the foyer, we are 4 minutes away from the commencement of Sibec 2024. I think this will be a good moment to wrap up your conversations outside, and perhaps we can continue them inside the hall. We appreciate your kind presence inside the hall as we begin our conference this morning, hopefully at 9 o'clock on time. For your information, as you walk in, and obviously the hall is quite vast, we hope that you're able to fill in the front row seats as much as possible. And as you walk in, the spaces on the left-hand side of the stage is still quite empty, and you're more than welcome to go ahead and fill up those spaces as well. Thank you again for your presence this weekend, and we truly appreciate you being here at the Sabah International Blue Economy Conference 2024. We will begin our morning session here momentarily. Thank you and welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final call for our delegates and participants who are in the foyer. This is the final call for you to please enter the hall. We will begin on time. Thank you. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, terutama sekali kepada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang berada di luar Dewan, ini adalah panggilan terakhir. Sekali lagi, ini adalah panggilan terakhir. Mohon untuk masuk ke dalam Dewan. Kita akan mulakan persidangan sebentar sahaja lagi. Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, delegates, participants, and friends of the media, welcome to the inaugural Sabah International Blue Economy Conference 2024. My name is Ben Uzair, and it's such a privilege for me to be your master of ceremonies over the next 2 days of our conference. And we truly appreciate your presence here this weekend for what will be 2 wonderful days of insightful ideas at Sibec 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and begin our first session of the day, which is a keynote address by Yang Berbahagia Datuk Haji Datuk Rosmadi bin Datuk Sulai, the Chief Coordinating Officer of the Sabah Majujaya Secretariat, and he will be presenting a keynote titled Sabah Blue Economy Framework and Outlook. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin Sibec 2024, please welcome Yang Berbahagia Datuk Haji Datuk Rosmadi bin Datuk Sulai. Datuk Haji, over to you.
Terima kasih, Ben. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to everybody. And indeed, it is truly a privilege for me to stand before such an esteemed audience that represent the innovators, Your Excellencies, the Ambassador, High Commissioners, thought leaders, pioneers in shaping the future of our vast ocean and rivers through blue economy concept. Today, we made it a crucial moment, not only for the state of Sabah in Malaysia, but for the rest of the world. As we grapple with the environmental challenges, economic uncertainties, the effect of climate change, to name a few, we are also presented with the incredible opportunities to harness the potential of blue economy, be it in the state of Sabah, in the rest of the world. To harness that potential in a sustainable, in a regenerative ways. Most importantly, we in Sabah strongly believe that the regenerative blue economy is a way forward, where the innovation, technologies, and know-how come in a place, and new things that we never imagined before that can be done, and we truly believe we can do it in the future. Before I proceed, I would like to acknowledge personally an individual that is very dear to me, that is so special for our team in Sabah Majujaya, none other than the guru of blue economy, the person that is responsible that blue economy become a United Nations template way back in 2012. Let me acknowledge Professor Dr. Ganta Pauli, my guru and the guru of the world in blue economy. And thank you for coming over to Sabah, sir. And I will serve you the durian that you dream for. Now let me begin our journey in the state of Sabah. It was exactly 1 year ago that we started coining the idea of blue economy. We presented the paper, our conceptual paper, to the Cabinet Minister of Sabah on the 18th of October 2023. And we got the endorsement and mandate for us in Sabah Majujaya to proceed with the framework of blue economy, specifically for the state of Sabah. 1 year ago, we never imagined that we are going to be in this situation. I personally didn't see that we can reach to that. And now, we are here today, innovators, players, interested parties. Everybody is here now. It's an international community addressing with us the blue economy in what would be in the future to come. We do hope that the expertise, your encouragement, your ideas, whatever might be, but we do believe each in ideas that you throw in to this convention can help us to navigate the blue economy for the state of Sabah. After we are being mandated, tasked by the state cabinet to look into this blue economy, first thing that we did is to define blue economy based on the perspective of the state of Sabah. As you see, the United Nations come up with the definition way back in 2012, then followed by World Bank, which generally the attribute is accepted by all parties, and it is an open-ended kind of definition. What we did in the state of Sabah, we include river. Then we define based on the resources that is available to us, the know-how, technologies that we are having now, and hope to get it in the future. That first thing we have to do prospecting, exploring, harvesting of living and non-living resources, covering rivers in ocean sustainably, and most importantly, regeneratively. And my guru here will explain further about regeneration of blue economy. And on top of that, what we did is to add on the tangible and an intangible asset that is available in the ocean and rivers. And the unique thing about our rivers is that before independence, before we formed Malaysia, rivers is become integral part of our economy. And day in, day out, it seems that river is forgotten to be a way forward for the economic development of the state. Now, why Sabah? As you see, we are the only state in Malaysia that have 3 oceans. First, we got South China Sea, Sulu Sea, and Celebes Sea. Of these 3 oceans, we believe that it's going to present us with a different variety of opportunities, be it a living resources and non-living resources. We do believe that these 3 oceans possesses a unique characteristic by its own. On top of that, we are the only state in Malaysia that being surrounded by 8 nations. That is Brunei, Indonesia, Philippines, which is very close to us culturally. And when it comes to the exploration of EAZ, blue economy, that I will explain later, we will be confronting Vietnam, China, Korea, Japan, and of course, Taiwan. Just imagine the economic activities that is going around on this region. In what are the opportunities lies ahead for us. Now let me explain about the area that is affected in the blue economy in the case of Sabah. The area that we are talking about is estimated around 154 100 square kilometers, which is quite small if you're talking about the global perspective. But in the case of Malaysia, it's a huge thing. And this is what is covered under EEZ and under UNCLOS. Like any other nation, we can also explore for the economic activities that is leading to prosperity of our community. We can explore up until 370 kilometers or equivalent to 200 nautical miles, which is allowed under United Nations Article 55 to 57, UNCLOS 1982. Within the EEZ, we identified 407 islands around us, which is an asset by itself for us to capitalize. It's a base for particularly tourism, shipping, mining, fishing, just to name a few. As for now, based on our record available to us, only 10% of our ocean area is being explored, primarily the traditional fishing ground and, of course, oil and gas exploration or sector. Our traditional fishing ground confined to around 50 kilometers well before independence and up till now remain the same. In that area is reserved for the community. Overall, our ocean remain untouched, remain to be explored fully in the near future. And we do believe that through this forum, you give us an idea how to go about it, that's subscribing to the world value system. Now let me move on to the area that we can go for. Basically, there is 4 components of blue economy. And first, let me touch on mariculture, a subsector of aquaculture, which is hardly being touched before. And we do believe that this area, a new area of mariculture, has become a game changer for the fishing industries in Sabah. With the technologies in advancement in aquaculture sector, that will provide us a step ahead to develop our mariculture. So for that purpose, in our framework, we define mariculture activities must be done beyond 50 nautical miles, 50 kilometers, which is around 30 nautical miles. Then the remaining, what is below 50 kilometers is remain to be a traditional fishing ground in other related activities for the community. So this alone serve as our commitment to the community inclusiveness when it comes to blue economy. Now I touch on pharmaceutical in chemicals industry. We strongly believe that our ocean, tremendous treasure, still remain untapped, containing compounds with pharmaceutical and medical properties. For instance, marine organisms like sponge, coral, algae has been found to produce bioactive compounds that are being explored for the use in cancer treatment, antibiotic, just to name a few. And we do believe with the technologies that is available to us, things can be more than that. In terms of seaweed mining, based on the findings of Department of Mineral and Geoscience, the region known for its rich deposit of gold, copper, cobalt, and so forth. In this, also a new opportunity for us to explore. Yes, we know that all over the world, people hardly talk about this thing. But let's begin in this forum to think beyond what we can see. While much of this remain unexplored, advanced depth sea mining technologies, which is now available globally, will offer exciting prospect for the marine resource extraction, and the same goes to those who are interested in doing this kind of venture. In the next that I'm going to talk about renewable energy in general, I must put on record that the state government of Sabah is the first state in Malaysia to come up with a law that is ocean thermal energy combustion OTIC, it's only being passed by the June in April 2024, just recently. So this is a plus to the state, seeing that we are looking into it seriously. As you see on the map, the identified power that can be generated through OTIC is somewhere around 20,000 megawatt. Now, what is our challenge? Is to come up with the new thinking, new technology, dare to venture into something that is uncertain. Given the geographical location that we have just now, shipping is a new thing that we are looking into. We always talk about how busy the Strait of Malacca. But on our part in Sabah Majujaya, there will be a new growth area for shipping. Once the relocation of Indonesian capital in Kalimantan, we are looking into Lombok-Makassar Strait. Based on the record that is available to us, the biggest trading partners of Indonesia, when come to the goods movement in all those things, is Korea, Japan, and China. So there is a possibility that they will cut straight from China, Japan, Korea, through Lombok, Makassar. And this will give us the opportunity particularly the Sabah East Coast, to emerge as a strait that could be a maritime hub for the commerce in industries. When it comes to port infrastructure, services, tourism, coastal development, what we do need is an improvement, an enhancement of our product offering. So we do believe with that strategic location, the opportunities, hopefully we can convince all the big players to come to Sabah and let us look together what are the opportunities that we can tap on this. In regard to ocean health and challenges, which is the talk of the day anywhere you go, we are proud to see that 70% of the mangrove forests in Malaysia, slide please, 70% of the mangrove in Malaysia is in Sabah. And we are part of the signatories in Coral Triangle Initiative. This gives us advantage when it comes to the effort of combating climate change, supporting decarbonization, and to address the coastal erosion. And for that purpose, I take, for example, mangrove. Even though we have 70% of the mangrove is in Sabah, we are not going to stop there. Sabah very soon will come up with a master plan, that is a mangrove master plan for next 5 years, and is going to be launched in the near future. Because we truly believe mangrove can address the climate change. In terms of technology research and development, we are inviting our partners, be it from academic institution, any interested parties, to be with us, particularly data collection for the ocean. As we see now, our attention is very much given to the whatever properties, intellectual properties that we have on inland. But when it comes to the ocean, I doubt it. Even the world is less than 1% when it comes to data collection. And what we are dreaming for in this data collection, what we are, what our desire is to come up with the intellectual property development and management in the near future. In this alone, we strongly believe become a passive income to the state. In this case, Sabah also already provide a legal framework to safeguard our biodiversity, be it inland or ocean, under the Sabah Biodiversity Center and Biodiversity Enactment year 2000. And we intend to upgrade that law in the near future. Now let me sum up what I did for the past 15 minutes. First, why Sabah? Strategic location, like I said before, surrounded by 3 oceans, 8 neighboring countries. when it comes to exploration within the EAZ. We got abundance of resources in raw material. We are very close to major global shipping lane. And soon another shipping lane is going to be created once Indonesia moves its capital city to Kalimantan. Then we are land below the wind, meaning to say that we are outside the ring of fire, typhoon, to name a few. So what we are seeing here is that you can do your activities, be it a research, economic activities, whatever, 365 days without interruption. And next is the institution in university that we collaborate for the past 1 year. We got a very strong support. Slide, please. We got a very strong support from the universities, be it local or from our sister cities, sister state in Semenanjung. And last, I must say that Sabah enjoy a good quality of life. In being a sociologist, this is the only state that considered to be, I might be wrong, is a stress-free state in Malaysia. As for my closing of my presentation, what I did present to you is just a surface of blue economy, in just a preamble to the rest of the paper that is more detailed, more intellectual, more challenging for us to listen and to learn from. Because after me, all the experts is going to talk about their subject matters, that they really do in-depth studies of that respective title. As for the audience, any opinions, input, whatever, we are going to capture one by one, and we will make sure that your ideas, opinions, suggestions to be incorporated in our final version of the framework of blue economy for the state. And to the esteemed attendee today, let me put it up in one sentence. We are calling upon everybody to put our mind, soul, to find a solution, so that we can share the bounty of our ocean and rivers. With that, I say thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah. Thank you so much to Yang Berbahagia Datuk Haji Datuk Rosmadi bin Datuk Sulai, the Chief Coordinating Officer of Sabah Majujaya Secretariat. Thank you so much, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Haji Datuk Rosmadi. Let's give him another warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. To our delegates who have just joined us here at Sibec 2024, we'd like to welcome you to the Sabah International Convention Center, and we are expecting the arrival of our guest of honor, the Right Honourable Prime Minister, for the opening ceremony at noon today. And obviously, as we await for the launching ceremony, we'll be filling in this morning with plenty of wonderful, excellent speakers to grace the stage, to talk about various topics about the blue economy. And I am pleased to welcome our very first international speaker of the day to cover the first plenary topic, which is Blue Economy Supporting World in Achieving SDG. Our speaker is Ms. Manon Bernier, the Deputy Resident Representative for United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, for Malaysia, Singapore, and Brunei Darussalam. I'd like to go ahead and read out a short profile of Ms. Bernier. She leads the implementation of the UNDP country program in Malaysia, focusing on structural transformation for sustainable development through inclusive growth, climate action, biodiversity preservation, good governance, and sustainable finance. Since joining UNDP Malaysia management team in September 2020, she has supported national efforts to achieve the 2030 agenda, developed pilot programs for policy learning, and built evidence to guide policy design. With 20 years of experience in the UN system across Latin America, Europe, and Asia, she has expanded programs and partnerships in emerging markets like China, Thailand, Brazil, and Panama. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Ms. Manon Bernier.
Selamat pagi, Kopi Vosian, Datuk, Datuk Rosmadi, Datuk Sulai, Chief Coordinating Officer, Sabah Maju Jaya Secretariat, Prof. Gunther Pauli, the founder of Blue Economy, Zero Emission Research and Initiatives, Excellencies Ambassador, High Commissioners, General Counsel, speakers, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First, let me thank the Secretariat of Sabah Maju Jaya for inviting UNDP to speak at this very significant event. It's an immense honor for us to join you today at the Sabah International Blue Economy Conference here in the beautiful city of Kota, Kinabalu. We gather here between the shimmering sea and the ashtoning Mount Kinabalu, the sea and the mountains, to discuss a very important topic for the future of sustainable development, the blue economy, and what pivotal role in our global efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, which are 17 goals that the members of the United Nations have committed to agree to work towards and to achieve by 2030 to ensure the future of the sustainable of our planet for the next generation, for people here and for the next generation. So our oceans and coastal ecosystem are the livelihood of billions around the world. Globally, the ocean-based sectors contribute to an estimate of 1.5 trillion to the economy and support approximately 31 million jobs. But beyond their economic value, oceans also perform a critical environmental role. Around 30% of the carbon dioxide produced by human activity, making them the largest long-term sink for carbon on our planet. So the interconnected ecosystems of mangroves, coral reef, and seagrasses, so abundantly present here in Sabah, are crucial for biodiversity. They protect us from growing impact of climate change, and yet they are also under severe threats from the triple planetary crisis that we hear every day: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. So recognizing the indispensable role and the value of marine ecosystem, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development has embedded one specific SDG, the SDG 14, to life below water, with the goal to sustainably manage and protect marine and coastal ecosystem for future generations. So the United Nations, and we saw the definitions earlier from the United Nations on blue economy, and at UNDP we try to unpack the definitions as we work with our partners. And we define the blue economy as the sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth, job, but also for social and financial inclusion, but with a focus on preservation and restoration of the health of ocean ecosystem and the services they provide. So if we unpack what that definition means exactly, is that that concept recognizes that the connection between the natural capital of the ocean and the economic activities and benefits derived from the ocean economy. So it acknowledges as well that if these ocean resources are depleted, then they can threaten not only the oceans, but they threaten jobs, economic growth in the maritime-based sector. Without sustainable management, the depletion of these vital resources risk not only economic instability, but also collapse of ecosystems and environmental well-being that underpine our existence. The blue economy sector encompasses a vast area of industry. We saw it in the first presentation. Traditional sector like fisheries, tourism, shipping, but also alongside with emerging fields such as offshore renewable energy, maritime biotechnology, marine aquaculture. So there's really an expansive scope underlying the ocean's profound role in global economic development and environmental stewardship. So if we want to leverage this expansion in scope and really leverage its true potential, we also need to embrace a new economic paradigm that will seek prosperity, not at the expense of natural ecosystem, but through their preservation. And over the last 25 years, UNDP has partnered with governments worldwide to mobilize over $1 billion for ocean protection and restoration initiatives over 100 countries. We are committed through our Ocean Promise and Nature Pledge that we will be supporting 100 coastal nations, helping them to leverage blue economy, but through sustainable, low emission, and climate resilience practices. Let me now dive into the specific context of Malaysia. And I think it just explains why this conference is happening here. Malaysia, with its rich marine biodiversity, stands at the forefront of this movement. Here in Sabah, a region that forms part of the Coral Triangle, are custodians of crucial ecosystem, coral reefs, seagrass beds, and mangroves that sustain both marine life and local communities. Malaysia's coral reef, covering approximately 3,600 square kilometers and is home of 550 species of coral, makes Malaysia rank third globally for seagrass diversity, and with 16 recorded species, it's among the most biologically diverse in the world. Beyond ecological significance, Malaysia marine wealth contributes significantly to our economy. A study by PEMC found that marine base in Malaysia contributes to 25% of Malaysia's GDPs, underscoring the power of the blue economy to drive sustainable development. And the profound potential position the blue economy as a key driver for achieving not only SDG 14 on life below water, but several of the other SDGs. SDG 1, no poverty, because it's linked to income generation. SDG 2, on zero hunger, but SDG 8, on decent work, economic growth, and also SDG 13 as climate action. So, through the sustainable management of marine resources, we can strike a balance between economic growth, environmental conservation, and social well-being. And I think finding this right balance, this right trade-off, is the whole objective of this conference and of all the actors that are coming together to reflect on the blue economy. To fully harness this potential, Malaysia has already made some significant strides in marine conservation. The marine protected area MPAs, Malaysia have established cover over 2.5 million acres, safeguarding essential marine habitats and species. And among the largest MPA is actually here in Sabah. That is the Tun Mustafa Park, which I hope I will visit one day. That spans nearly 900,000 hectares. Moreover, Malaysia National Policy on Biological Diversity 2020-2030 aligned with Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and set targets to conserve 10% of our coastal and marine by 2030. So this shows Malaysia a commitment to really move towards the achievement of SDG 14. But however, while we celebrate these achievements and there are some progress, we need to recognize that there are still several challenges ahead of us. As we know, everyday climate change continues to threaten marine ecosystem at a global scale. Rising ocean temperatures, sea level rise, ocean acidification, and extreme weather patterns are leading not only to the destruction of the marine ecosystem and species lost, but to the displacement of coastal communities. Malaysia is among the countries in the region that risk losing its coastal due to erosion and sea rise level. In addition, the sea level rise can rise to up to 1 meter by 2100. Malaysia will risk to lose up to 7,000 square meters of land and displacement of more than 50,000 people. Locally, overfishing is also, and destroying fishing practices, pollution, in particular plastic that we see everywhere now in the ocean globally, or unsustainable coastal development further endanger our marine biodiversity. There was an annual report by Reef Check Malaysia, shows also that Malaysia's coral reef are on a declining trend, from 48% live coral cover to only 45.8% in just 1 decade. The loss of coral reef, which also function as nursery grounds for fishes, affect the livelihood of about 150,000 fishermen in Malaysia. Landward, where mangroves occur protecting the coast from erosion, the area size of mangroves shrunk by about twice the size of Kuala Lumpur in the last 6 years. So we want to learn from those experiences, and we want to see how we can avoid them in the future. And we want to avoid repeating issues like the impact of big climate like the tsunami that happened 20 years ago. As we know that a coast with healthy coral reef, seagrass, and mangrove intact can function as a great natural buffer against strong waves, protecting also not only the life in the sea, but the life of coastal communities from disaster. So the cost of inaction is staggering. And UNDP estimate the socio-economic cost due to ocean mismanagement is nearly $1 trillion. So despite these challenges, investment in ocean restoration and protection remains inadequate globally. Actually, the SDG 14, which focuses on life below water, is one of the least financed SDG of all the SDGs. There's still a big lack of investment. And that's a gap that needs to be addressed if we want to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. So this brings us to the core of our mission and our effort in the space of the blue economy. UNDP is committed to support unlocking major investment to protect marine ecosystem and foster thriving balance between the economy, the social, and the environmental impact, so it can align with the Sustainable Development Goals. And I think we can achieve this by employing 3 strategies. The first one is we need to create a supportive policy environment for effective marine conservation and sustainable blue economy. We have in our pipeline to support Malaysia in the development of a robust and inclusive policy to recognize other affected areas-based conservation measures, the OECM, which would allow opportunities to enhance livelihoods through sustainable practices and effective management of natural resources. With a supportive policy environment, local communities, industry players can rely on blue economy, will have a greater role to play in addressing also the threat of overfishing, marine pollution, and unsustainable coastal development. So that's the first one, the policy environment. The second one is we need to mobilize financing for marine ecosystem restoration and conservation through innovative solutions and blue financing models. By identifying and developing bankable marine conservation projects, whether within or beyond the marine protected area, we can also attract investment that support both ecosystem preservation and sustainable economic development. For instance, UNDP has worked with ASEAN and the government of Japan to mobilize $2 million to the ASEAN Blue Innovation Challenge, where 60 winning projects around Southeast Asia were given grants to pilot and scale up their innovative solutions in tackling marine pollution, overfishing, climate change impact, and restoration of degraded marine ecosystem. So some solutions are linked to precision aquaculture, circularity in fisheries, and alternative plastic solution. And all these efforts directly contribute to SDG 17 to foster collaboration between the public and the private sector. No one can achieve those objectives alone. You really need cross-partnership collaboration with both the government, civil society organization, and the private sector. So this is the second strategy. Let's invest in innovative solutions. There are many ideas out there, and we can drive stronger private sector investment in those solutions. Okay. And the last one is we need to uplift the livelihood of coastal communities by fostering sustainable blue economy activities. And we are supporting this, including here in Malaysia, to a large program on supporting sustainable tourism. So the transformation we envision extends beyond Malaysia. It's a global imperative, and it begins here today in this conference. The theme of synergy, innovation, and blue economy conservation really resonate powerfully as we seek to embed sustainability in the core of economic system. So this gives me a lot of hope to create a future where both people and the planet can strive through innovative solutions. So before I close, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Sabah government for their leadership in convening this important international conference. No? I think the participation of renowned international experts, government, industry, academia, civil society demonstrate that there's a strong commitment and there's a need for this type of multi-stakeholder platform to drive a more inclusive blue economy agenda. So together, I'm convinced that we can partner and advance the blue economy as a critical component of the global sustainability agenda. So let us work hand in hand to protect our ocean, support our coastal communities, and drive the world forward to the path to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Thank you so much, Ms. Manon Bernier. Please remain on stage, and we would like to invite Yang Berbahagia Datuk Haji Datuk Rosmadi bin Datuk Sulai to present our speaker with a token of appreciation. Interesting presentation on the blue economy supporting world in achieving SDG. Let's give another warm round of applause to Ms. Manon Bernier of UNDP. Thank you so much, Ms. Bernier, for your presence here back in Kota Kinabalu. Thank you so much to Yang Berbahagia Datuk Haji Datuk Rosmadi as well. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, especially to our participants who have just joined us right here at the Sabah International Convention Centre, welcome to the inaugural Sabah International Blue Economy Conference 2024. We would like to acknowledge the presence of Yang Berbahagia Datuk Seri Panglima Surveyor Haji Safar bin Untung, the Sabah State Secretary. Thank you so much, sir, for being here to join us at Sibec 2024. For the benefit of our delegates who have just joined us, here are just a few housekeeping announcements to serve as reminders. We obviously would like to make sure that our conference would run smoothly, and to not disturb the person sitting next to us, make sure you say hello. Please make sure that our cell phones are turned off or on silent mode. In an unlikely event of an emergency, we'd like to point out the emergency exits on both sides of the hall. I think this will be a good moment to identify the closest emergency exit to you. Water stations are available on both sides of the hall, and water filters are also available located outside of this hall. A few sustainability notes. We would appreciate if you could bring your water bottles, and obviously if you forgot to bring your water bottle today, don't forget to bring it tomorrow, because there are water stations located outside of this hall. Carpooling is a right idea, and we encourage you to reduce the usage of paper by using your technology gadgets in this conference. We are also broadcasting live we are broadcasting live via YouTube, and all you need to do is just type in Sibec 2024 in the search box. We will appreciate if you're able to share the link with anyone that you know. The more people to join us in this conference, the better. And to those who are joining us live, selamat pagi, good morning, and thank you for joining us. And we hope that you'll be with us throughout our conference today and also tomorrow. Lastly, we will also love your interactions on social media. Please take out your phones, whip it out, and take as many photos and videos as you wish. Don't forget to include hashtag Sibec2024. You can also tag us at Sibec2024 on Instagram. Thank you so much for your kind attention. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great privilege for me to introduce to you a true pioneer in sustainability and innovation, Professor Dr. Gunter Pauli, also known as the Steve Jobs of sustainability by the Huffington Post, and affectionately referred to as the Che Guevara of sustainability by his Latino friends. Dr. Pauli has spent his career pushing the boundaries of what is possible for our planet. Born in Belgium and fluent in 7 languages, he has traveled over 150 countries, working tirelessly to bring out radical transformations in business, education, and environmental stewardship. Dr. Pauli, as we know, is the founder of the Blue Economy, a revolutionary concept that challenges industries to adopt sustainability practices by using nature as a model. His vision has been adopted by the United Nations, governments across the world, and businesses worldwide, demonstrating how we can create value while regenerating our ecosystems. With over 25 books to his name and numerous accolades, including professorships and honorary degrees, Dr. Pauli's work continues to inspire and drive action across the globe. He is a man who not only envisions a better future, but actively works to create it through innovative solutions that balance economic growth with ecological preservation. Now, if you need to remember 3 things about Dr. Pauli, ladies and gentlemen, he's a scuba diver, he's a floor gymnast, and he has written many children's books as well, encouraging them to be the future entrepreneurs for the common good. You can access those books at gunterpauli.com. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Gunter Pauli.
Selamat pagi. Thank you so very much for inviting me here today. But before saying any other words, let me just share with you a video. Please have a watch at a look at the video. She's beautiful. We have an onslaught of bad news. You can't open a newspaper, you cannot look at a social media, or the news that comes at you is bad news. We need to change our thinking. The question we typically receive is the glass half full or is the glass half empty? It's the wrong question because the glass is always full with water and air. Try to live for 10 minutes without air. As a result, if you ask the wrong questions, you can only get the wrong answers. And that is why we have to come back to the basics of life. I would like to challenge anyone in this audience today to tell me the fish they're seeing, is it a male or a female fish? I guarantee you, you don't even have a clue what is male and female as fishes. And if you do not know what is male and female, what do you know about life? This is the fundamental problem. We do not know life. We have to innovate or we'll die. We can't do the same as we've done before. I'm professor of eco-design at the Politecnico di Torino in Italy. And I asked my students, design me a cup of coffee with a cookie and some sugar. Here is the cup of coffee. If we don't think different, we will never be able to get out of the limitations that we see all the time. In 1994, the Japanese government and the United Nations University asked me to help prepare the COP3 on climate change. COP3, we're now COP29. I'm an investor, I'm an entrepreneur. If you go 3 times to a meeting and there is no result, will you go to the 4th meeting? No, we don't. We give up. We don't give up on our goal, but we give up on the method we're using. And that is why I have decided to solidly focus since 1997, with the support of the Japanese government and investor families, we focus on implementation. When I had more than 100 examples of how we can transform the economy, I wrote a book, The Blue Economy. Today in 60 languages, it is a book that has inspired already 23 governments to create a ministry of the blue economy. And I commend the Chief Minister of Sabah for taking such a lead on the blue economy in Malaysia and Southeast Asia. But if I am standing here today, I cannot do it without paying my respect to the great people who've been my mentors, the people who've supported, who've challenged me, and particularly people who told me we can do much better than you think you can do. We need to be challenged to do better. Maybe you recognize some of the persons, but on the bottom there, you see my dear friend Tan Sri Suleiman, who was your Deputy Minister of Health and Communications. In 1986, I read for the first time the report of the IPCC, the International Panel on Climate Change. And I decided as an entrepreneur, my next factory will be a zero emissions factory. But I needed to change the thinking of my business models. Ladies and gentlemen, innovation you need is not the technology. The innovation we need is changing the business model. So let me explain it in very simple words, how I rethink the business model. You see the deer walking in Yellowstone National Park in the United States, and the deer will go to the riversides where the grass is the juiciest. They will eat the grass because there is no predator. They will eat the grass away so that in the end only stones and rocks are left. If your river is lined with rocks and stones, turbidity will increase, there will be too many mineral particles in the water, and as a result you will have very low amounts of fish. What do we need to do to bring the fish back? We need to create a balance, and we have to bring the wolves back. The moment the wolves are back, no deer will ever dare to come to the riverbank because the wolves will chase him away. That's how we design new business models. I fought for more than 30 years to create a green economy, only to realize that the green economy is expensive. It's very often heavily subsidized. It's not competitive. What about an economy where whatever is good for you and good for the environment is expensive? It's an economy for the rich. And therefore, the whole strategy is to cut costs. Now, cutting costs mean that you can't pay your workers a good wage, and you cannot take care of the environment, and you will not pay taxes. This is not the economic model that we can subscribe to. And therefore, the blue economy at its heart is innovative in the business model, highly competitive because we generate more cash flow and revenue. And because we generate more value, we have more jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, since 2009, 15 years ago, we have generated an additional 5 million jobs. 5 million jobs. And we're only one organization. If we focus on generating value, we will succeed in generating the jobs. I was confronted in 1994 in Colombia with the destruction of the rainforest that was occurring already in the 17th century. We decided to regenerate the rainforest. Together with Paulo Lugari, we put together a team. We got the science of the mycorrhizal fungi, and we started regenerating the forest. We put a local factory, even if we were told we couldn't compete internationally, we did compete locally. And we are producing 3 cash flows from the forests. The resin is tapped and is cracked in 3 different components. One of those components is the turpentine from the tropical trees. And that turpentine is our fuel. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 12,000 people running all engines on turpentine, obtained from the trees, a zero-emission strategy. When you have a forest, you change the temperature. When you change the temperature on the land, you will have more rainfall. We created an abundance of rain where people said for 9 months there would be drought. Why do we not learn from nature how to change this? So we became a producer of drinking water, and all the local population received the water for free. Water should be for free. It is not a commodity to make money on, because water is life. We decided to not only give everyone in the local community water for free, 3 liters a day, we also decided that all the children will get a bicycle for free at the age of 6. Ladies and gentlemen, what happens when children drink water and ride the bicycle? They're healthy. We had created a hospital for the local community, and we had to close the hospital for lack of patients. Ladies and gentlemen, did you hear me? We closed the hospital for lack of patients. This is the real sustainable development, ladies and gentlemen. I focus on local resources like the bamboo. We created with German engineers the first bamboo structure that was built with a German building permit. You know, Germans, you can't convince them because you're emotional. You can only convince them because you have the science. We delivered the science that building with bamboo is actually having a building that is sustainable. Now, 1 billion people, particularly in Southeast Asia, live in shacks made out of bamboo and think it's the symbol of their poverty. I created this new factory in 1992 that had 0 emissions, and I just give you the example of how can we change the thinking. Here you see the entrance of the factory, and there are no cars. No, there is no strike. No, it's not the weekend. I decided to pay my workers €0.5 a kilometer to ride the bicycle to work. And what happens? Everyone on a bicycle. And then I was told this must be very expensive. And I was asked, what is your benefit? And I said, my benefit is the health of my people. They're exercising 2 times a day. So I could invest in a parking. Let's look at some of the initiative we have taken to show you where the new economy is. And I'm very supportive to the concept that in Sabah you say it's the sea and the rivers. Water is life. When you see the peacock, then some people don't know that the colors you see are not made by chemical pigments. The colors you see is the laws of physics, and it's the refraction of light. Birds create color through optics, not through chemicals. And as a result, we've been developing the new colors in cooperation with enterprises like Nike, Clarins, and Swarovski. But the most stable colors you find in the sea, because the color is indeed not the pigment, the color is the refraction of light. How come we have a chemistry focusing on color pigments, whereas the most beautiful colors we find in nature is optics? We need to focus on our health, ladies and gentlemen. And our health, amongst others, means that we learn from nature. Between you and Australia, there is this red seaweed called the Laricia pulchra, which is one of the oldest seaweeds on earth. And very often we forget that the sea water is a soup of bacteria. In 1 drop of water, you have 1 million bacteria. So when the seaweeds emerged, they were immediately covered with a biofilm of bacteria. This seaweed didn't invent antibiotics. This seaweed invented a technique to block the hearing of a virus or a bacterium. Bacteria create biofilm through a technique called quorum sensing. In this case, the seaweed developed a blockage of the communication amongst bacteria. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the novel communication technique we have to learn. This is what the sea is teaching us. When I was in Tanzania in 1994-95, we realized on the coast of Zanzibar and the Indian Ocean, there was massive unemployment, especially amongst women. And when you have massive unemployment, you will have dynamite fishing. You will have acid fishing. So we created the seaweed industry in Tanzania. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have 23,000 women working along the coast of Pemba, Mafia, and Zanzibar on seaweed farming. Tanzania has become the 4th largest producer of seaweeds in the world. And guess what? It's over with acid fishing and dynamite fishing. You can't fight a person and a family that is hungry and has poverty. You have to provide development. And the sea is one of the worst used resources we have. The new Indonesian government has pledged to create 5 million new jobs with seaweeds. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been privileged to work with former Minister Sarwono Kusumatmaja in Indonesia to create a new system of seaweed forests, mangrove regeneration. And as you can see in the middle of these new generated mangroves, we have a mesh of metal, and the larvae of the shrimps get in, feed from the microalgae, get big, and can't get out anymore. As a result, we have shrimp farming without feeding the shrimps. I eliminated 60% of the costs by using the ecosystem of regeneration. But if you have shrimps, you have crabs. You have crabs, you have milkfish. As a result, inside the mangroves, in Surabaya, in Java, we have generated a new economy. This is what we need to do. And since the Deputy Representative, the UNDP, already indicated, we know there will be a rising level of the seas. Behind the mangroves, we are now farming, in cooperation with the Chinese government, we're farming salt-resistant rice. This is not a GMO, it's natural. It means that we have seaweed farming, we have mangroves, we have crabs, we have shrimps, we have fish, we have rice. And when we're growing the mangroves, we cut the top of the mangroves off in the first 3 to 6 years, and we feed the twigs to the goats. The goats will give us double the amount of milk. Ladies and gentlemen, this is development in practice. This is not theory, this is done. But we need the information. And the information that we challenge today is that 99.9% of all information we have gathered is about land and air. A poor strategy we have is we do something called data mining. There are only 10 companies in the world that do 99% of data mining. Sabah, you're not included. As a result, I applaud your strategy to include data into your blue economy strategy. But we can't compete with the data mining. If we realize that only 0.1% of all data available on computers today is related to the sea, you have to have a new strategy. And the strategy we are pursuing is called data farming. We're collecting all the data on very small spaces, but all the data. And that is not transmitted over satellites. We use secure radio waves, and we secure new technologies that go beyond this all-dominant cell phone. I hope when you wake up, you do not first look at your phone, because that's very bad for your eyes. Why is it bad for your eyes? Because when you were born and you look around, everything around you is in 3 dimensions. The screen on this little phone is in 2 dimensions. That means the amount of neurons you are activating looking at a phone screen is 1,000 times less than the neurons you activate on a 3D screen. Ladies and gentlemen, do you hear what I'm saying? We're getting stupid. We're sleeping our neurons by always watching on a tiny little 2D screen. We need to change that. The issue is that we have gotten so used to digitalization on a 2D platform. And we're used to a very slow internet. Ladies and gentlemen, the internet 5G is slow. It cannot take a 3D screen. The internet is so slow that we need to change the system. The technology that we're working on is called light field technology. When you're in the ocean and you're in these first 10, 20 meters, you have a flickering view of everything around you, and then you take a picture in 2D. We are creating the new technology I would like to bring to Sabah, the new technology of the light field. This is what will change. In 3D, everything will be seen. We are having today the first 3D screens without any glasses available, and we will be focusing on a high-speed internet transmission. Ladies and gentlemen, in the sea, radio waves don't work. As a result, we're forced to put a cable in the water. But light waves work. Interesting. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have the first technologies to actually communicate in the water through light. Light, as we know, is faster than anything else. And light in the water allows me to have masks, to dive and talk to each other. I like to bring this technology to you. You need a deal flow of new technologies that will lift Sabah and the blue economy up. That means the end is with the cloud. The cloud requires too much energy to go back and forth. We are focusing on local area networks. We need to have optical fibers, 60 terabyte capacity, so that I can transmit in a building like this, full 3D communications. Very few people noticed, but early this year, the bosses of the internet agreed to the 3D web. Ladies and gentlemen, no one realized what kind of a breakthrough it was. Because the 3D web means that your platforms like Google, ChatGPT, Amazon, it's all gone. Because they're a 2D platform. It's a reset of the internet. This is the opportunity for Sabah and Malaysia. Because it can reset the internet as we need it. And we need to reset the internet. Let me give you an example of DNA. We don't know the DNA of most of life in the deep sea. We have no idea. Because the method science is using is that you need a species, you take blood or skin, you send it to a laboratory, and then you're going to find out weeks later what is the DNA. Ladies and gentlemen, this is out of date. What we have decided is to create the eDNA. We're capturing drops of water with the exact GPS position and the depth in the ocean, and out of a drop of water we will eliminate the viruses and the bacteria, the single cells, and we will focus on the multicellular organisms that we find. Molecular biology will teach us what is the DNA. And on board of our ship, I'll show you now, on board of our ship we have a supercomputer with all the DNA that is already discovered. And we will immediately compare. We will have a data bank of the life we haven't met yet. Ladies and gentlemen, this is inspiring. Fighting the loss of biodiversity has been a great frustration for many, and we must continue that fight. But at the same time, we must build up the databases with the new DNA. As a result, we need new types of ships. We have started with the new types of ships, and we call them the Metro of the Sea. This is our first ship that was designed in 2008. We went around the world in 2010, 2012, only with solar energy. We want to prove that the ships can provide mobility with renewable energy only, steered by artificial intelligence, the swarm intelligence. We can produce water and power on board with hydrogen, with solar and intelligent kite, and we learn how to manufacture. The key intelligence, ladies and gentlemen, is not the brain and the nerve system. The key intelligence, we call it swarm intelligence. The way the fishes, the bees, the termites, the birds move around. And that requires nonlinear mathematics. This is the technology we've been studying with our teams. we have over 300 mathematicians focusing on how can we get the intelligences of the seas in communicating and coordinating in place. So let me share you a brief video to give you a concrete idea of what we're talking about. We're talking about Panglima, the goddess of the future, the ship that we have designed and we're now industrializing. This ship is operating with 550 square meters of solar power. And here you see our kite. Kite technology that is from the Pacific Ocean 6,000 years ago. It is using aerodynamics, is lifted into the air, and we're catching the wind at 200, 300 meters altitude. When the wind is pulling us at that altitude, our solar panels take seawater and convert it into hydrogen. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to hear that this is expensive or difficult. We've been doing it for over a decade. Don't tell me it can't be done. We're doing it. But now that we have learned how to use robotics and artificial intelligence to steer those kites, we can take each of the 407 islands of Sabah and provide them with abundant water and abundant power. Doing what? Running a kite. Ladies and gentlemen, this is innovation. We're doing it in Mauritius. We've studied already in the Maldives. We've just been asked by the government of French Polynesia to undertake it. We need to change the way we operate. Windmills were a great idea in the 60s, but windmills don't go where the wind is. It only captures where the wind flows. We are providing mobility for hospitals to go to places where no one actually could go before. We use zero fuel and are financing. The Deputy Representative of UNDP talked about financing. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very simple proposal to make to Sabah. Sabah, let me know, as a state government, how much subsidies are you paying for diesel fuel? Give me the budget for 10 years for the diesel fuel and invest that money into a new mobility program, a new data system. You have the cash, but it's spent on subsidizing fuel, creating climate change. We have agreements already with the government of Palau, first government, that will turn over subsidies into investments. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the future. I went to visit 9 of the French Polynesian islands where there was no water and no power. And here you see on your right side, on the bottom, the profile of the wind for a windmill. And the conclusion is there is no wind. And then you look at the profile above in red, and that is the wind at 200 meters altitude. The expert tells us there's nothing, and the other expert tells me it's the best wind they've ever found. We want the best of Sabah to be found. That is where we need to go to. And here is our trial in the Maldives. I hope Her Excellency the Ambassador of the Maldives is with us. This is where we have a resort called Lux. And one of the villas, as you can see, has been equipped with a container where the sky sail will go up and generate power for the whole luxury villa resort. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not talking about the future. I'm talking what we're doing today. We can produce on land the water and the power we need, and all excess is converted to hydrogen, which the mobility system will have. I'm concluding. The blue economy is not about technologies, but about the business models that generate local and economic development, that will eradicate poverty and create the jobs of the future. We need to create growth. We need to be able to create a growth with resources that are locally available. And your sea resources are abundant and not being used. It was said in the introduction, I write children's stories. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a happy father of 6 children. And the greatest what we can do as a father is tell stories to the kids. I want my kids to be inspired. I want my kids to think that there's a great future. I want them to feel empowered that I, as a dad, I didn't know how the apple got up in the tree. Ladies and gentlemen, we only learn how the apple drops down from the tree. May I ask you, do you know how the apple got up in the tree? Do you know the 7 laws of physics that permit an apple to go against gravity? Just like I asked in the beginning, is this fish a male or a female? Do you know how the apple gets up? And if you don't know, let's agree that the future depends very much on inspiring the next generation to do much better than the parents have been able to do. If we're only teaching our children what we know, they will never be able to do better than we have ever done. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Dr. Gunter Pauli. And to present a token of appreciation to our wonderful speaker, please remain on stage. Dr. Pauli, we would like to welcome Yang Berbahagia Datuk Haji Datuk Rosmadi bin Datuk Sulai to present a token of appreciation to our speaker today. Also joining Datuk Haji Datuk Rosmadi is Mr. Ramli Karya. Many smiles are created in this hall. Wonderful, inspirational presentation today. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Professor Dr. Gunter Pauli. Thank you very much to Professor Dr. Pauli, and thank you to Datuk Haji Datuk Rosmadi and Mr. Ramli. For your information, ladies and gentlemen, you can rewatch Dr. Pauli's inspiring presentation via the Sabah government YouTube page. Please type in Sibec 2024 in the search box. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the time now is 10:38 p.m. We are expecting the arrival of our guest of honor at noon, 12 p.m., and we will proceed with the opening ceremony shortly after his arrival. And for our Excellencies and also to our distinguished guests who have just arrived here at SICC, welcome to the inaugural Sibec 2024. For your information, there will be additional people joining us in this hall. We encourage you to please stay put in your seats, and that might be a very good idea. Not to worry, restrooms are located to the left of this hall, and water stations are also available on both sides. We expect a full house as we listen in to the Right Honourable Prime Minister of Malaysia and the Chief Minister of Sabah. It will be truly an historic day, and we are glad that you are here with us. But if you need to take some fresh air outside and if you need to leave the hall, we invite you to also visit the pavilion and booths located at the foyer outside of the hall. Obviously, in this conference and in any conferences, we encourage you to network. We encourage you to please have a chat with the people in your circle, in your area. And I will also be announcing lunch venues at the end of the opening ceremony. Again, ladies and gentlemen, plenty of time. The time now is just before 10:40 a.m. We're expecting the arrival of our guest of honor at 12 noon. Thank you so much. Let's be back here in the hall before then, and have a great morning. We'll see you shortly. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera kepada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Kita ucapkan selamat datang ke persidangan antarabangsa Ekonomi Biru 2024. Untuk makluman tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, majlis pelancaran akan diadakan insya-Allah pada jam 12.30 hari ini, di mana kita menjangka ketibaan Yang Amat Berhormat Perdana Menteri di SICC pada tengah hari ini. Dan untuk makluman juga, kita menjangka lebih ramai peserta akan bersama-sama kita di dalam dewan ini, dan mohon untuk tuan-tuan puan-puan untuk menyimpan tempat duduk masing-masing, manalah tahu nanti dirembat oleh peserta yang akan baru masuk. Tuan-tuan puan-puan, sekali lagi kita ucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada tuan-tuan puan-puan kerana sudi hadir di majlis yang amat bersejarah ini. 2 hari kita akan bersidang di SICC untuk persidangan Sibec 2024. Saya akan kembali bersama-sama dengan anda untuk perasmian Sibec 2024 pada jam 12.30 hari ini. Terima kasih kerana sudi bersama kami. Sekali lagi kepada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, kita ucapkan ribuan terima kasih kerana sudi bersama kami di persidangan antarabangsa Ekonomi Biru 2024. Sementara kita menantikan ketibaan Yang Amat Berhormat Perdana Menteri, dijangka ketibaannya adalah pada pukul 12.30 hari ini. Ada pelbagai acara yang dilangsungkan bukan sahaja di SICC tetapi juga di port bersebelahan dengan SICC ini. Untuk makluman tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, pihak Jetama akan mempamerkan mesin menyuling air laut kepada air sulingan yang boleh digunakan terus untuk kegunaan harian. Untuk makluman tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, sekiranya anda ingin melihat sendiri pameran ini dan juga proses air sulingan dari air laut kepada air sulingan yang boleh digunakan untuk minum dan kegunaan harian, bolehlah terus ke Aras 2 Promenade SICC dan semua dijemput hadir untuk menyaksikan demonstrasi oleh Jetama. Pihak Sibec 2024 juga mempamerkan 3 buah kapal di Kota Kinabalu Port, dan salah satu kapal yang dipamerkan adalah Labuan Madani Marine Sdn Bhd. Ia merupakan kapal perikanan laut dalam yang pertama dilesenkan oleh Jabatan Perikanan Negeri Sabah setelah Negeri Sabah diberikan kuasa laut. KD Selangor mempamerkan restoran terapung, jualan cenderahati, pameran kerjaya serta open mic karaoke. Untuk makluman lanjut tentang pameran kapal di Kota Kinabalu Port ini, bolehlah mengunjungi laman Sibec di Facebook. Bolehlah meletakkan Sibec 2024 di Facebook untuk maklumat lanjut. Selepas tamat majlis pelancaran kita pada hari ini, akan kita adakan makan tengah hari dan saya akan memberikan maklumat lanjut tentang venue tersebut.
terus megah, selamanya di hati kita merdeka. Biar apa yang datang menduga, takkan goyah. Semaikanlah semangat dan setia, penuhi rasa cinta demi negara. Laungkanlah satu rasa dan suara, kitalah Malaysia. Demi negara, satu hati kita semua madani, jiwa merdeka. Katakanlah kita semua Malaysia, satu demi negara. Akulah Malaysia, kamulah Malaysia, semua satu demi negara. Akulah Malaysia, kamulah Malaysia, semua satu demi negara. Akulah Malaysia, kamulah Malaysia, semua satu demi negara. Demi negara, laungkanlah satu rasa dan suara, kitalah Malaysia. Demi negara, satu hati kita semua madani, jiwa merdeka. Katakanlah kita semua Malaysia, satu demi negara. Katakanlah kita semua Malaysia, satu demi negara. Demi negara. Bergerak maju demi negaraku, kita bersama harap suka duka selamanya. Selamanya ku bertahan tanah air pertiwi, demi negara ku berserah diri. Semajikan dalam kita madani, jiwa merdeka. Demi negara Malaysia ku tercinta. Semaikanlah semangat dan setia, penuhi rasa cinta demi negara. Laungkanlah satu rasa dan suara, kitalah Malaysia. Demi negara, satu hati kita semua madani, jiwa merdeka. Semuanya dengarlah undanganku, bersatu hati kita madani, jiwa merdeka. duka selamanya. Selamanya ku bertahan tanah air pertiwi, demi negara ku berserah diri. Semakin dalam kita madani jiwa merdeka, demi negara Malaysia ku tercinta. Semaikanlah semangat dan setia, penuhi rasa cinta demi negara. Laungkanlah satu rasa dan suara, kitalah Malaysia demi negara. Satu hati kita semua madani, jiwa merdeka. Semuanya dengarlah undanganku, bersatu hati kitalah madani, jiwa merdeka, harap segalanya bersama. Satu dunia tahu betapa menariknya Sabah dari Eropah hingga Asia, ciptakan keindahannya. Negeri Sabahku, pulau-pulau dipenuhi laut biru, langit menyentuh puncak gunung Kinabalu, indahnya kamu, oh Kinabalu. Sabah tanahku, kai tomat mareo mataiku, lana danauku dia ini nawaku, kita menang. Dulu-dulu saya tidak pandai makan itu bosong. Dulu-dulu saya tidak pandai makan itu tuau. Dulu-dulu saya tidak tahu mana itu tawau. Kadang-kadang saya pandai sesat pergi ke ningau. Tapi sekarang semua saya tahu, semua saya suka hanya di Sabah. Luncheon di Sabah, di Sabah. Kalau kau suka arang mighty di Sabah, di Sabah. Kalau kau sudah di Sabah, rasa macam rumah, pandai bilang bah. Kalau kau suka naik gunung di Sabah, di Sabah. Kalau kau suka keramaian di Sabah, di Sabah. Kalau kau suka di Sabah, pindah pun mau payah, hati banyak susah. Las kau jadi orang Sabah. Subuh-subuh si nak bawa saya pergi Morobuan. Siang-siang si mama pula bawa saya halau burung. Petang-petang sekawan pula bawa saya main guli. Kadang gaduh, kadang nangis, semuanya mau menang. Tapi sekarang masih saya ingat, masih saya rindu hanya di Sabah. Kalau kau suka melancong di Sabah, di Sabah. Kalau kau suka arang mighty di Sabah, di Sabah. Kalau kau sudah di Sabah, rasa macam rumah, pandai bilang bah. Kalau kau suka naik gunung di Sabah, di Sabah. Kalau kau suka keramaian di Sabah, di Sabah. Kalau kau suka di Sabah, pindah pun mau payah, hati banyak susah. Las kau jadi orang Sabah. Di Sabah, di Ku sayang kamu, ku sayang Sabah. Kalau kau suka melancong di Sabah, di Sabah. Kalau kau suka arang mighty di Sabah, di Sabah. Kalau kau sudah di Sabah, rasa macam rumah, pandai bilang bah. Las kau jadi orang Sabah. Saya ini original Sabahan, mantat kampung nuntunan api-napin. Jangan koti, kau tidak percaya saya.
kita madani jiwa merdeka demi negara Malaysiaku tercinta. Semaikanlah semangat dan setia, penuhi rasa cinta demi negara. Laungkanlah satu rasa dan suara, kitalah Malaysia demi negara. Satu hati kita semua madani, jiwa merdeka. Semuanya dengar launganku, bersatu hati kitalah madani, jiwa merdeka, harap segalanya bersama. Walau 1000 tahun kan terus megah, selamanya di hati kita merdeka. Biar apa yang datang menduga, takkan goyah. Semaikanlah semangat dan setia, penuhi rasa cinta
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the inaugural Sabah International Blue Economy Conference 2024. We just received word that the Honourable Prime Minister has arrived in Kota Kinabalu, has touched down at KKIA just moments ago, and shortly will make his way to the Sabah International Convention Centre. Together, expecting the arrival of the Honourable Prime Minister is the Honourable Chief Minister of Sabah. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, this will be a good moment for our participants, our delegates, and also guests to please enter the hall. We will begin the opening ceremony of Sibec 2024 momentarily. Thank you so much and welcome. Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Selamat pagi dan selamat datang ke persidangan antarabangsa Ekonomi Biru 2024. Saya telah menerima isyarat bahawa Yang Amat Berhormat Perdana Menteri telah pun tiba di Kota Kinabalu International Airport di lapangan terbang antarabangsa Kota Kinabalu, dan insya-Allah sebentar saja lagi akan terus ke SICC untuk menghadiri bersama-sama dengan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan persidangan antarabangsa Ekonomi Biru 2024. Oleh itu, mohon kerjasama tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian untuk masuk ke dalam dewan dan mengambil tempat duduk kerana sebentar lagi kita akan memulakan majlis pelancaran Sibec 2024. Saya ucapkan sekali lagi ribuan terima kasih atas kehadiran tuan-tuan dan puan-puan dan semoga kita dapat bersama-sama menjayakan pelancaran Sibec 2024. Sekian dan terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, as we await for the arrival of our guest of honor, the Honourable Prime Minister, here are several announcements. As promised earlier on, I did mention about our lunch. So to our VIPs, speakers, moderators, we have reserved tables at Sipadan 1, which is the hall located to the right as we exit this hall. Lunch will be provided there for our VIPs, and also to our delegates, there are actually two venues that you're able to choose from. So to our participants, you may go to Sipadan 1 for lunch after the opening ceremony, that's venue number 1, or you can go to level 5 at the Layang Layang foyer, where there will also be lunch provided for our participants. Once again, to our VIP speakers, moderators, and also distinguished guests, there are reserved tables located at Sipadan 1, which is the hall located just to the right as you exit. And to our participants, you may choose between Sipadan 1, located just next door, or the Layang Layang foyer at level 5. There are ample places, seats for our participants and delegates only. Now to our distinguished guests who are just joining us at SICC for the opening ceremony only, I'm pleased to inform you that pre-packaged food and beverages are available at level 4. If you're familiar with SICC, the foyer is actually located above Meranti Cafe, and as you exit this hall, it will be just to your left, just beyond the pavilion in front of the elevators. Once again, to our distinguished guests and participants who are just joining us for the opening ceremony only, pre-packaged food and beverages are available right here at level 4. You may exit the hall to your left in front of the elevators above Meranti Cafe, and these will be available after the opening ceremony. Just a few information about activities that we're able to do throughout Sibec 2024. As we know, Sibec 2024 is a 2-day conference, and we're pleased to have Jatama to have a demonstration of seawater desalination. And if you're interested to see the demonstration, which is absolutely fantastic, please proceed to the promenade at level 2. Thank you very much to Jatama for providing this demonstration. There is also a port exhibition where 3 ships are available for viewing at the Kota Kinabalu port. One of them is the Labuan Madani Marine Sdn Berhad, which is actually the first fishing vessel that has been licensed by Jabatan Perikanan Negeri Sabah. And also another ship is available for viewing, which is the KD Selangor at Kota Kinabalu port. We're also pleased to inform that this conference is broadcast live on the Sabah government official YouTube page. We'd like to invite you to please enter the page. Perhaps you would also like to share the link with everybody that we know so that more individuals are able to join us in this conference and to also view the 2 speeches by the Honourable Chief Minister of Sabah and also the Honourable Prime Minister. That is all the announcements that I have right now. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us at Sibec 2024 this weekend. Indeed, an historic weekend for all of us here in Sabah as we await for the arrival of our guest of honor, the Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you so much, and I will be returning momentarily. Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Untuk makluman yang amat berhormat, Datuk Seri Panglima Perdana Menteri telah pun tiba di Kota Kinabalu International Airport dan sebentar lagi akan terus ke SICC bersama-sama dengan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan di Persidangan Antarabangsa Ekonomi Biru 2024. Dan sebelum kita memulakan majlis perasmian, ingin saya nyatakan beberapa pengumuman di sini. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, maklumat tentang makan tengah hari untuk para VIP dan juga para peserta bolehlah menikmati makanan tengah hari selepas majlis perasmian di Sipadan 1, iaitu Dewan yang terletak di sebelah kanan. Sekiranya tuan-tuan dan puan-puan keluar dari Dewan ini, bolehlah terus ke sebelah kanan dan makanan tengah hari akan dihidangkan di sana untuk VIP di mana ada meja-meja khas disediakan dan para peserta convention atau persidangan boleh menikmati makan tengah hari di 2 kawasan. Yang pertama iaitu di Sipadan 1 seperti yang dinyatakan tadi terletak di sebelah kanan Dewan ini. Itu kawasan yang pertama dan kawasan yang kedua ialah di layang-layang yang terletak di Aras 5 dan pelbagai tempat duduk disediakan khas untuk para peserta sahaja. Untuk tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang bersama-sama kita di SICC untuk majlis perasmian sahaja, sukacita saya nyatakan bahawa pre-packaged food, makanan yang dibungkus khas untuk tuan-tuan dan puan-puan disediakan di Aras 4. Aras kita berada di Aras 4 ya tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, dan sekiranya anda keluar daripada Dewan ini boleh terus ke sebelah kiri. Ia terletak, kawasan tersebut terletak berhadapan dengan lift atas Meranti Cafe. Sekali lagi untuk para peserta convention Sipadan 1 dan juga layang-layang Aras 5, makanan tengah hari akan disediakan selepas majlis perasmian. Dan untuk tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, tetamu-tetamu yang menghadiri majlis perasmian sahaja, pre-packaged food ataupun makanan yang diprabungkus disediakan di Aras 4. Di Aras ini boleh keluar dari Dewan dan ke sebelah kanan, ke sebelah kiri di atas Meranti Cafe. Untuk pengetahuan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan juga, kita ada demonstrasi oleh Jetama yang mempamerkan mesin menyuling air laut kepada air sulingan yang boleh digunakan terus untuk kegunaan harian. Dan kepada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang ingin menyaksikan sendiri demonstrasi tersebut, bolehlah terus ke Aras 2, Promenade SICC, dan semua dijemput hadir. Pihak Sibec 2024 ke-24 juga mempamerkan 3 buah kapal di Kota Kinabalu Port. Salah sebuah kapal yang dipamerkan adalah Labuan Madani Marine Sdn Bhd dan ia merupakan kapal perikanan laut yang pertama dilesenkan oleh Jabatan Perikanan Negeri Sabah setelah Sabah diberikan kuasa laut. Untuk makluman tuan-tuan dan puan-puan juga, vessel KD Selangor mempamerkan restoran terapung, jualan cenderahati, pameran kerja raya dan sebagainya. Dan acara ini dibuka pada hari ini dan juga pada hari esok di Kota Kinabalu Port. Sekian sahaja pengumuman-pengumuman saya. InsyaAllah kita akan menjangka ketibaan yang amat berhormat Datuk Seri Panglima Perdana Menteri sebentar sahaja lagi. Mohon untuk mengambil tempat duduk. Terima kasih. Salam maklum. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. Once again, thank you so much for your presence this weekend right here at the Sabah International Convention Centre, where shortly we will be witnessing the opening ceremony of the Sabah International Blue Economy Conference 2024. We're expecting the arrival of the Honourable Prime Minister momentarily, and I think this will be a very good idea to please go ahead and take your seats. We're expecting a very full house today as we listen in to the Honourable Chief Minister of Sabah and also the Honourable Prime Minister. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, kindly please take your seats. We will begin as soon as our guest of honor arrives at SICC. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Assalamualaikum tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang saya hormati. Selamat datang ke persidangan antarabangsa Ekonomi Biru 2024. Sebentar lagi kita akan menantikan ketibaan yang amat berhormat Datuk Seri Panglima Perdana Menteri ke SICC, dan saya telah menerima isyarat yang amat berhormat Perdana Menteri dalam perjalanan menuju ke sini, dan oleh itu tuan-tuan dan puan-puan mohon untuk mengambil tempat duduk dan kita akan mulakan majlis perasmian Sibec 2024 sebentar saja lagi. Terima kasih dan salam sejahtera. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, I just received information that our guest of honor has just arrived at SICC and shortly will make his way into the hall. Kindly, please take your seats, put your cell phones on vibrate mode, and let's witness history together right here at Sibec 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, especially to our participants who are perhaps looking for a vacant seat, I'm pleased to inform there are plenty of vacant seats available on the left side of the hall. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Let's anticipate and await the arrival of our guest of honor. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, announcing the arrival of our guest of honor, the Honourable Datuk Seri Panglima Anwar bin Ibrahim, the Prime Minister.
Sepenuh hati, jiwa, semangat, terus meyakini Malaysia madani. Ayuh seluruh anak pertiwi, semarakkan Malaysia madani. Sepenuh hati, jiwa, semangat, terus meyakini Malaysia madani. Malaysia madani, Malaysia madani, Malaysia madani. Madani, bangunkan Malaysia madani. Sepenuh hati, jiwa, semangat, terus meyakini Malaysia madani. Ayuh seluruh anak pertiwi, semarakkan Malaysia madani. Sepenuh hati, jiwa, semangat, terus meyakini Malaysia madani. Malaysia madani, Malaysia madani, Malaysia madani. Malaysia madani, Malaysia madani, Malaysia madani. Bangunkan Malaysia madani. Sepenuh hati, jiwa, semangat, terus meyakini Malaysia madani. Ayuh seluruh anak pertiwi, semarakkan Malaysia madani. Sepenuh hati, jiwa, semangat, terus meyakini Malaysia madani.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's give a rousing welcome to our guest of honor, the Honourable Datuk Seri Panglima Anwar bin Ibrahim, the Prime Minister.
Bangunkan Malaysia madani. Sepenuh hati, jiwa, semangat, terus meyakini Malaysia madani. Ayuh seluruh anak pertiwi, semarakkan Malaysia madani. Sepenuh hati, jiwa, semangat, terus meyakini Malaysia madani. Malaysia madani, Malaysia madani, Malaysia madani. Malaysia madani, Malaysia madani, bangunkan Malaysia madani. Sepenuh hati, jiwa, semangat, terus meyakini Malaysia madani. Ayuh seluruh anak pertiwi, semarakkan Malaysia madani. Sepenuh hati, jiwa, semangat, terus meyakini Malaysia madani. Malaysia madani, Malaysia madani, Malaysia madani. Malaysia madani, Malaysia madani, bangunkan Malaysia madani. Sepenuh hati, jiwa.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the National Anthem of Malaysia and the Sabah State Anthem.
Maju
seated. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam Malaysia Madani, salam Sabah Maju Jaya. A very good afternoon. We would like to acknowledge the presence of our dignitaries present here today at SICC. Let's welcome the Honourable Datuk Seri Panglima Anwar bin Ibrahim, the Prime Minister. The Honourable Datuk Seri Panglima Haji Hajiji bin Haji Noor, the Chief Minister of Sabah. The Honourable Deputy Chief Ministers of Sabah, the Honourable Federal Ministers, the Honourable Datuk Pun Jinza, Minister of Industrial Development and Entrepreneurship of Sabah and co-organizing chairman of the Sabah International Blue Economy Conference 2024. The Honourable State Cabinet Ministers, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Sri Syamsul Azri bin Abu Bakar, Chief Secretary to the Government. The Honourable Datuk Seri Panglima Surveyor Haji Safar bin Untung, the Sabah State Secretaries, the Honourable Federal Deputy Ministers, Their Excellencies, the Ambassadors and High Commissioners, Professor Dr. Gunter Pauli, the founder of the Blue Economy. Welcome to Kota Kinabalu. Yang Berbahagia Datuk Seri Haji Rosli bin Isa, the Sabah Federal Secretary, the Honourable Sabah State Assistant Ministers, Tan Sri, Datuk Seri Panglima, Consul Generals and members of the Diplomatic Corps, Permanent Secretaries of the Sabah State Ministries, heads of departments and officials for state government and federal government, Datuk-Datuk, Datin-Datin, industry players and NGO, moderators, speakers, delegates, friends of the media, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the Sabah International Blue Economy Conference, Sibec 2024. My name is Ben Uzair, and it's an absolute privilege to be your master of ceremonies in these next 2 days as we explore innovative strategies for harnessing the ocean's vast potential. We would also like to welcome our viewers joining us online. We are live from SICC in Kota Kinabalu, Malaysia. No matter where you are across the seas, thank you so much for joining us, and we hope you will continue to tune in. Ladies and gentlemen, in Sabah, blue is not just a revered color, it represents a future where sustainability and prosperity go hand in hand. A new way of life, a new way to do business. The blue economy focuses on sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth, improved livelihoods, and ocean ecosystem health. From seabed mining to marine biotechnology, energy generation, and tourism, Sabah is committed to aligning with global sustainable goals while driving economic opportunities and environmental protection. Now, Sibec 2024, ladies and gentlemen, brings together global leaders, experts, innovators to discuss sustainable development of ocean resources. This conference is dedicated to showcasing Sabah's commitment to the blue economy, focusing on how we can leverage our marine assets for economic growth while ensuring environmental protection. Over the next 2 days, we will explore solutions, research, and collaborative strategies to shape the future of our oceans and coastal communities. I wish you, our delegates and speakers, a productive conference right here in Borneo. Ladies and gentlemen, to seek blessings from the Almighty, we will begin our formalities this afternoon with a dua recitation led by Sahibus Samaha, Datuk Ustaz Haji Bongsu Aziz bin Haji Jaafar, the Mufti of Sabah. Yang Berbahagia Datuk Mufti, please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله الملك المعبود الذي عم كل موجود بالنعمة والفضل والجود والصلاة والسلام على صاحب المقام المحمود واللواء المعقود سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه إلى نهاية كل معدود. اللهم يا الله, O Allah, Lord of heaven and earth, we express our gratitude to you that by your grace and permission, we are able to gather on this historic day on behalf of the Sabah International Blue Economy Conference, Sibec 2024. We ask you, Allah, for the abundance of their guidance and grace to continue to surround our gathering so that the bonds of our heart are woven with love. The flow of our thoughts opens the mind, and the thread of words nourish the soul. Allahumma ya mubdi'u ya mu'id, O Allah, Lord, who has made the ocean a source of life and the land a place of dwelling, we ask you by your grace to make this conference the best synergy platform for participants to share information, knowledge, and valuable insight, especially in the field of marine resource economic in an innovative way. O Allah, the omniscient, the keeper of all secrets, grant us the intelligence of mind with critical and creative thinking patterns to unravel the secret of the ocean, rich in treasures and natural resources, so that we can contribute new progressive and innovative ideas to utilize or conserve these resources for the development agenda of our beloved country. اللهم اجمع على الهدى أمرنا وأصلح ذات بيننا وألف بين قلوبنا واجعل قلوبنا كقلوب خيارنا واهدنا سواء السبيل وأخرجنا من الظلمات إلى النور واصرف عنا الفواحش ما ظهر منها وما بطن ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alamin. Terima kasih, thank you, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Mufti, for the doa recitation. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, before we invite the Honourable Chief Minister to deliver his speech, let us first watch a preview of Datuk Seri Panglima's aspirations of the blue economy in Sabah, especially ocean thermal energy conversion. Let's take a look.
Dan saya umumkan inisiatif baru ini yang kita panggil Blue Economy ini untuk meneroka khazanah laut Sabah yang begitu luas. Di sana kita sudah sekarang berusaha untuk develop kita punya Blue Economy ini. Dalam Blue Economy ini dia bukan semata-mata industri perikanan saja ataupun downstream perikanan, tetapi ada lebih 10 industri yang kita beli jana, termasuk power energy yang kita panggil OTEC, Ocean Thermal Energy Conversion. Dia di antara haba panas lautan tu dengan sejuk di bawah. Dia boleh produce power. So ini sudah dibuat oleh konsultan. Kita telah introduce satu enactment pada bulan April yang lalu di DUN Undangan Negeri. Industri green energy power ini melalui haba lautan ini dia 75% berada di Sabah, di Malaysia. Yang lain itu 10% di Sarawak, 10% di Semenanjung, according to what they call consultant report. So you see, we can produce this OTEC, Ocean Thermal Energy Conversion, according to consultant, about 20,000 megawatt. Ini cukup besar. Di sebelah Tawau dan juga Sempurna. Dia tidak jauh, lebih kurang 15 kilometer saja daripada tepi pantai. So, saya telah mengarahkan Sekretariat SMJ supaya buat engagement dengan syarikat yang sudah pun melaksanakan OTEC ini di Jepun, di Korea. Nah, ini kalau dapat kita laksanakan di masa akan datang, ini 3-4 tahun akan datang, ini adalah suatu yang paling baik untuk Sabah.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to deliver his address, please welcome the Honourable Datuk Seri Panglima Haji Hajiji bin Haji Noor, the Chief Minister of Sabah. The Honourable Chief Minister, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good afternoon. Yang amat berhormat Datuk Seri Panglima Anwar Ibrahim, Prime Minister of Malaysia, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome all of you today to Sabah, a land blessed with endless potential for a bountiful blue economy. Thank you, Datuk Seri Prime Minister, for joining us today. It is an honor to have you here with us, and we are deeply grateful that you have accepted our invitation to officiate this event. Thank you for your foresight in placing your trust and belief in Sabah, and for your continued support in so many ways. Sabah is a UNESCO Triple Crown site, recognized for the iconic Mount Kinabalu, the Crocker Range, Biosphere, and the Kinabalu Global Geopark. Only 2 other countries in the world, China and Korea, have this Triple Crown honor. Sabah is also home to more than 30 ethnic groups. And despite our diversity, people of different beliefs, race, and backgrounds here live as one big family in harmony. We have the world's largest orangutan conservatory in Sepilok, Sandakan, and one of the world's top 10 diving spots at Sipadan, Sempurna. Both are in the east coast of Sabah. Our treasures are ocean deep to mountain high, and today I want to talk to you about the ocean deep part. Ladies and gentlemen, our blue economy is a latent treasure for this region. We are rich in marine and river resources, and our strategic locations gives us a great advantage. To the north, we have China, South Korea, Japan, and Vietnam. To the east, we border the Philippines, and to the west, we have Brunei and Singapore. To the south, we have Indonesia and Australia. Life below water is the 14th United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. And let me tell you this, Sabah takes life below water very seriously. That is why we organize Sibec. This conference will be the catalyst for advancing our blue economy, a platform for interaction of global knowledge in this field, attracting local and international investors and industry players. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you about Sabah's blue economy potential. The estimated potential annual yield of fish and prawns is more than 491,000 metric tons, with a value of ringgit Malaysia 3.25 billion. Can you imagine that only less than 50% of the potential catch is being explored today? Although there are more than 3,000 fishing vessels out there, most of them stay within 30 nautical miles from the coast. Now, only 7 vessels go out to the deep sea areas. This is an opportunity for industrial fishermen to set up more processing facilities for deep sea harvest. Here I must thank our Prime Minister and the federal government for giving Sabah the autonomy to provide licenses for maritime activities like that of deep sea fishing in the bid to develop our blue economy. But I must share that there is more to blue economy than just deep sea fishing. In fact, there are 14 components of the blue economy that can be explored. Among them, renewable ocean energy, blue carbon, tourism, maritime transport, and marine biotechnology, among others. Then there is the exciting possibility of harvesting energy through the oceans. In April of this year, we passed the Ocean Thermal Energy Conversion Act, which enabled the Energy Commission of Sabah to explore ocean thermal energy conversion as a renewable energy source. OTEC technology uses the temperature difference between the warm surface of the ocean and the cold deep waters to generate electricity. It doesn't need fuel, has a low environmental impact, and can produce clean water for drinking and agriculture. It can also provide refrigeration and cooling, as well as reliable energy for coastal communities. Sabah has a coastline of over 1,700 kilometers, and 75% of ocean thermal energy reserve in Malaysia. According to study, we can produce 20,000 megawatts from just 20 kilometers off the shore of Tawau and Semporna in Sabah's east coast. The Sabah state government is looking to collaborate with investors to harvest this energy. This is also a golden opportunity for Sabah to become a leader in generating green energy, which could solve many of our power issues. In the future, we might even able to supply electricity to our neighbors like Indonesia due to the proximity of our OTEC basins to Kalimantan in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, Sabah is at the brink of incredible change. Let me tell you the new game changers that will make investment extremely attractive in Sabah. The 2,083-kilometer Pen-Borneo Highway, the longest in Malaysia, is now under construction and promises to be a game changer for Sabah. Phase 1 connects Sabah
Sarawak and Brunei. Phase 2 will link Sabah's internal roads to the main expressway. Phase 3 will connect the highway to Indonesia, paving the way for a new era of connectivity across this region. In April this year, DP World, a global leader with operation in over 70 countries and known for its role in making Dubai a major trade hub, partnered with us to develop the Sepanggar Bay container port into a top regional trade hub, especially for the Bim-Iaga region. We will leverage on DP World's extensive global network and expertise to enhance Sepanggar Port's connectivity, operational efficiency, and terminal capacity, further reducing our current logistic costs. The Sabah Energy Roadmap and Master Plan will ensure a steady and reliable power supply in the coming years. We are already set to generate 700 megawatts over the next 2 years to meet initial demand. We are also tapping into hydropower, wind turbines, solar, and OTEC to further increase supply. If Sabah fully develops our green energy sector, the state has the potential to provide up to 75% of the nation's green energy. Ladies and gentlemen, a large allocation has been budgeted to address water shortage, with a portion dedicated to immediate and short-term solution. The Ulu Padas project, officially launched by the Prime Minister in December of last year, is a hydropower plant set to be completed in 5 years. It will generate 187 megawatts of power and release up to 6,000 million liters of water per day, far exceeding our current need of about 1,600 million liters per day. It is our long-term plan to ensure water supply for 80 to 100 years. Under my government, I can assure you, we will facilitate investment efficiently. I have instructed my team to set up a task force to address all your business needs, so you won't have to deal with delays to get your business started. A good example is the Sabah Kibing Solar and SK Nextlis copper foil investments, which took just 8 months for operation to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the new Sabah. Friendly, fast, efficient, and pro-business. Over the next 2 days, we will hear from many experts on various topics related to the blue economy, pioneers and visionaries from all around the world. I thank you all for joining us and for being part of this conference. In closing, I believe the best way to predict the future is to create it. So, believe in Sabah's blue economy, and together let's co-create a prosperous future together. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah. Terima kasih. Thank you, the Honourable Datuk Seri Panglima Haji Hajiji bin Haji Noor, the Chief Minister of Sabah. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've been waiting for to deliver his address and to declare open the Sabah International Blue Economy Conference 2024. Please welcome the Honourable Datuk Seri Panglima Anwar bin Ibrahim, the Prime Minister. Datuk Seri Panglima Prime Minister, please.
Terus meyakini Malaysia madani, ayo
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Alhamdulillah nahmadu wa nusalli ala rasulihil karim. Yang berhormat saudara saya, Sri Haji Ji, Haji No, Ketua Menteri, Timbalan Ketua Menteri, Datuk Pong, Jinja, yang bersama menjadi pengurusi bersama, rakan-rakan Menteri, Timbalan Menteri, Tan Sri Ketua Setiausaha Negara, Datuk Sri Haji Safa, Setiausaha Kerajaan Negeri, dan tuan-tuan utama, duta-duta besar dan pesuruhjaya tinggi yang turut hadir. Dan tentunya saya nak alu-alukan Profesor Dr. Gunter Pauli, Kota Pauli is of course the renowned scholar who has been pushing this agenda and has given and has founded this Blue Asian, first the theory, then the strategy, and pushing the agenda forward. Thank you very much for your presence. Now, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are of course delighted to have this initiative by the Chief Minister and the State Government. This beautiful land below the wind has now reached a level that is impressive. That you are now wanting to continue to be associated with the Zeitgeist, with the challenges of the times. Now, Blue Ocean Strategy, as you know, is a new strategy that has been, of course, in the last few decades, of course, but then been pushed as a new agenda during these post-normal times. You are breaking into a departure from the conventional view of economic development and progress. You are looking at your own strength and resources. What do I mean by post-normal times? It's a period of uncertainty. We have faced crises and crises one after another, which have brought so much chaos, complexity, and full of contradictions. You have issues that has not been seen to challenge authorities, states, from migration to climate change to civil strife and civil wars, which would warrant the leadership to take a bold and courageous step, not only taking account of the problems of the past, but to be able to anticipate and inshallah overcome. Because the problems are not unique, it's not separate, it's not sectoral, it's not as necessarily regional. It is happening all together at one time, what is termed as simultaneity, challenging us simultaneously. If you talk about climate change, it's in Africa, it's in Asia, it's in Europe, and it's in Sabah. You talk about migration, the problems of legal, illegal immigrants. It is in Sabah. It is in Selangor. It is in Europe, in the States. You talk about civil strife. It is happening much more elsewhere. You have seen it in Gaza and Ukraine. We pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that this region remains safe. But the challenges are real. That is why we have to take additional effort to think beyond existing policies, challenges, and go beyond. Now, blue economy initiative is, of course, a new focus. And not all countries or societies or even states in Malaysia can benefit from this blue ocean economy. Well, in a small way, yes. But you are blessed, alhamdulillah. This state, the great Sabah, can be greater if you focus on these issues. Now, this is what we call a broader, inclusive, sustainable development, which I unveiled in the budget yesterday. Our policy to enrich ourselves and each other. If there are issues, problems, we discuss, negotiate, and interact with one another. I've listened, and yesterday in the budget speech, I made specific reference to some visits that I've made in the last few months whilst thinking about the new economy and the budget. I was in Lahad Datu. Then I realized there are still issues unresolved about customary land in the Felda area. And after consulting the Chief Minister, we immediately came up with a decision to resolve the problem of the customary land in Tambisan, Felda Lahad Datu. I've observed the tenacity, the courage, the patience of the settlers and the poor families to withstand the onslaught of the perpetrators in the Lahad Datu. They have resulted in so much economic hardship and loss of lives. And it's interesting for me to note then, in the case of police personnel, army personnel losing their lives in Lahad Datu, there were people from Semenanjung. But in Semenanjung, during some of the earlier skirmishes, we have bold, courageous Sabahans and Sarawakians losing their lives to protect one another. And this, I salute to those, not only them, but their families, for their support and the resolve to defend Malaysia as a whole. So when you look at this, we are not talking about differences, we are talking about strength. Where did I learn? I learned from Lahad Datu. Where do I get some of my ideas for the budget? Of course, from the experts. But I can't underestimate the importance, the wisdom of the folks, the rural folks, and those in the hinterland. I've looked talking to the children and my grandchildren in Sekolah Kebangsaan Lahad Datu, Felda, they realize, to them, what can we offer? They see us with so much expression of affection, love, and respect. And we have to then reciprocate and understand that we have a responsibility, not only to our immediate children and family, but the entire children in this country. Where did I gather that spirit, that idea? Lahad Datu. That's why I say these are microcosm of the issues affecting the country. Security, quality of education, public health, basic infrastructure, which is of course lagging behind as compared to many other districts in the country. But more pronounced, which is relevant to our discourse today, is the economic fundamentals. And that is where our colleagues have decided to focus on our strength. In the first decades, Sabah talks about nothing else except timber. Now, you're talking about industrial production, food security, and now blue ocean economy. To resolve part of the problem. And I believe, as stated by my colleague, Chief Minister Hajiji, that we are clear, there's clarity in the policy. Of course, premised upon clear commitment, desire to work together, and I've seen this in Sabah. Congratulations, not only to him, but the entire team. There is, of course, political stability in the country. We are fortunate. And some of the problems affecting national politics and economy would invariably affect states, including Sabah. So we are fortunate that after somewhat years of turbulence in the political arena, we have, in the last 2 years, found political stability. But I always question, political stability is not the answer. The answer is to have good governance by responsible leaders. Rid this country of corruption and laxity, abuse of power. And with that political stability, we have crafted policies. They are policies that will benefit everyone and to cater for the interests of every single region in the country. That is why I have assured, Chief Minister and my cabinet colleagues are here, Mizan, Iwan, Deputy Ministers, that in the cabinet we make no apologies, no issue whatsoever. What is required by any state, by any community, to be deemed as fair and just, we will continue to support without fear or favor. And this we have done, and is reflected in yesterday's budget. Now, with the clarity of policies, political stability, clarity of policies, then we can embark on these programs. Now, in the last few decades, nobody talked about energy transition. Or more so, energy from the ocean. Hardly, except for the energy to get the sailing boat across. But now, these are new ideas. And our capacity to absorb them, to get our universities, including University Sabah, to get our colleges, our experts, to be directly involved in this series of discussions. That's why I'm thankful that so many of representatives from universities and colleges are also present to make sure that they will participate and support this endeavor to make Sabah an important part of its nation economically strong and viable. Now, the challenges, of course, are real. We are fortunate, as I said. The first year was turbulent too. In the sense of people still are uncertain. Is this government serious? Is it stable? Do we have the courage to undertake the necessary reforms, including subsidy rationalization, which is grossly unpopular, but it has to be done. I've said, for example, our tax base in Malaysia is about the lowest in the region. Can you imagine? Yeah. Only the finance ministers nodding in agreement. The rest are not too sure. The tax is to tax or not to tax. That's the question. And the question is certainly going to be very, very difficult to absorb by the public. But in reality, the lowest. Look at the price of sugar, flour, rice, petrol. All this, as compared to the neighbors, is substantially lower, and also petrol. I mentioned part of it yesterday in the budget. Now, should we burden the people through increasing the prices? No, because however necessary, we should avoid giving the additional burden to the people. Yes, our inflation is about the lowest, less than 2%. But to the farmers, to the workers, any slight increase is a burden because there's no increase in their salary and their wages. That is why I made that bold decision to start with the highest increase for the civil servants ever recorded in the history of this country. Beginning with an increase December and January and another bonus in February. Why? Because I expect them to work harder and be more efficient and serve the people with all their strength and commitment. And I've seen under the Chief Secretary and the State Secretary that desired push is being carried out with clear commitment. I must thank them too, because now the demand for salary increase is over. Now is the time for us to execute to the best of our ability to make sure that our departments are efficient, and as alluded to by Chief Minister Hajiji, approvals given speedily. If approvals can be given in 2 weeks, why must they wait 2 years or 2 months or even 2.5 weeks? I'll give you an example. A few months back, I decided to open a major housing project in the outskirts of Kuala Lumpur. We call it Perumahan Madani housing project, mainly for the B40, M40. The normal time for approvals, land acquisition, EIA, JPS, and so numerous departments will take between 8 months to 1.5 years. But I call up the project manager, and he said, everything's ready. Well, I don't know. Assuming everything's ready, I asked the municipal chief, and they said, yeah, but then we'll take time to approve. So I just gave a date to launch the project. And mind you, the project that normally takes 8 months to 1 year, 1.5 years, took only 45 days to complete, and I launched that project after 45 days. No. What is the moral of the story? The moral of the story is that some things can be done. We are just damn or plain lazy, irresponsible or corrupt. And this country cannot succeed if you have this mentality. That's why the battle against corruption must be fought with all our strength. We have seen results. Our ringgit is about the best performing in the world. Who can even imagine this 2 years, 3 years back? But it can be done if our ringgit can be so. Malaysia is now the hub for semiconductor. Sarawak used to be now one of the energy hub. Now we have this idea from our smart Hajiji, Chief Minister, wanted to make true blue ocean, a new hub for the region. And I, as Prime Minister, will give all the support necessary to make sure that Sabah succeed. That's how we work. Are we competing? No, we are complementing. Semiconductor, mainly, Penang, Kulim High Tech, Selangor, Johor now, data center, AI, booming in Peninsula. You need that data center by the time you get this huge, enormous energy that's cheap and water supply that's going to be very competitive. Of course, Blue Ocean means also fishing. We're going to consider this. How do you imagine this beautiful ocean surrounding us? We have still to import close to more than 50, 60 billion ringgit of food. Doesn't make sense. So both the ministries and the state governments have to push this as long as you protect the environment and make sure that you do not destroy the environment in the process. Now the other issues, of course, tourism. I was just talking to Chief Minister Haji last few weeks. I said, oh, how I would love to come here quietly, spend time with my family and grandchildren to visit Sabah. So beautiful. I have seen from video clippings and documentary, so beautiful. But that was my remark to him. Given half a chance, I better spend time here on condition he and the state government will not disturb me during my holidays. But you know, that is an objective view. All these years I've traveled probably more than half of the world. But the beauty, the splendid, exquisite beauty and cultural and scenic in Sabah, believe me, is unrivaled compared to many parts of the world. A few months back, I was in Vladivostok on the invitation of President Vladimir Putin. And then during the Q&A with him on stage, and the Chinese Vice Premier was asked, and I tell you, my answer was that our beaches, our scenic beauty, to me, I said, is splendid, exotic, aesthetic, and unrivaled compared to many parts of the world. So Gigi have got to do something to give me some commission for promoting Sabah and the beauty of Sabah. But the commission is hard work and commitment and build up this state as a great part of this country. But otherwise, I intend to initially to also repeat some of the programs and projects that we have passed. I know this also has been expressed by many of us. I wouldn't do so because you should only know that as a state, this is a big state, and many areas are still considered to be underdeveloped, and we have to spend huge funds for the Pen Borneo project, which is, alhamdulillah, finally ongoing. It's almost complete in Sarawak, a bit more push needed for Sabah. But please appreciate the fact that in yesterday's budget, the allocation for Sabah is the highest ever recorded in this country. Is it able to resolve most of our issues or problems of underdevelopment, schools, hospitals, conditions? No. But it is a bold attempt, and we will continue to do that. Your task is to make sure that it's implemented efficiently, transparently. We don't end unnecessary losses due to delays, unduly and inordinate delays and waste, commissions and corruption. That's now your responsibility to make sure that it works. And work as a team, because Sabah is also a showcase. It's multiracial, 30 ethnic groups, multi-religious, but can work with ihsan, with compassion, with respect, as a great family. So thank you very much, Chief Minister and the State Government, for giving me that opportunity. I wouldn't expand too much on the issue of Blue Ocean, because the experts are here. So one thing you must learn in politics, governance, and leadership: deal with subjects that you have expertise or understanding. Where you have experts around, let them explain, because they can do better than you. That's how I learn in politics. You have to have the humility. And you know, I've said this before, that one of the great English-American poet that I admire, T.S. Eliot, when he talks of humility, he says precisely this: the only wisdom one can hope to acquire is the wisdom of humility. The wisdom of humility is endless. Jika ada sesuatu kebijaksanaan yang boleh dirungkai oleh manusia, adalah sifat rendah diri, tawadhu. Kerana sifat rendah diri, humility dan tawadhu itu tidak ada batasnya. Kerana tawadhu'lah kita anggap kita perlu bekerja lebih baik walaupun kita mendapat pujian menggunung. Kerana rendah dirilah kita akan bertanya dan mengundang pakar-pakar mendengar. Kerana rendah dirilah kita boleh turun ke kampung dan desa dan pedalaman, ke kampung Melayu atau kampung Cina atau kampung Kadazan, dan faham bahawa ada kebijaksanaan dari mereka yang harus kita pelajari. So thank you again, and I am confident that the vision that we embrace today to be followed through a firm commitment and resolve, and for the state, particularly for the public servants, to ensure that programs and projects are transparently, effectively, and efficiently implemented. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah. Thank you so much to the Honourable Prime Minister. Please proceed to the platform at the foot of the stairs. I'd like to invite the Honourable Chief Minister to accompany the Prime Minister for the launching ceremony. We also like to invite the dignitaries seated at the front row to please rise and remain at their seats. And let us witness the opening ceremony here shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, the clam that you see before you symbolizes the potential of our oceans. But what is inside the clam? There's something inside that the Prime Minister will need to extract. But to open, I will need your help, ladies and gentlemen, in this hall. We're going to do a chart together. If I say Sabah, you say blue economy. Shall we do that 3 times? Sabah. 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 The pearl inside represents the innovation and opportunities of the blue economy. And to symbolically open Sibec 2024, may I invite the Honourable Prime Minister to extract the pearl and place it on the pedestal, symbolizing the aspirations of the blue economy in Sabah. Let's give a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And as the Honourable Prime Minister and the Honourable Chief Minister return to the comfort of their seats, please enjoy the spectacle of light, laser and sound as we officially open the Sabah International Blue Economy Conference 2024.
Welcome to Sibec 2024.
Sibec 2024 is now officially open. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let us now commemorate our gathering today with a photograph. There will be 2 rounds of photo taking. First, we will utilize our high-definition camera located on the stage. Let us now take a look at the visual here on the screen. I will require you to give your widest smiles to the high-definition camera located on the stage. We'll take a look at the stage. Just look at Sibec 2024. We see the visuals on both sides of the hall here. I'm gonna cue our digital photographer. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Senyum, smile. Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite our friends from the media, our team of official photographers and videographers, to be on stage to capture visuals, videos, and to make a group photograph for all of our guests present here today at SICC. We'll give them a few short seconds here. We appreciate the work of the friends of the media. And shortly, once everything is captured, it will be broadcast to all. Let's take photographs first, ladies and gentlemen. Big smiles. Thumbs up. Big smiles there. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. How about let's do some video. If I say Sabah, you say Maju Jaya. Sabah. 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 Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And now we would like to invite Datuk Seri Panglima Haji Hajiji bin Haji Noor, the Chief Minister, to lead and accompany Datuk Seri Panglima Anwar bin Ibrahim, the Prime Minister, for a tour of the pavilion, accompanied by their Excellencies, dignitaries, and distinguished guests.
Bersatu padu sedang merdeka, negeri
conclude the opening ceremony of Sibec 2024. I'm pleased to inform that lunch is now served in 2 locations for our distinguished guests. Reserved tables are located at Sipadan 1, and to our delegates of Sibec 2024, you'll be able to have lunch in 2 locations, either at Sipadan 1, located just to the right of this hall, or at level 5. To our guests who are joining us just for the opening ceremony, I'm pleased to inform there is packed food and beverages, especially for you, to be collected right here, level 4, just above Meranti Cafe. Please exit the hall and turn to your left. Delegates, the innovation presentations will be at Sepilok Room level 5. It will begin at 2:30. And to our conference delegates, please return at 2 o'clock, where we will resume our conference at 2:30 p.m. Have a good lunch, and I will see you shortly.
Baiklah, sekali lagi terima kasih untuk semua yang telah pun bersama dengan kami di sepanjang hari pertama untuk acara pada pagi ini, hari yang pertama Sabah International Blue Economy Conference Malaysia 2024. Apa yang boleh kami kongsikan kepada semua hadirin, makan tengah hari kita telah sediakan di Sipadan 1 untuk VIP dan para peserta, tidak terkecuali turut tidak ketinggalan di layang-layang, lokasi layang-layang ya, level 5 untuk 800 peserta, manakala sebentar tadi di Sipadan 1 seramai 700 peserta boleh menikmati juadah makan tengah hari di Sipadan 1. Untuk makluman, makan tengah hari berbentuk packed food juga disediakan bagi tetamu yang menghadiri perasmian dan ingin meninggalkan majlis lebih awal untuk hari ini. Dan difahamkan juga kita akan bersama dengan PMX di sebelah petangnya di stadium berdekatan dengan perkarangan Stadium Likas ya, Ben.
Betul, Obi. And what an exciting first day it has been, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, we would kindly like to invite you to proceed to enjoy lunch. And there are 2 venues, especially to our participants. Please enjoy lunch at either Sipadan 1, located just next to this hall, or perhaps it might be a little bit too occupied and full there. We also have level 5 lunch for about 800 people just for our participants today.
Ya, dan yang pasti juga kalau ada sebarang persoalan khususnya kepada rakan-rakan anggota kaki tangan yang hadir, bolehlah dapatkan kerjasama daripada sekretariat bertugas pada hari ini. Dan pastinya esok juga kita akan berkampung sekali lagi di sini, Ben.
Betul, betul.
Untuk acara ini.
And let's not forget, we have a 2-day conference. I'm sure it was an exciting opening ceremony that we just witnessed earlier on with the presence of our guest of honor, the Honourable Prime Minister. And obviously, we will have an afternoon session.
Betul.
And I'm so pleased that we have Obi together with me. Obi, thank you so much for joining us.
Terima kasih juga, Ben.
It's been a tough morning, yeah?
You did very well just now.
Thank you, thank you.
Dan kita harapkan pada petang ini juga presentasi yang akan diteruskan oleh para panel dan speaker serta moderator yang akan kita undang khas akan memberi impak yang baik untuk semua yang hadir.
Yes, as the Datuk Seri Prime Minister mentioned in his speech earlier on today, let's leave it to the experts. We have to listen to them and have that humility to learn and also to relearn. And that is why we have this 2-day conference. And I can tell you, yeah, we'll be just looking at our program today, especially tomorrow when we're also listening to the ambassadors. I mean, anything and everything about the blue economy, not to be confused with the blue ocean economy, totally different concept, but the blue economy itself with our speakers from not just from Malaysia, from Semenanjung Malaysia, but from around the world, Obi.
Betul.
They're spending time with us here in Kota Kinabalu, and I am certain it will be a 2-day conference to remember.
Dan kita ada masa untuk berehat seketika. Untuk yang ingin menunaikan solat fardu zuhur juga, ada surau disediakan di aras 2. Untuk yang ingin menunaikan solat fardu zuhur, amatlah dialu-alukan mungkin selepas saja menikmati jamuan makan tengah hari. Dan apa yang pasti, kalau boleh tuan-tuan dan puan-puan div-div jemputan sekalian, bolehlah kembali semula ke dalam dewan ini sebelum jam 2 petang. Ya?
Absolutely, Obi. And to translate that in English for our international visitors, for our international participants who would like to perform their Zohor prayers, I'm pleased to inform that a surah or musalla is provided on level 2. So just go down the elevators and follow the signs to the musalla and the prayer room.
Baiklah Ben, saya kira masa untuk berehat sekarang. Jadi kita akan kembali semula ke dalam dewan ini sebentar saja lagi.
the opening ceremony and also pleased with lunch. And I look forward to spending the next few hours together with my co-MC, Sobira Haji Gulabdin. Assalamualaikum, Ovi.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah.
Thank you very much for being my co-MC for the next few hours here. How are you feeling today?
Alhamdulillah, feeling great dan Alhamdulillah juga pada hari ini kita akan sekali lagi melihat ataupun mendengar perkongsian interaktif yang cukup menarik daripada para panel, moderator of course, yang kita datangkan khas. Sememangnya semua memiliki kelayakan yang amat luar biasa untuk berkongsi mengenai topik-topik yang diketengahkan.
Absolutely. We look forward to the various sharings of our panelists, of our speakers on stage. I can assure you, repeating back the Right Honourable Prime Minister who mentioned in his speech that when it comes to the topics of blue economy, let's leave it to the experts. And I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, with our program today and also tomorrow, we will be filled with various topics about the blue economy. And it's not just speakers that we have here based in Malaysia, but we are indeed so privileged to welcome speakers from around the globe to be here, including the excellencies, the ambassadors, and also high commissions of various countries as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we wish to begin on time. I am certainly pleased that there is still a lot of you who are here in this hall. So obviously there was a lot of individuals who are here just for the opening ceremony, and there are a lot of seats that were actually tagged. And obviously those seats are now vacant. If you wish to come closer towards the front of the stage, you're more than welcome to do so. And we still have plenty of space to stretch. And hopefully the next few hours here, it will be a wonderful one.
Betul tu Ben, dan kami juga mengharapkan tuan-tuan dan puan yang berada di barisan belakang, kita alu-alukan untuk isi ruang tempat duduk di bahagian hadapan. Dan untuk makluman semua, kita faham juga ya Ben, kenapa hari ini cukup istimewa. Selain daripada kita menyaksikan pelancaran Sibec 2024, difahamkan juga di perkarangan Stadium Likas Kota Kinabalu ketika ini pastinya sedang berlangsung pelancaran program Madani Rakyat 2024, dan inilah antara salah satunya yang boleh kita saksikan penglibatan daripada pimpinan tertinggi negara yang berhormat Datuk Seri Panglima Anwar Ibrahim, Perdana Menteri yang telah pun berada di dua lokasi pada hari yang sama. Yang pertama sebentar tadi untuk pelancaran Sibec 2024, dan pada ketika ini di perkarangan Stadium Likas Kota Kinabalu untuk program Madani Rakyat 2024 Sayangi Sabah.
I'd like to echo what Sobira has mentioned just now. We're indeed privileged to have the Right Honourable Prime Minister to join us in this historic day at the launch of Sibec 2024. After the tabling of the budget yesterday, we are indeed joyful that Sabah has become a priority when it comes to budgeting and to progress further, especially with the blue economy that Sabah will spearhead. So obviously for the next 2 days we will have plenty of sharings, and I hope that over the next 2 days we'll continue to attend the conference and to listen, to learn, relearn, and to just network. Most importantly, to network, and events like this I think is very important to enrich our circles, our connections, and we hope that you will take the opportunity to continue to network and to create more circles as we propel forward with the Blue Economy Conference right here in Kota Kinabalu.
Dan saya juga tertarik dengan apa yang dikongsikan oleh Ben sebentar tadi, ruang dan peluang untuk kita mempelajari sesuatu yang baru berkenaan dengan ekonomi biru, yang mana pada hari ini dan esok juga kita ada pakar-pakar ekonomi biru daripada pelbagai negara, Australia, Norway, Maldives, Jerman dan juga Romania. Dan antara tujuan lain pastinya untuk mendapatkan pelbagai pandangan antara bangsa yang dapat membantu untuk mencorakkan lagi ekonomi biru di negeri Sabah.
Absolutely. And I think one of the highlights that all of us will remember, in addition to obviously the speech by the Right Honourable Prime Minister, is also the presentation by our special guest all the way from Zurich, Switzerland, Professor Dr. Pauli. And for some of our guests who would like to rewatch that presentation, I'm pleased to inform that there is a YouTube recording of our proceedings today and also on day 2. So you're more than welcome to watch the presentation again for some of us, for some of our delegates who are not able to join our morning session, please go ahead and log in to YouTube and just type in Sibec 2024 and you'll be able to just scroll towards the morning session and you'll be able to watch Dr. Pauli's presentation this morning.
Ya, dan untuk makluman hadirin sekalian, acara yang telah pun berlangsung di sebelah pagi tadi, kalau boleh kita berikan gambaran sedikit, telah pun disiarkan secara langsung, penseriman langsung melalui Sabah GOV, iaitu saluran rasmi YouTube Kerajaan Negeri Sabah. Dan apa yang pasti juga untuk hari ini, saya kira jam telah pun menunjukkan pukul 2.31 petang ya Ben. Dan isyarat untuk kita juga bagi memulakan sesi interaktif forum yang pertama sebentar lagi. Yang kita semua sudah maklum, antara panelis yang terlibat memangnya bukan asing lagi dalam ekonomi biru dan bahkan moderator kita juga amat dikenali di negeri Sabah ini ya, seorang pakar akademik saya pasti juga. Baik Ben, mungkin kita boleh teruskan ataupun kita masih menanti isyarat daripada urus setia.
I think we can go ahead. I think we can. Dr. Firdausi Sufyan, are we ready? All right, stand by, stand by. I have to introduce you. Obi, thank you very much. And I will now proceed with our afternoon session. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to Sibec 2024. I know it's been an exciting morning thus far, and we're very, very pleased that you're still here, even though it's a weekend, but truly it will be an exciting 2 days as we listen to experts and wonderful, wonderful speakers to delve into the blue economy. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now begin the afternoon session with the first interactive forum underpinning the blue economy. And I am very, very pleased to introduce our moderator for this session. Dr. Firdausi Sufyan is the CEO of Invest Sabah Berhad, an investment promotion agency serving as a one-stop center for all investments in our state. And under his leadership, he is driving efforts to expand value-added industries, aligning with its current development goals. And prior to this role, he was the Deputy Rector of Academic Affairs and a senior lecturer at University Technology Mara, or UITM, right here in Sabah. He holds a PhD from the University of Bristol, a Master's in Public Policy from the Australian National University, and a bachelor's degree from UITM. In addition to his academic roles, Dr. Firdausi is an Associate Research Fellow for the Malaysia Institute of Economic Research, a member of the Sabah Economic Advisory Council, and serves on the Industry Advisory Board for the University of Nottingham, Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to welcome Dr. Firdausi Sufyan.
Thank you so much, Ben and Sobira, and of course, ladies and gentlemen. So before I proceed, firstly, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Chairman of Invest Sabah, YB Senator Tan Sri Anifah Aman here, and of course, Datuk Rosmadi as well. Thank you so much, sir, both of you, and of course, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before that, let me call upon the three important distinguished panelists before I introduce them, so I can do the introduction on stage. Is that all right? So now I would like to call Dr. John, Rubin, Dr. Sufyan. Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause to our distinguished panelists. So again, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to say welcome back to the Sabah International Blue Economy Conference, the first one in Sabah, and of course, the first one in the country. So, ladies and gentlemen, basically, when we organize this conference, we want to set the tone to the world. It's not just for the country, but to the world, that Sabah is a place for economic development and sustainable, and at the same time, setting the tone for beacon of sustainable resilience with blue economy. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are very privileged to have three distinguished panelists here, right? We will talk about and explore what are the underpinning of a blue economy. We will delve into the fundamental elements that drive economic growth, innovation, and integrating with the ocean and ocean marine-based industries. So three of you, are you ready? All right, very good. Now, before we proceed, let me just formally introduce our three panelists here. So on my left here, we have Dr. John Winton. He will be talking about tapping into the potential of blue economy. He is the CEO of Australian Blue Economic Cooperative Research Centre, Australia. Just so you know, Blue Economy CRC, right? An independent, non-profit company and a cooperative research centre under the Australian government. As you all know, that Australia is very big and it's also covered with the sea coverage is quite humongous as well, right? So the CRC brings together 43 industry, government, and research partners for 9 countries with expertise in marine, renewable energy, maritime engineering, aquaculture, environmental assessment, and policy and regulation. So Dr. John here has been working across public sector, non-profit organization, and also has led major policy research and infrastructure program in fisheries, aquaculture, and so forth, and so many. If I want to list, it will take up 15 minutes, all right? Anyway, so he got his PhD for physiology from University Adelaide. So ladies and gentlemen, give it up to Dr. John. All right.
So thank you very much for inviting me here today to be on this panel. It's truly an honour. Like your Prime Minister and Chief Minister has said today, there is great potential in the blue economy. And what I'm hoping to do today is to talk about some of the ways of tapping into the potential of that blue economy. As you've heard today, growing the blue economy supports the attainment of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 14 to conserve and sustainably use the oceans, seas and marine resources. The high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy is now made up of 19 of the world's leaders, including my Prime Minister, the Prime Minister of Australia, estimates that the oceans are providing now more than $2 trillion US in goods and services per annum, and that this will grow. In 2022, with the opening of the United Nations Conference on the Oceans, Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, said, "Sustainable ocean management could help the ocean produce as much as 6 times more food and generate 40 times more renewable energy than it currently does." The Secretary General went on to say, "We need sustainable business models for ocean economies to operate in harmony with the marine environment and to guarantee a sustainable seafood future." At the highest levels, there is a strong recognition of the potential to access the enormous untapped opportunity to grow our blue economy. And this is true at multiple scales. It's true at a global scale, a national scale, and a regional scale. And there's no shortage of political will. We've heard that today, and you can hear it similarly at other places around the world. And we have seen around the world that when the settings are right, businesses will invest and sustainable growth will occur. So what are some of the ingredients required to tap into or to realise this opportunity? As an Australian-based company, we operate in many countries, but as an Australian-based company, I'll draw on our experiences that we have in Australia, but also in areas that we've worked in South America, Europe, in particular. Historically, When we consider the blue economy industries, we think of some of the traditional industries we see in the ocean: transport and navigation, offshore oil and gas, wild capture fisheries, tourism. And the development has historically been focused on coastal areas or easy to access areas. But with advances in technology, these activities have moved progressively further offshore into high energy exposed areas, and often into new jurisdictions. We've moved out of the coast into the ocean. And the footprint and opportunities for these traditional activities grows day by day as technology opens up new ways to further tap into the opportunities provided by the oceans. And we should not forget that these industries that are already there and are already productive and producing wealth are and will remain vital contributions to the blue economy and to the prosperity of our respective nations. And this leads to my first point. The oceans already contain mature industries with a generally mature set of regulatory arrangements, whether they are area-based or use-based. They already occupy a substantial proportion of our country's marine estates. Our oceans are already busy. They are already access and sharing issues between users and between uses, and they are already rights holders. But as we look to grow and to add new industries and new ways of doing things in our oceans, as we look to our oceans to provide food and energy security for the future, how do we do that? But first, what are some of these new industries? And we've heard a lot about those this morning. They include ocean-based renewable energy, which becomes increasingly important as we decarbonise, as we look to enhance our sovereign capacities within our nations. And with improvements in technology and with scale and technological maturity, the levelised cost of energy will decline. Already globally, we have 75 gigawatts of offshore wind capacity installed. Predictions it will be close to 500 gigawatts by 2032, and by 2050, 2,000 gigawatts, which would equate to 15% of the world's energy generation, electrical energy generation. And that'll be just offshore wind alone. And it's not just wind. In my country, we are looking at the opportunities for wave energy. It is more consistent than wind, and so provides a firming capacity into a grid dominated by wind and solar. Recent work undertaken by my company indicates that the combined potential of accessible wind, and by that I mean wind that can be harvested and fed into the grid, and wave is many times our current installed capacity, many, many times. And here in Malaysia, we've heard today, Malaysia is seeking to be a leader in the development of ocean thermal energy conversion. I understand, and we've heard, that the potential for Sabah is something like 20 gigawatts alone, which is about 10 times the installed capacity of Sabah today, as far as I'm aware. So understanding our relative strengths, whether it's wave, wind, OTEC, where they occur, and how they can be integrated into existing grids or be developed to provide off-grid solutions, and then the planning for those is really important. Similarly with food, there's enormous potential. Globally, most wild capture fisheries are at or beyond sustainable catch levels. So while for some fisheries in some places, and we've heard that this morning, that there's an opportunity here, for most places, we are looking to aquaculture to do the work of producing 6 times more food. In my company, we're doing a lot of work on developing the technologies for developing finfish aquaculture offshore. We work primarily in salmon, kingfish and barramundi, depending on whereabouts in Australia you are. And we're also looking at technologies for growing seaweeds and shellfish much further offshore in more exposed environments. For finfish, we now have infrastructure that survives storms in seas where we have waves entering storms exceeding 10 metres in height. But operating in these environments is very expensive, and it's difficult, and it's dangerous. So we're developing autonomous systems, linking live video feeds and AI to feeding and health management. We're using boats that are between 80 and 100 metres long to service these facilities. And we're developing the next generation of fish farming technologies. These are pens that will submerge when a storm comes and rise to the surface for ongoing feeding and maintenance. These new emerging industries, renewable energy, offshore aquaculture, carbon capture and storage, biotechnology, will be increasingly important as we move forward. And this leads to my second point. These new industries are trying to establish an already busy space, as I said. And often the planning and regulatory environments need to be developed along with the technology. How do you apply as a developer or as an investor to do something that the regulatory system has not seen before, that the planning system has not seen before? How do you plan, if you're a government, to plan and regulate for something that you've not seen before? And as we go further offshore, it gets increasingly complex because we start to cross jurisdictional boundaries, and those boundaries can be contested as well. So as we're moving offshore, we're moving from sometimes state or regionally controlled waters into nationally controlled waters, into international waters. That brings a whole new sequence of challenges. In 2020, my company, the Blue Economy CRC, conducted a survey of about 40 of our partners to identify the challenges they faced when developing their businesses in the ocean. And while many of them, almost all of them, identified very specific research and development needs, which we have a research program to address, they shared a common concern about the lack of a clear, integrated marine planning and management framework. This concern was seen as a major risk to their businesses and provided uncertainty for investment. As companies, they could manage the risks of technology reasonably well. They're well developed, adapted to do that. But managing sovereign risk is really hard, particularly when the regulatory and planning environment is at best fluid and sometimes non-existent. So in response, we set out to develop a contemporary, and I mean that by a contemporary marine spatial planning framework to facilitate growth in the blue economy. And I'll just explain a little about what we've done in that space. With marine spatial planning, we see this as a public process of analysing and allocating the spatial and temporal distribution of human activity in marine areas to achieve ecological, economic and social objectives that have been specified through a political process. And we've heard this morning about the policy development that's been put forward by the Sabah and Malaysian governments. And Sabah has a long history of marine spatial planning with Malaysia's first marine spatial plan, the Sempurna Marine Spatial Plan, initiated over a decade ago. Historically, many marine spatial planning efforts had a focus on conservation planning. For example, it's been used to create Australia's marine protected area system. But the process goes well beyond conservation planning. With the right frameworks, with the right policy environment, and the right objectives, we can use marine spatial planning to promote sustainable food and energy production. The marine spatial planning process that we've been working on works by bringing together interested parties where new and existing industries come to the table with government to share their goals in a particular area and then work together to try and deliver those goals. In some areas, this already works. We bring everybody to the table and everybody can be accommodated easily. There isn't a need for any further planning beyond that other than regular review to ensure everything is working. The existing regulatory system is working in that space. But where that vision can't be delivered, and if there are multiple sectors aspiring to operate in the same area, then a marine spatial planning process would need to progress through a subsequent stage to produce a plan. And the plan itself would set out mechanisms to facilitate sustainable utilisation of the area by multiple sectors through an agreed process. It can identify areas and opportunities for spatial co-location, and it can also identify areas where that's not possible and where constraints will be imposed. It's a way of bringing traditional and historical use along with the newer uses that are coming along. It can also recognise traditional rights that may well exist over an area as well. The key benefits for industry of marine spatial planning are that it can clarify the regulatory process and make efficiencies that reduce the relevant licensing and approval processes. And this can be done, amongst us anything, by bringing together data and sharing data between sectors. And that ensures that we're operating off of an equivalent knowledge base. It gives certainty to investors about the placement of activities and confidence that decisions are made on consent applications will be robust. As a developer, you want a decision of government to allow you to do something to withstand contesting through the courts. So you need robust positions, and marine spatial planning can help with that. And it also, as a developer, provides a whole of government approach that supports industries working together. And there are key benefits of marine spatial planning for government. Marine spatial planning provides national and state government departments a pathway to sustainably manage areas of high interaction. Rather than just trying to manage in sectors and hope it works, it brings it all into one place. It provides a platform to discussion between and within departments. That can't be underestimated. Where I do a lot of work, the people that manage energy are very different to the people who manage fisheries, who are very different to the people who are managing marine parks, for example. And getting consistency and harmonisation across the government departments is just as important as the planning process itself. It enables access to data and tools for government to support an evidence-based decision-making process that considers cumulative impacts across all sectors. And ultimately, marine spatial planning can contribute towards delivering state and federal government policy commitments. So in summary, tapping into the blue economy can generate wealth and jobs. It can increase food security and produce renewable energy of the future. The blue economy will include current industries along with new and emerging industries. We will need new technologies, and the market, through strong industry research government partnerships like we have with the Blue Economy CRC, will be developing those technologies. But technology alone will not do it. There also needs to be a robust, fair, ethical and trusted process for efficiently and sustainably allocating space and access to our oceans, and for managing conflict in this space. Modern marine spatial planning provides a clear process for doing this that has benefits for government and industry. It provides the tools to develop a planning and regulatory environment where there is confidence for developers and financiers to invest in our blue economy while ensuring social, ecological values are recognised and managed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. John. Perhaps I forgot to explain the the rules of the game just now. So every speaker has 15 minutes. Thank you so much. You speak less than 15 minutes. So, no, it's so that gives me more time to ask you questions, right? But we will do that question later on after all the panelists have presented, okay? So thank you so much, Mr. John, once again. So I'll list down a few questions. We'll ask you later, all right? So now, I would like to call upon the next panelists, all right? We'll be talking about maritime prospect. We're talking about navigating legal water in critical success factor for Malaysia blue economy. Well, of course, when it comes to blue economy in Malaysia and in Sabah, Datuk Muhammad Sufyan Awang is no stranger to Sabah. You know, he has been here a couple of times already. He is the chairman of Maritime Institute of Malaysia. Just so you know, Institute of Malaysia is a policy research institute set up by Malaysian government to look into the matters relating to Malaysia's interests at the sea and to serve as national focal point for research in maritime sector. So Datuk Muhammad Sufyan has been 14 years of working experience in legal practice and 6 years in civil service. And he's also independent non-executive chairman of PECA Group. He is also a chairman of nomination committee, a member of audit risk management committee and remuneration committee of PECA Group Berhad. Well, Mr. Datuk Sufyan graduated from UiTM with a background of law, all right? Same here as well from UiTM too. Salam UiTM di hatiku, right? All right, so without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite Datuk Muhammad Sufyan Awang to do his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Firdausi Sufyan. Obviously, he's not my son. Yeah. Yang saya hormati my sifu over here, Tan Sri Anifah Aman. Good afternoon, sir. Tak lupa pada Tan Sri Majid, good afternoon. Your Honourable Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Salam Malaysia Madani, salam Sabah Maju Jaya. Today, I'll discuss on the title called Navigating Legal Waters, Critical Success Factors for Malaysia's Blue Economy. A brief about MIMA, although Dr. Ferdowsi already explained just now. The Maritime Institute of Malaysia, or MIMA, serves as a think tank for maritime policy research under the purview of the Ministry of Transport. And we are currently working closely with the Ministry of Economy and Sabah State Government via Secretariat Sabah Maju Jaya in developing the framework for blue economy. Malaysia is a nation comprising two distinct regions, as shown on the slides. The total landmass is 329,750 kilometers square, while its marine territories extends over 450,000 kilometers square, including the EEZ. Malaysia boasts a 4,675 kilometers coastline. The peninsula occupies a land of 131,598 kilometers square with a coastline of 2,068 kilometers. Sabah and Sarawak comprise an area of 198,060 kilometers square with a coastline of 2,607 kilometers. Sabah alone owns the longest coastline in Malaysia at 1,743 kilometers, covering 37% of the total Malaysia's coastline, thereby offering substantial prospects for the exploration and the development of the blue economy. The blue economy is simply defined as a sustainable utilization of ocean resources. Blue economy aims not only to foster economic growth, but also to enhance the quality of livelihoods, to generate employment opportunities, and to safeguard the integrity of ocean ecosystems. This covers various blue economy activities, including, but not limited to, as displayed here, renewable energy, and it was mentioned by Yang Amat Berhormat CM in his welcoming speech about OTEC, Ocean Thermal Energy Conversion. Secondly, fisheries management, tourism development, climate change mitigation, waste management, and the important part is the maritime transportation services. In general, the blue economy offers diverse importance. From the perspective of MIMA, as a maritime research institute, blue economy is important for the shoreline protection, and at the same time is contributed by the trade and transportation, as 90% of the world trade is via shipping. Ladies and gentlemen, it is pertinent to note that, as reported by PEMC in 2021, the gross value added by blue economy to Malaysia was estimated at an impressive 61 billion USD US dollars in the year 2015. Based on this achievement, Sabah is the first state in Malaysia to leverage the country's position in the blue economy by introducing the first blue economic strategic policy framework together with MIMA, aligned with the Sabah Maju Jaya Development Plan 2021-2025. Congratulations, Sabahan. And it is commendable that this achievement is a direct, profound wisdom of the Yang Amat Berhormat CM Sabah, and also the exemplary stewardship by Datuk Rosmadi, Datuk Sulai, along Tuan Ramli Karyah and Sabah Maju Jaya team. Round of applause to them. In the context of Malaysia, the blue economy is not limited to maritime assets. It is also extended to inland water bodies, including rivers. Notably, the blue economy significantly contributes to the Malaysia's economic landscape, accounting for 23% of the nation's GDP. The blue economy in Malaysia is supported by multifaceted sectors, including the shipping and port sectors that is the largest share, accounting for 38.6%, valued at 23.7 billion US dollars of the overall blue economy shown at the pie chart. The offshore oil and gas sector, which contributes 26.5%, and finally, marine tourism, fisheries, and marine research that further enhance the economic framework. Ladies and gentlemen, talking about illegal fishing and economic loss, it is with deep concern that I address the ongoing challenge presented by illegal, unreported, and unregulated IUU fishing. This results in an annual economic loss of 0.9 billion US dollars to Malaysia. Nearly 1 million metric tons of fish are illegally caught, or rather are used stolen by unauthorized foreign vessels. There are various key legal challenges pertaining to blue economy, which I will further elaborate in the next slide. One of the challenges in managing blue economy is the over-the-wall syndrome among government agencies and departments. Very classical example that we face at MIMA is between the Malaysia Maritime Department, or known as Jabatan Laut Malaysia, and the Department of Environment. Both involved in coastal and marine planning, but they have different mandates. The Malaysia Marine Department, or MMD, oversees marine transportation and navigational safety, while the DOE focuses on environmental impact assessment and pollution control. This resulted in fragmented governance, which not only hinders effective marine resource management, but also impact domestic and foreign direct investment, the DDI and FDI. To overcome this, the government officials must fully comprehend and understand, thus appreciate the blue economy principles and integrate them into their working frameworks. This alignment will promote clearer policies, instilling confidence among the private sectors, and improving investors' confident. Malaysia, as a signatory to the Paris Agreement, acknowledges our commitment to address global climate change. However, the adverse effects of climate change have compromised the critical blue economy sectors, such as fisheries, tourism, and coastal communities. The enforcement of the legal framework presents challenges, particularly in the context of IUU fishing, which negatively impacts livelihoods of coastal communities. Furthermore, inadequate monitoring and surveillance mechanism facilitate smuggling activities and violation of environmental regulation. The existing legal provision or laws need to be uplifted, reinforced, and embracing thus address issues like UN SDG and others. There is a significant deficiency of qualified professionals such as marine biology, marine biotechnology, environmental law, and maritime industries. These individuals must possess the requisite skills to implement, monitor, and enforce regulation pertaining to the blue economy. There is where the Sabahan experts are needed to drive blue economy as one of the fundamental pillars of Sabah Maju Jaya, focusing on human capital, talent building, and development. To effectively address these multifaceted challenges, it is imperative that we prioritize the following 5 fundamental success factors. First, integrated maritime governance. It is crucial and need to establish a centralized governing body to harmonize policies across diverse sectors, mitigate inefficiencies, and empower interagencies coordination. Secondly, strengthening monitoring and enforcement. It is essential to implement advanced surveillance technologies such as satellites and drone systems to monitor maritime domains and ensure the adherence to established regulation. Thirdly, environmental protection and climate resilience. These involve the revision of legal frameworks to incorporate principles of sustainability and resilience. Fourth, the Marine Spatial Planning, or MSP. It is super vital to adopt an ecosystem-based approach to the management of ocean resources to ensure sustainable utilization of our future generations. And finally, cooperations. We must strengthen frameworks, not only for national, but also for regional and international collaboration towards the success of blue economy. Adopting and finally implementing critical success factors is significant undertaking. Nevertheless, we at MIMA, as the strategic partner to the Sabah Maju Jaya Secretariat, remain steadfast in our dedication to Sabah state government. In fact, the collaboration engagement of government agencies, private sectors, entities, academic institutions, the international organization has culminated in today's event of Sibec, signifying a historical moment for MIMA ourselves and Sabah as a state and Malaysia as maritime nation at large. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, it is imperative to recognize that Malaysian blue economy presents a viable pathway towards sustainable development. Nonetheless, we must confront the legal and governance challenges in order to fully actualize its potential. We can assure the sustainable achievement of our blue economy while safeguarding the integrity of our marine ecosystem by addressing, number one, integrated governance, 2, rigorous enforcement, 3, comprehensive environmental protection, and strategic collaboration. We have begun our journey towards blue economy. Sabah has transitioned from mere aspiration of Yang Amat Berhormat Chief Minister of Sabah and Secretariat Sabah Maju Jaya to tangible realities within our reach. But 24 hours are not enough. We need to accelerate our efforts beyond the 24 hours framework to ensure that the blue economy would not only help to eradicate the extreme poverty, but also benefiting our future generation. With that, thank you.
Thank you so much, Datuk Sufyan. There are a couple of things that actually Datuk Sufyan highlighted, which I just want you to, I just want you to pay that. I just want you to know there are a couple of things that you highlight very important. For instance, like silos, number one. Number two, we talk about legal framework as well. And then, of course, the challenges embedded in blue economy. Now, before I ask you that question, just hold that thought because that's what I'm going to ask you in a bit, right? But before that, ladies and gentlemen, now our final speaker here, all right? He's a Sabahan, by the way, right? Mr. Rubin Loh. He'll be talking about digitalization and the latest innovation in science and technology igniting the blue economy. He's from Fugro, Asia Pacific region, from Selangor. If you don't know what is Fugro, Fugro is a geodata specialist company, and they collect and analyze comprehensive information about Earth and structure built upon it. If you remember what Professor Dr. Gunter was talking about earlier on, how important data for blue economy. So this is where you come in. This is quite important, especially when we talk about data. Of course, the question is, can we afford you? Hang on, hold that thought. I will ask that later, okay? So, Mr. Rubin, he has been around. He was a Sabahan, then later he went to Kuching, and then almost all over the country, yeah? Now, his company basically looking at data to ensure and also mitigate risk and drive effective decision. He is known for his analytical and strong communication skill, and he's always committed to listening first. No wonder you were listening a lot just now, all right? Okay, because it makes me talk a lot during our, short introduction just now. But anyway, Mr. Rubin here is from KK, from Tanjung Aru, but he is a very proud Sabahan who work abroad, right? So without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to Mr. Rubin Loh.
Right. Well, thank you, Dr. Firdausi, for the introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. How are we doing? I think everyone's still a bit sleepy after lunch. Like what Dr. Firdausi said, my name is Ruben. I am from Fugro. I'm the Business Development Manager looking after the Asia Pacific. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'd like to thank the organizers for this opportunity to share what Fugro's capabilities are. And I'd like to thank them too for the pleasant surprise. I wasn't quite expecting such a large amount of guests today. So it's a pleasure, and I look forward to sharing with you guys about Fugro and the great work that we're doing. So, digitalization and innovations supporting the blue economy. It's a very long sentence. I think I definitely need to shorten that. But very simply, we're going to go through and answer a couple of questions. First, I'm just going to go through and introduce Fugro. Some of you might have heard of us, but just so that we're on the same page. Then I'd like to go and speak about geodata. What is it? Why is it important? Then go on to speak about how is it important and relevant to the blue economy, and how does Fugro play a role in it. Right, so question one. Have you guys heard of Fugro? Now, some of you guys might have heard of us either through oil and gas, but some of you guys might have heard from us on the news. With MH370, Fugro was one, or if not, the company that was out there collecting data, trying to help in our pursuit and looking for MH370. Well, the easiest way to summarize in terms of who we are and what we represent is that we are a geodata specialist company. We understand the importance of geodata in terms of planning, construction, and managing any form of assets that you can find on Earth. We help our clients, particularly in energy, infrastructure, and the water markets in this part. So from the land to the sea, we have a service offering that will help. So one way that I like to share with people in terms of what exactly we are, of course, when people think geodata, don't quite get the picture. So there are 3 M's that we like to usually share. So if you think of anything to do with mapping, modeling, or monitoring, we are in those spaces. So if anyone here is interested, more than happy to have a discussion after this. Right, so again, next question. Geodata, what is it and why is it important? So geodata actually is the all-important information that characterizes everything on Earth. And to us, it is the information necessary to create a safe and livable world. Like this illustration that we have, you can see from the skies and space all the way down to the depths of the sea. There is data all around us. And it is an important factor in terms of being the foundation of all the decisions that we make to make our lives better, safer. So now, why is it important? So everything on Earth starts with characterization, facts and statistics. Without data, you can't have facts and statistics, right? So it is, sorry, one moment. And from the pictures I show here, Sabah has taken full advantage of characterizing the land and sea for the benefit of the Sabahan people, for development and prosperity. But that being said, with the development and prosperity, there comes risk. Now, I'm sure everyone here knows, the Earth, Mother Nature has its moments. And this is where I believe geodata plays a role as well, not only in the development and the prosperity of Sabah, but also in terms of preventing and mitigating risks, ultimately being able to save lives. That's the other side, of geodata. Now, so with geodata, like I mentioned before, mapping, modeling, and monitoring, that's what we do. And it gives us the power, ultimately, again, to mitigate and prevent unnecessary risk out there. So one way that we like to share and summarize about what geodata is, if you look at these Lego blocks, right? So the Earth is full of data of different kinds. Now, one thing is to extract it, but how do we apply it? So that's where we can come in. We will help with the acquisition, with the sorting arrangements that ultimately will be used and applied, to provide action, again, to provide and create a safe and livable world. So how is this relevant to the blue economy? So this is a very brief Oxford definition of what the blue economy is. I'm sure everyone here knows. It's a sector that seeks to conserve marine and freshwater environments while using them in a sustainable way to develop economic growth and produce resources such as energy and food. Again, the emphasis on development, production, conserve, and sustainability. So those are the keywords I want to highlight and emphasize here. Because, for all of us, we think about development and production. We have the renewables, we have the urbanization, we have the development, the tourism, the resources that the blue economy brings, all the fantastic stuff. But then there's the other side of it. Being conservative, sustainable, manageable. That's where the responsibility comes as well, right? From our coast to our oceans, our livelihood, that needs to be managed. After all, we have only one life and one world. All right, so where's Fugro's role in all of this? Again, coming back to this, our mission in Fugro is that we understand the importance of geodata, and we're on a mission to use what we know to create a safe and livable world. We do this by putting our geodata solutions at the heart of society's challenges: energy transition, climate change, and sustainable infrastructure. Because the reality is we live in a dynamic world. We have our pros and our cons. We have population growth, with increased urbanization, but then that comes also growing inequality and global warming. And this is something that we have coined as a series of wicked problems. They change over time. They're socially complex with uncertain roots and causes. And stakeholders, of course, hold different values to those changes and effects. And in some cases, it might seem too hard to solve. But then we take a different approach at Fugro because we believe that geodata is the first step when it comes to taking action to try and address these wicked problems. Now, in the case of blue economy, our focus is, of course, on water, coastal resilience, ocean health, inland waters. These are the core components that are important to us. And how we do that? We have the tools for the job. From our ships to our vessels, our satellites, drones, planes, instruments, autonomous sensors, we have all of this at our disposal to be able to collect the geodata necessary to help address these problems. There is not one component on our Earth that we confidently say that we cannot collect geodata from. So how am I doing for time? Okay, all right. So, just to share a bit in terms of our contribution so far. So we've been helping the United Nations for some time already. United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. It's a mouthful. But we've been helping them in consulting, to help with their aim to help reverse the cycle of declining ocean health. We've provided bathymetric data to the project Sibec 2030. More on that later. And why are we doing all of this? Well, one thing, we know that there's at least 75% of the seabed that's currently unmapped by direct observations. What we mean by that is that we have not collected data directly from the sea. Instead, most of it, the data we have available right now is from satellite gravity measurements. And we at Fugro know we can do something about it. So what we have done is that in all of our operations, all of our work that we do across the world, we understand the oceanography, we have the experience, we know the importance, and with our vessels, we have contributed to 2.6 million kilometers square of data for this Seabed 2030. an area essentially the approximate size of Algeria. And we've done this on our own accord because we know the importance of this kind of data. And how have we done it? We have a whole fleet of data collection opportunities, a whole fleet, sorry, of data collectors spread out all across the world, from uncrewed service vessels, specialized service vehicles, underwater autonomous vehicles, all of this to collect data because we truly believe that it is important that people know and are aware of what's happening on the bottom of the ocean. Yeah, skip a slide. And why we believe in this? Because we know there are benefits, both environmental, socio-economical, risk mitigation benefits, even knowledge that can be gained in terms of making key decisions that will help. Sorry, is it, okay. So we understand the need for this geodata. And this is what we've been doing all across Asia Pacific, in the Pacific with New Zealand and even in Singapore. And we build on this experience working with the Green Climate Fund, the World Bank, Asian Development Bank, all of these organizations on providing data to those who need it in the Pacific. That's where we started. We've worked on this focusing primarily on mapping using our airborne LiDAR capabilities. Now coming back to the mapping, modeling, and monitoring, I'll just show some examples here. So this slide here is actually on the country of the Republic of Palau. It's a Pacific island. And what we have done is first, with the opportunity given, we've been able to map the capital. We've been able to create digital surface models, elevation models, all of this for the better of the country. We've modeled it, we've taken that information, we've modeled it, we've been able to simulate the potential sea level rises, what the current scenario, the future scenarios of the coasts, and any potential additional floods. And on top of that, we've helped them monitor the place over time, providing seabed habitat classifications and satellite-derived digital elevation models over time. And what's good of all this data? So in the end, with all this information, we were able to help with their coastal management planning, flood risk mitigation management, asset management. We've been able to help essentially improve their lives for the better. That's what we believe. So in closing, to summarize, why is geodata important? And like I mentioned earlier, Mother Nature is the beast of its own. There is the good and there is the bad. You got to take the good and the bad side. But ultimately, we truly believe that it is what is needed to create a safe and livable world. And if there's one thing to take away, definitely, there's data all around us. It's just that we have to figure out how we want to use it. And that's where we believe Fugro, we are able to do so. Now this is a quote that I like, from Sir David Attenborough. And ultimately, what he said, the final chapter is ours to write. We know what we need to do. What happens next is up to us. I'm truly excited, being a fellow Sabahan, to see the prosperity and the development that has happened over the years. And I'm excited to see what's to come in the blue economy. Follow the land below the wind. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, thank you for your time. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much, Ruben. So, all right, it looks like, I think since morning until now, we have listened to what is blue economy is all about. So blue economy, I think pretty much everybody already know, it's all about sustainability, innovation, and of course, inclusivity as well. But the one that Prof. Gunter pointed out is a bit out of the box when he argued that, look, innovation, you have to have this, what in his book called biomimicry, where you have to emulate how nature should be part of your thinking to come up with innovation, number one. Number two is your business model as well, that you have to utilize resources sustainably, right? After all, nature is a great teacher. Now, the problem with any sustainability effort, we have witnessed this, even in co-op, 28 co-op, the recent co-op, all right? They were talking about inclusivity. Now, the Paris Agreement talked about the nationally determined contribution. Now, I want to ask Australia, experience on that. Inclusivity is not just a developing country challenges, but it's also, I mean, it's a world problem when we talk about inclusivity. So from your experience, CRC, in terms of inclusivity, how far inclusivity in Australia when it comes to blue economy?
It's on now? Yeah. So this goes to the core of how Australia wants to develop its blue economy is inclusivity and equitable sharing of the benefits of development. So yes, we need businesses to invest, but then how do you share those benefits equitably across the community? In Australia, one of the big debates at the moment is traditional rights. Who owns access to the ocean? And there's a lot of work being done in Australia and certainly in the CRC around First Nations interests and rights in the ocean. So how do we include First Nations interests in the ocean, and how do we ensure that the benefits of the use of our oceans are shared equitably amongst our whole community? And this is a really active debate in Australia at the moment, and there's no single answer right now, but it is absolutely a part of the thinking. And where it really comes out is particularly in the planning and then the consenting processes. And part of our planning and consenting processes require consultation. Historically, that consultation has probably not been done very well. Now there are designated seats at the table in that consultation process to ensure that there is full representation of stakeholders. And what is happening through our legal system is that if those interests are not well considered through the planning and approval places, it'll end up in a court system where it'll be arbitrated through our legal system. That's not good for anybody, because that tends to take a long time, it becomes very expensive and introduces risk all round. So there's a lot of incentive to ensure that there's that, through a planning process, that we get all of that inclusivity built in right at the start.
All right, that's very interesting when you talk about legal, yeah? Now, Dr. Sufyan, because something related as well, right? You mentioned silos and also legal issue in relation with inclusivity as well, and as well as regulation, right? The problem in any governance issue is always the top-down disintegrated and bottom-up disconnected because of silos, right? Now, blue economy is clearly the resources is given. It's a matter of governing it, managing it, coordinating it. Now, from your point of view, sir, Datuk, how do we prepare policymaker, industrial player to address the emerging challenges when it comes to blue economy?
Okay, good question. To me, of course, talking about working in silos is one thing, yeah, because as you said just now, somehow or other it's like top down, or especially in Malaysia. But to me, understanding the concept is at the stage of the government, the frameworks of blue economy. Now, the terminology of blue economy is still maiden to certain people, yeah. And like for example, in Ministry of Transport under MIMA, what was mandated to us is to focus on maritime economy instead of blue economy, right? we also work for EPU in terms of expanding the blueprint of blue economy. If you can see that discrepancies between MOT and also EPU, you see, in order to have this correlates, everybody have to understand the framework of blue economy, even to the extent of other states. Then only it works to me. If not, it doesn't work. Am I answering your question? Yeah. Yep. Thank you.
All right, that's clearly very good. Now, Ruben Loh, so, you know, data is everything, all right?
Yes.
Basically, you know, all this emergence of the big data analytics, pretty much you're involved with it. But the problem is always for us to really incorporate big data can be very expensive, right? Can be very costly as well. And sometimes when we look at country might probably have, in terms of fiscal capacity, it's not there, right? Now, how important data when it comes to blue economy is clearly, it's no-brainer because, you know, I mean, everybody knows that. Again, I would like to reiterate because Prof. Gunter really, you know, giving a very insightful information about how important data, right? And then how he look at the seabed and all the bacteria and how the ecosystem in the sea operates. Now, from your side, right? So when we champion this blue economy, so what are the first thing that we should do for Sabah?
Oh, okay. I think there's a couple of questions there. So I'll try and answer them in order. So your first question about the importance of data but the reality of how expensive it is. And that's true. That's a conversation we always have at the beginning. But we always tell our clients, you know, on one side, definitely it might upfront seem expensive. It might seem a lot. And like you said, you know, in terms of the financial capacity of the client, whether they're able to afford it. And for us, we always share with them that, you know, this geodata collection, processing, and analytics is a journey, right? So it's not a factor of how much it costs up front, but how much value that will provide, that maybe the cost might be saved at a later date. Because maybe, you know, let's say, for example, you invest X amount of millions at the beginning, but then the decision's made based on that information. How much more could that save you at the later stages? That's one thing a lot of clients don't really realize at the time, because they only see the number up front, right? And that's not their fault, because, you know, that's what they see. It's totally understandable. But for us, we will walk them through that. We'll be with them through that journey to the very end. So that's where we want to share, you know, that it's worth it in the long run. So that's question number one. In terms of, let's say, the second question we asked about what should Sabah do first in terms of for the blue economy data-wise. Personally, as a geologist, we always start with trying to map the area of interest first. So definitely mapping and characterizing what is there, you know, on the seabed, and understanding what is there enables us to make decisions as to what capacity of what we want to do with the resources, and then move on from there. So I would say my answer will be mapping. Definitely is a key important thing.
Just to add on to that, from our experience with the Australian marine environment, there is a lot of information that is out there, but it's not accessible to everybody or many people. So what we're trying to do is work out protocols and methods for data sharing. So the oil and gas industry has a huge amount of information about our seabed and about the flora and fauna of the sea, but it's not shared with other sectors. So a new industry comes along, whether it might be OTEC, not in Australia necessarily, or wind, that data has to almost be refound or remeasured because we haven't got good systems for sharing. So one of my my things I'd say to Sabah is that there's probably data out there already, and there will be a lot of data collected over the future. Ensure that you've got good ways of collecting and sharing between sectors. Break down those silos early. It's a lot more efficient.
Well, of course, in the end of the day, it's always data that actually help in terms of governing and coordinating more efficient, right? Now, we're just about to heat up, but, you know, question is always the time that really envious here because, you know, I just got a note, please wrap up. Anyway, welcome back, Datuk Rosmadi. Anyway, look, there's more question that I actually want to ask when it comes to inclusivity and technology incorporating it. Because I think when it comes to budget, I just want you to say it. You know, it's always creating value. Because in the end of the day, the state of Sabah, really, when you talk about putting money in, it's a question of priority. So I think currently what the state of government of Sabah is doing right now, of course, is pushing the blue economy. And you heard from our Prime Minister just now, in his budget speech, he talked about ecological fiscal transfer as well, which he put up 250 million, which is the highest ever recorded for the state to grow, to make sure pushing sustainable effort, right? Ladies and gentlemen, I really wish, you know, we can have more conversation, you know, on blue economy because I really want to know what's going on in Australia. Like how much people actually buy into blue economy, how many people actually really go into the bandwagon of blue economy in Australia. But it's all right, we can hold that question, I'll ask you later. Now, if you guys have any question, don't worry, you guys can just Google these people, their name is there, and email is there as well. Now, before I wrap up, I just want to tell everybody that, you know, we plant the seed today because we believe in tomorrow. Sabahan champion blue economy today because we want sustainability to grow. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Back to you, over to you, Ben.
You're most welcome, Dr. Firdausi Sufyan. Please remain on stage to express appreciation for our moderator and panelists. I would like to invite Datuk Dr. Rosmadi Datuk Sulai to present them with a token of appreciation. We begin with Dr. John Worthington, Chief Executive Officer of Australia Blue Economic Cooperative Research Centre. Datuk Muhammad Sufyan bin Awam, Chairman of Maritime Institute of Malaysia. Mr. Ruben Loh, Business Development Manager, Fugro. And our charming moderator, Dr. Firdausi Sufyan, Chief Executive Officer, Invest, Sabah Berhad.
Gentlemen, if I may request all of you to please step forward for a group photograph session. Underpinning the blue economy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for our moderator and speakers on this very first forum in our afternoon session. Thank you very much to all of our distinguished guests on stage.
Sekali lagi terima kasih diucapkan kepada moderator dan para panelis. Dan kami ingin mengambil kesempatan untuk ucapkan selamat datang kepada para penonton, pelayar-pelayar yang sedang menyaksikan secara penstreaman langsung menerusi YouTube Sabah GOV. Dan untuk makluman, bolehlah juga anda muat naik di media sosial dengan hashtag ataupun tanda pagar Sibec 2024. Alright Ben, let's resume the afternoon session. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Obi. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now continue our next plenary session. It is titled Blue Economy Key Drivers for Development Framework, Developing ASEAN Blue Economy Framework. And we have a distinguished speaker from Indonesia. Allow me to introduce to you Dr. Amalina Adinigar Santi. She currently serves as the Deputy Minister of Economic Affairs at the Ministry of National Development Planning, Bappenas of Indonesia, a position that she has held since 2020. And prior to this, she was the Senior Advisor to the Minister of Economy and Financing of Indonesia. She is known also as Dr. Winnie. She holds a PhD in economics from the University of Melbourne, Australia, as well as advanced degrees in engineering and management from prestigious institution. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Amalia Adinigar Widyasanti.
For inviting me to this important event. And I do apologize that I cannot come in person because actually this time is the transition time of our new government, and tomorrow is the inauguration of our new president-elect. And we everyone in, especially the official of the government, need to stand by in our country because of this transition time. So we do apologize for that, and I'll be happy to share with you from the online platform regarding to the blue economy in Indonesia and also in ASEAN. As mentioned by the previous presenters, blue economy is actually very much potential as the new sources of economic growth. Blue economy can be the engine of growth with a sustainable perspective, inclusive, and from blue economy, we can also create value added from the ocean resources that we have. So this is why Indonesia, as the large archipelagic nation, really see that blue economy will be our new engine of growth. In particular, for the next presidency, we'll put blue economy as the priority of our development program. So blue economy is actually the new paradigm. We have to shift our paradigm from conventional economy to new economic paradigm, and one of them is blue economy. So that's why us Indonesia has modalities in blue economy. Such we have 17,500 islands across the nation. We also have oceans and seas, as much as 65% of our total area. We also have 3 million kilometers square of exclusive economic zone. And then we are actually number 2 globally for the aquaculture production. And 40% of the global trade is by sea, passes through Indonesia's archipelagic sea lines. And we also consisting of 22.6% of global mangrove area and 18% of global coral reef area. So with that, Indonesia in last year, during the ASEAN chairmanship of Indonesia in 2023, along the ASEAN chairmanship, on the sideline of the ASEAN Indonesian chairmanship in ASEAN last year, we launched the Indonesia Blue Economy Roadmap. And then in the Indonesia Blue Economy Roadmap, we highlighted the priority sectors of Indonesia Blue Economy, which is capture and aquaculture fisheries, marine-based industries, trade, transportation, logistics, tourism, especially marine-based tourism, and also we will uplift the emerging sectors such as ocean renewable energy, biotech and bioeconomy from the ocean, research and education related to the marine resources and marine ecosystem conservation. So the question is that how blue economy can be the sources of economic growth of a country. Actually, Indonesia right now would like to have blue economy as an engine of growth. We understand that this is one of the tools for us that to promote and to accelerate our Indonesian economic growth, but at the same time, we can have it inclusively, sustainably, and inclusively. So blue economy is perceived as the tools to promote and to accelerate high economic growth with a more sustainable and a more inclusive way. So actually, the economic growth can be produced if we improve the productivity. Productivity can be promoted by science, technology, and innovation. So we would like to uplift and promote the blue science and technology and innovation. And in addition, which is this is the main core of the blue economy for the engine of Indonesian economic growth is creating value added from the ocean resources. Because the economic growth can be created while we are creating the value added activity. Well, while we are creating value added products, then that will create a more multiplier effects to the country, and that is actually become the engine of Indonesian economic growth. So, uh, Indonesia is really committed in promoting blue economy issues at bilateral and multilateral forum. For example, we have a joint statement on cooperation in field of blue economy with Sweden. We also carry over the ASEAN Leaders Declaration on the Blue Economy in Brunei Darussalam. Indonesia also have collaboration with Australia to promote blue economy bilaterally and region. And uh, in 2023, as I mentioned, Indonesia Chairmanship 2023, and one of the priority economic deliverables is to promote ASEAN Blue Economy Framework. And then this ASEAN Blue Economy Framework is adopted by the leaders of the ASEAN in September 2023. So Indonesia becoming the initiator, the, the leader of the blue economy in the ASEAN region, because Indonesia is together with the ASEAN countries initiated and promoted the ASEAN Blue Economy Framework, and then by the end of the last year, all ASEAN member countries agreed to promote ASEAN Blue Economy, and then ASEAN Blue Economy will be a common concern for ASEAN region, and we believe together that blue economy can be the new engine of ASEAN's economic growth. So Indonesia doesn't want to work alone on blue economy. As ASEAN region is a unity, ASEAN have worked together because ASEAN countries need to accelerate the economic growth. Not only Indonesia need growth, but all other ASEAN countries need growth. So in this context that Indonesia, hand in hand with the ASEAN member countries, would like to promote the blue economy for the benefit and for the prosperity of the ASEAN region. In terms of Indonesia's blue economy, Indonesia will establish the blue economy hub in the western part of Indonesia and then in the eastern part of Indonesia. For the western part of Indonesia, we will establish the blue economy hub in Riau Island, which is not far from Malaysia region. So meaning that Indonesia and Malaysia can bilaterally can work together to promote blue economy that will benefit to our economy, not only for Indonesia. So on the eastern part of Indonesia, we'll establish the Blue Economy Hub in Maluku area. Now, I would like to ASEAN Blue Economy Framework. As I mentioned before, that ASEAN Blue Economy Framework is adopted in September 2023. It is adopted by the ASEAN leaders. And then this year, we carried over the ASEAN Blue Economy during the Laos chairmanship. And then next year, there will be Malaysia will be the chairman of the ASEAN next year, and then Indonesia would be very much happy to work together with Malaysia to carry over again the ASEAN Blue Economy during the Malaysia chairmanship. This year, during the Laos chairmanship, we carried over together Indonesia support our Laos, and we work together with Laos to really put forward the ASEAN Blue Economy in the ASEAN region. So I have talked to the head of delegates from Malaysia that attended the ASEAN Task Force on Blue Economy in Laos in Vientiane, and then I already discussed a lot with her, and then Indonesia really appreciated Malaysia to carry over, and then we'll be happy to support and work together with Malaysia to carry over this ASEAN Blue Economy. The question is that why ASEAN need sources of economic growth. If we look at the growth data of the ASEAN member countries, and most ASEAN countries growing slower in the post-COVID period. Not only Indonesia, but also other countries in the region of ASEAN experienced a slowing economic growth. And also, the other important issues that most of the ASEAN countries are already in the middle income trap. That's why if you would like to achieve the high income status, most ASEAN countries needs to have higher economic growth. But the question is that where is the sources that can contribute to the higher economic growth of the ASEAN countries? And then we offer this blue economy as a new sources of the economic growth. ASEAN can work together because ASEAN is connected by the seas and oceans. Oceans and the seas are not separated the ASEAN countries, but oceans and the seas can be perceived to connect and to link all ASEAN economies together to become a unity of the economy that we can share prosperity together, and we can work together to have a higher economic growth. The other issue is that the Blue Economy Development, if we look at the Blue Economy Development Index of ASEAN, is not still optimal. We have some ASEAN countries, including Indonesia and Singapore and Timor-Leste, have low economic contribution in Blue Economy Development Index. And then meaning that there are more to be done, more to work on blue economy. We have to create value that is based on the ocean resources in the region. So I would like to give the examples of what is actually can create value added from the ocean resources. I would like, this is one of the huge potential of, we call it marine bioeconomy potential. And one of them is fish, and fish byproducts, we can create something from them. Fish protein hydrolysats, omega-3 fatty acids, collagen, gelatin can be produced from the fish and fish byproducts. And it is estimated to be over 20 million tons a year. And the ASEAN fish processing industry is valued at around 30 billion US dollar. Marine sponge and invertebrates. It is a source of bioactive compounds with potential applications in pharmaceuticals, particularly to develop the anti-cancer and antiviral drugs. And the potential is that the global market for marine-derived pharmaceuticals is projected to reach around 10.3 billion by 2025. ASEAN's marine biodiversity, particularly in the Coral Triangle, provides a rich source of novel bioactive compounds for drug development. Marine algae is used for biofuels, nutraceuticals, and high-value chemicals. Chitin and chitosan, the cells of crustaceans, can be used for water treatment, biomedicine, agriculture, and food additive. So ASEAN, particularly Thailand, Vietnam, and Indonesia, is actually a significant producer of crustaceans globally, and it is provide a steady supply of the raw materials. So other potential is ASEAN ocean renewable energy. I will explain in details later. Marine ecotourism. For example, marine tourism accounts for about 50 to 80% of Bali's and Phuket's GDP. Mekong River cruises offers immersive journey from 6 to 14 days in comfort, and also seaweed potential for value added, such as for livestock feed, extract, agar, biostimulants, and so on. So, there are also other ASEAN blue economy potentials, such as we can work together on plastic marine pollution, because we understand that plastic in marine, in ocean, is really a big threat for our life now and in the future. So we have to work together to handle and to solve these issues, plastic marine pollution. And among the ASEAN countries, ASEAN countries are among the largest contributors to ocean plastic pollution globally. It is estimated that ASEAN produces over 31 million tons of plastic waste annually. Indonesia, the Philippines, Vietnam, and Thailand are among the top 10 countries in the world for mismanaged plastic waste. And then ASEAN also is going to work together on ocean accounting. Indonesia will share our experiences to calculate the ocean assets. And also, Indonesia already do the ocean economy or maritime GDP, then we can share it with the ASEAN countries soon. And regarding to the plastic waste, actually ASEAN countries, Indonesia and Malaysia as well, can work together to reduce the marine pollution by use the plastic waste to become new products. Plastic waste is actually can be recycled into other usable products such as mouse, bottles, that is actually stated in the picture here in this slide is the example that plastic waste can be used and produced to become a recycled mouse and recycled bottle. And I would like also to share with you regarding to the journey of the ASEAN Blue Economy Framework. This is actually the journey of ASEAN in promoting the ASEAN Blue Economy Framework. We understood that on the 38th ASEAN Summit 2021 in Brunei Darussalam, there is ASEAN Leaders Declaration on the Blue Economy. And then in at the end of 2022, during the handover of ASEAN chairmanship to Indonesia, Indonesia stated the idea to put forward the blue economy that already been declared during the Brunei Darussalam chairmanship. And then Indonesia put its commitment. And then during the Indonesia's chairmanship in ASEAN in 2023, Indonesia hosted the first ASEAN Blue Economy Forum on the sideline of our ASEAN chairmanship. And then in August, we finalized the ASEAN Blue Economy Framework. And in September, the ASEAN leaders adopted the ASEAN Blue Economy Framework. In this year, 2024, Indonesia is actually work together with Laos. So Laos, supported by Indonesia and when supported by other ASEAN member countries, already been successful to establish the ASEAN Coordinating Task Force on Blue Economy. The first meeting of ASEAN Task Force on Blue Economy is held in August, and also back-to-back with the first ASEAN Task Force Blue Economy meeting. Back-to-back with that, Indonesia also supported. We joined, there is a co-hosted, Laos and Indonesia co-hosted the second ASEAN Blue Economy Forum. And then next, our homework is in ASEAN to formulate the implementation plan of ASEAN's Blue Economy. And the Blue Economy Forum will be held annually. I have talked to the Malaysia delegates, the representative from Malaysia that attended the first ASEAN Coordinating Task Force Blue Economy meeting, that we have discussed with Malaysia delegates that Malaysia will carry over the blue economy next year during Malaysia chairmanship, and Malaysia also will host and will organize the third Blue Economy Forum in Malaysia. So we really thank to Malaysia to collaborate on this blue economy issue, and we understand that blue economy is very important, not only for us, but also for the region. So in ASEAN Blue Economy Framework, ASEAN defines the blue economy is an integrated, holistic, cross-sectoral, and cross-stakeholder approach that creates value added and value chain of resources from oceans, seas, and freshwater in a more inclusive and a more sustainable way, making the blue economy the new engine for ASEAN's future economic growth. So again, in our definition of ASEAN blue economy, we define that blue economy also include not only oceans and seas. If you look at again that ocean resources from oceans, seas, and freshwater, especially for Mekong River, because we would like to be ASEAN blue economy have to be inclusive. There is one country which is landlocked, which is Laos, is a landlocked countries. They don't have oceans, they don't have seas, but they have Mekong rivers, which is connected to the seas and oceans. So we include freshwater, especially Mekong River. So all ASEAN region, ASEAN countries can benefit from the blue economy agenda. So in ASEAN blue economy, the blue economy is perceived to be the ASEAN's new engine of growth, with the principle of value creation, inclusivity, and sustainability. So value creation meaning that we need and we have to generate economic value from the ocean and inland water in a more responsible way. Inclusivity means that all stakeholders, businesses, MSMEs, all ASEAN countries have to be able to access the benefits from the blue economy. So sustainability meaning that ensuring environmental and social sustainability in pursuing blue economy activities. So there are blue strategies actually stated on the ASEAN Blue Economy Framework document. The blue strategies is blue conservation management. So marine protected area, marine conservation is important. One of things is marine plastic pollution. And secondly, second strategies is blue science, technology, and innovation. And the third one is blue priority sectors. And these blue strategies have to be equipped with the blue enablers. What is the blue enablers? This is the enabling environment to support the implementation of the blue strategies. Those are infrastructure, institutional setting. One of the institutional setting that we set up is actually blue is the ASEAN Coordinating Task Force on Blue Economy, and also the ASEAN Blue Economy Forum is the institutional setting that we set up to provide the enabling environment for the blue strategies can happen. The third is capacity building, and we already undertaken some capacity building for ASEAN countries on blue economy. And the fourth enabler is blue finance. So this is actually the strategy of the blue ASEAN blue economy. Strategy number one, which is the blue conservation management, implementing a neutral carbon balance, promoting sustainable use, increasing resilience, and blue science, technology, and innovation, addressing technology and digital gaps among ASEAN member countries, improving the use of technological innovation, encourage the ASEAN think tank or research center on blue economy. And for the blue priority sectors that we propose, the priority areas for blue economy is sustainable fishery and aquaculture, marine-based industries, marine transportation logistics, renewable energy, ecotourism, and biotech and bioeconomy. So how many minutes that I have so far right now? So this is the example of blue economy as a value added. This is example of renewable energy on the lake. And this is the example of aquatic-based tourism or marine-based tourism in Indonesia. And this is marine biotechnology and bioeconomy. And ocean renewable energy, such as tidal barrage, tidal in-stream, wave, ocean thermal, salinity gradient, and so on. So Indonesia as well have a potential on ocean renewable energy. For ocean thermal energy conversion or OTEC, we have a map on it. For tidal energy, which is power produced by the surge of ocean waters during the rise and fall of the tides, this is the potential location in Indonesia. We also have potential of renewable for wave energy potential. The location is already identified in this area. And through PLN, the Indonesian government is considering and reviewing the implementation of sea current and wave energy power plant with potential in Bali, West Nusa Tenggara, and East Nusa Tenggara. And at the end of 2022, the Swedish Wave Energy Company and PLN Indonesia Power signed a memorandum of understanding to develop the large-scale wave energy park, or so-called WaveL. If you look at the ASEAN potential, ASEAN also very much a huge potential for ocean renewable energy. In Malaysia itself, you have OTEC Research Center in KL, looking at Sabah as potential site for OTEC studies, and also in Philippines, Brunei, Vietnam, Indonesia, Myanmar, Singapore, and so on. This is example of Singapore tidal turbine demonstration with 50 kilowatt tidal in stream, and ocean renewable energy progress in ASEAN. In Brunei, aims to increase energy efficiency and to achieve a 10% increase in renewable energy share of the national energy mix by 2035, but there is no specific policy on ocean renewable energy. For Malaysia, you are progressing actually. Malaysia 11th Malaysia plan released in 2016 entitled Encouraging Sustainable Energy Use to Support Growth. And you are going to have a national roadmap on ore, law on OTEC, and the first OTEC plan in the Southeast Asia region. So Indonesia is going to move forward on this ocean renewable energy, and we are going to follow our brother Malaysia for utilizing ocean renewable energy. This is also another progress in Philippines and Singapore, and also Thailand and Vietnam. So again, ASEAN Blue Economy is going to start the implementation phase, and we established ASEAN Coordinating Task Force on Blue Economy. And again, Indonesia would like to work together with Malaysia hand in hand, especially for Malaysia chairmanship, to carry over the blue economy during the Malaysian chairmanship next year. And Indonesia will be ready to support Malaysia on this, so we can utilize optimally to have blue economy as our new sources of economic growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amalia Adininggar Widyasanti, Team Leader Indonesia Blue Economy Roadmap, Deputy Minister of Economic Affairs, Ministry of National Development Planning Indonesia. And we would like also to congratulate Indonesia on the inauguration of President-elect Prabowo Subianto. Selamat buat Indonesia di atas pelaksanaan Sumpah Janji Presiden dan Wakil Presiden di Jakarta esok tanggal 20 Oktober. Ben, let's proceed to our next
All right,
session.
ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Obi. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in the past few months leading towards our conference, there were plenty of engagements that were done with industry players, and one of the topics that was raised frequently is funding and finance. And I'm certainly pleased today, as the Master of Ceremonies, to see that this topic is one of the highlights for our interactive forum that will be presented here on stage shortly. And it is my pleasure to introduce our moderator for this topic. Datuk Architect James Wong is a highly respected Sabahan architect entrepreneur who built JWA Design and Build from the ground up into one of the largest international award-winning construction companies in Sabah. Today, his company boasts over 35 management staff and a dedicated team of 150 workers on site. A proud and passionate Sabahan, Datuk James firmly believes that Sabahans can compete on the global stage if given the opportunity. In addition to his architectural success, Datuk James is a dynamic entrepreneur. He has founded several fast-growing Sabahan brands, including, I'm sure you know this, Uinah Sabah, one of my favorite beverages, Miss Reno, a one-stop hardware trading Go-Go Box, F&B and luxury tiny homes, prefabricated housing solutions, showcasing his versatility and commitment to driving local innovation across multiple industries. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you Datuk Architect James Wong.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to our wonderful MC. Why don't we give it up for MC Ben? Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is always very tough to be able to moderate, especially after lunch. So I'll try to make this session as interactive and as, relatable as possible. First and foremost, a very good afternoon to our distinguished guests, to Tan Sri, Datuk, the organizers of this wonderful Sibec 2024 event, as well as everybody here who is participating. So first and foremost, I think part of our moderation, before I introduce some of the distinguished panels that I'm going to be introducing very shortly, I'll give you a quick overview, and I'll try to make this as relatable and efficient as possible. We're going to be going through a quick introduction of the speakers, and then we'll have an overview of what we want to achieve during this session and the outcomes during this interactive forum. I will then allow very short presentations from 2 or 3 of the panelists, and then we'll have a quick Q&A session, so we'll try to make it as efficient as possible. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite our panelists. There will be 2 panelists who will be joining us physically, and then there will be another one who will be sharing virtually. But the first speaker that I want to introduce very quickly is Miss Stephanie Russo, who is the Executive Director of Pollination Group, Sydney, Australia. Let's give her a hand. And for our second speaker, we have Miss Ruzina Hassan, the Political Counselor of Global Issues from the British High Commission, Kuala Lumpur. Let's give it up for Miss Ruzina. And then later, we're going to be having someone called Miss Farah Inrana Hussain, who is actually going to be sharing virtually. And she's the head of Sustainable Finance and ESG Advisory, Capital Markets and Investment Department of the World Bank Treasury, World Bank Group, Washington, United States. So, ladies and gentlemen, just in terms of an overview of what we want to be able to cover today, is that this interactive forum called Empowering Blue Economy, Finance Incentives and Investment Strategies will explore the critical role of finance mechanisms, of incentives and investment strategies in fostering the growth of a sustainable blue economy. And as a global interest in ocean resources intensifies, there is a pressing need to align financing and environmental sustainability with social responsibility. And so, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to invite Ms. Stephanie Russo to come and give her and share her thoughts on this topic today. Thank you. Let's give it up for Stephanie.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. It's a really exciting time to be thinking about the blue economy. I think we've spent a long time thinking about terrestrial and green environments. And so it's great to see this on the agenda and the leadership that Sabah is showing internationally in this space. With my time, I really wanted to help set the scene really regarding financing and investment opportunities. So what are the potential new and additional sources of finance that we can unlock to support the ambitious agenda that Sabah has set around the blue economy, but more broadly around sustainable ocean, coast and marine resource use? So an important element of actually being able to bring to life the ideas that we've been talking about today is that financing side. And so for me in particular, in my career and in the work that I do at Pollination, I focus on environmental markets. So particularly on the ability to use finance and investment and market systems to support sustainable economic development by reorienting economic activities to reduce the harmful impacts they may have on the environment, so on our coastal and marine environments, but also to manage the health of those assets, which are fundamentally important for the economic prosperity that we have as nations. So there's many different numerous opportunities and financing sources and investment sources, and I won't go through all of those, and I am conscious of time, James. But I just wanted to very briefly run us through a bit of a whirlwind of 3 potential opportunities that can support the activities that we're looking to do here. So the first is blue-themed bonds, and then I'll also talk about environmental markets, particularly carbon markets and biodiversity markets. So if we start with the blue-themed bond market, there isn't necessarily a single definition of what a blue-themed bond is, but in general we can think of them as financial instruments that are used to raise finance for activities which support the Sustainable Development Goal 14 related to our oceans, seas and marine resources. And as we think about the blue-themed bond market, this has grown quite significantly in the last couple of years. So the first issuance happened internationally in 2018, and since then we've seen more than 40 blue-themed bonds. But the size of the blue-themed bond market, if we compare it to green bonds, is still fairly limited. So as you can see on the screen here, it's been about $6.8 billion that's been raised through blue-themed bonds. But globally, the green bond market over the same period has been just under about 600 billion. So there's a huge amount of growth and opportunity for us as we unlock blue-themed bonds and the opportunities that they represent. And the global bond market global debt market is actually $100 trillion, with $1 trillion changing hands. So there is money available, and part of it is about how we unlock these opportunities. So if we think about the types of bonds that are available, by far and away the largest proportion of bonds that have been issued have been use of proceeds bonds. So for those not familiar with use of proceeds bonds, those are instruments, debt instruments that are used to raise finance that then is used and can be channeled into a selection of pre-approved activities that have a marine, coastal or ocean-based project with a positive sustainability outcome. And you can see over time we've seen the growth of issuance of bonds, but particularly the use of proceeds bonds. Another trend, and I've noticed that it might be a little bit difficult to read these slides here, but if we think about the ways in which these bonds can be used, far and away the largest proportion of bonds are used for nutrient and water management, as well as fisheries and aquaculture, and also biodiversity. But over time we're seeing this starting to change, but usually they need to be connected to an economic activity. And there's a lot of potential here as you see the different thematics on the board with what we've been talking about as the areas of growth and opportunity for Sabah in the blue economy. Turning to environmental markets, and a very, very brief 101, environmental markets usually involve the trade of a unitised form of benefit, often referred to as a credit. And if we think about coastal and marine projects in the coastal and marine environment, there's a number of different benefits that can be provided from those projects that can be unitised and monetised through environmental markets. And I really want to focus on the two at the bottom there, biodiversity and carbon markets. So carbon markets internationally are growing in their use quite significantly, and they cover both emissions trading schemes and carbon taxes, and also carbon credit-based mechanisms. And the carbon credit-based market is one that is familiar to Sabah, and Sabah actually has the first carbon credit project within Malaysia that was recently auctioned through the Bursa Exchange. In terms of the opportunity for Malaysia, the NBS market, so nature-based solutions related to carbon credits, is still nascent, but there's a significant growth potential and opportunity for Malaysia. And as you can see on here, Malaysia in general has the potential to provide up to 3% of the world's nature-based solutions, and nature-based solutions can provide up to 30% of the world's carbon emissions reductions that are required to keep our climate within a safe level. And if we look at Sabah in particular, there are strong opportunities related to coastal and marine ecosystems, so what we call blue carbon, so mangrove conservation and restoration, but seagrasses as well. This is just highlighting some of the different opportunities related to nature-based solutions, and under that wetlands heading where we have mangroves, marshes, seagrasses and peatlands, they're generally the types of ecosystems that we're talking about when we are thinking of blue carbon ecosystems, but increasingly we're also seeing new approaches develop in relation to ocean ecosystems and ocean mineralisation. I won't go through this in any great detail, but one of the things that I did want to highlight just on this graph here, this graph compares the price of blue carbon credits compared to a benchmark of nature-based credits in the international voluntary carbon market. And there's a very interesting trend that you can see here. The dark blue line on the top is the price of blue carbon, and the light blue line is the benchmark for nature-based carbon, non-blue carbon solutions. And in the market we can see that where there are strong co-benefits, blue carbon has an incredible amount of biodiversity co-benefits, coastal resilience benefits, as well as community livelihoods that the market has been and is willing to pay for those co-benefits, and so represents a significant opportunity that could be unlocked to support the activities we've been talking about. At its peak, the international carbon market was worth about $2 billion and is projected to be somewhere between $30 to $50 billion by 2030. So if we can unlock the right policy settings, there's a significant opportunity there to support the activities that we would like to see undertaken and to support the blue economy in Sabah. Finally, on biodiversity credit markets, and recently my organisation undertook the second period of reporting on the state of voluntary biodiversity credit markets. And you can see that just under $2 million has come through voluntary biodiversity markets. So a pretty small part of the market, the voluntary biodiversity credit market. But biodiversity markets are projected to generate or be worth around $180 billion by 2050. So there's significant potential for the biodiversity benefits that come with the sustainable use of our marine and ocean ecosystems to also unlock financing opportunities. And this can be used alongside more traditional productive outcomes, so you can have fisheries plus biodiversity outcomes, for example, and similarly in the carbon space. Just to give you a sense of how rapidly the biodiversity market landscape is evolving, on here we've got the number of national and also private programs that are developing. Not as broad-ranging as you would have seen on the previous slide around carbon credit markets, but significantly growing internationally. The other thing that I just finally wanted to note was really in the terms of the types of ecosystems that are covered by biodiversity credit markets. As I mentioned at the beginning, we often have a bias, and we have for many years as a society, to focus on terrestrial ecosystems and green economies. And as you can see here, that's also reflected in the current approach to the coverage of biodiversity credit markets. But increasingly, there is a lot of attention being paid to the role that these biodiversity markets can also play in the coastal and marine ecosystems. So I will leave it there. But just wanted to say there are significant opportunities coming from a variety of different sources in these markets that can be used to complement the sustainability goals and the environmental goals alongside the blue economy ambitions for Sabah. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Stephanie. That was very insightful, especially topics regarding blue-themed bonds. Later, I think in our Q&A session, we'll probably dive a little bit deeper of how Sabahans could actually access that. And then you also mentioned about the high price that we could actually achieve from blue carbon credits. Actually, that's a very new topic, or a new topic to me. So I think it would be great if we could dive into that. And as you know, a lot of the participants today are actually from the government sector, who have the capability or the power to develop new policies, to create that kind of policy framework, because you mentioned about unlocking policy support and breaking some of these hurdles to be able to access these. So we'll talk a little bit about that later. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Ruzina Hassan. She is the Political Counselor for Global Issues at the British High Commission of Kuala Lumpur. And in the role, she leads on setting the strategic direction on matters relating to foreign policy, climate change, and energy, as well as development and humanitarian assistance, and science and technology. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Ms. Ruzina Hassan. Thank you.
Thank you, James. And I just firstly want to commend Sabah government and the ambitions for developing its own blue economy. I've learned so much just from this morning's sessions. So I was actually asked to speak about the role of foreign policy when it comes to the blue economy. And I just, before I go into the foreign part of that, I wanted to just reflect a little bit about how my government, the UK government, looks at the blue economy. There isn't a sort of a national one strategy, but what we do is look very much at centralizing the work on the blue economy. We've had a new government recently, and our new foreign minister has asked for nature-based solutions and climate to be at the heart of all our government activities. I think what that means for the blue economy is that those ministries that have an angle when it comes to oceans, when it comes to coastal erosion, are all now working to one goal, and this is about our ambition to be net zero by 2050. So that's kind of the strategic direction that we've been given. So when it comes to foreign policy, what does that mean? As a diplomat, we are asked to sort of use our tools to promote our priorities on sustainability and climate, and within that falls blue economy. So the tools are quite different, and I'm going to talk about sort of 3 areas really. So one is the multilateral, the big settings where we have big events, and there are 2 very big events happening from Monday actually. We have COP16, which is the big climate conference on biodiversity taking place in Colombia. And we also have the Commonwealth Summit taking place in Apia in Samoa. And I mention those because as a diplomat, as I am, what we do is try to use those big set pieces to promote our policies, but also to get coordination. So just to give you a live example, with regard to the these multilateral settings, the UK government very much sees the overarching framework on managing ocean space through the UN Convention on UNCLOS, and we look to sort of talk about that in multilateral fora. But not only talk about it, we offer training and capacity building. And just 2 weeks ago, we had a program where colleagues from the Malaysian government went back to the UK for specific training. So these were colleagues from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Attorney General's Office, and the Malaysian National Hydrography Centre. And in this capacity building, there was a lot of set meetings in London around how the UK looks at whether that's negotiating legal contracts of the sea or other areas of maritime security. And there was also a course over at Durham University, so that's some of the sort of diplomacy we do. I also mentioned the Commonwealth Summit, and that's quite interesting because Malaysia and the UK are both members of the Commonwealth, and I think we both have big delegations flying over to Apia right now. And within the Commonwealth, there's the Commonwealth Blue Charter, which was adopted in 2010, and that's all about how the 56 member states of the Commonwealth will lead international effort on sustainably developing policies to protect our oceans. And the hope is that in Apia, in the next few days, there will be an ocean roadmap agreed by the 56 members of CHOGM. So we need to watch that space. So that's some of the multilateral work that we do. I'm going to take it now down to sort of more a local level and how it relates to activities on the ground between the UK and Malaysia. One area is that the UK led the Global Ocean Alliance, which is where we champion the inclusion of the 30 by 30 goal. This was a fund where the UK contributed 10 million, but now that fund has up to 250 million dollars, I think. We also launched in 2021 our 500 million Blue Planet Fund, which was aiming to sort of change business as usual around nature and supporting financial investments into maritime ecosystems. And then maybe taking it right down to the Sabah level, James asked me to make it relevant to Sabah. So we have a current program at the moment where the UK government is working with Malaysia's ocean development, and there is a research project on climate resilient seaweed and aquaculture. This is a collaboration between the Sabah Fisheries Department, the University Malaya, the UK Natural History Museum, and the Scottish Association of Maritime Science. And what this project will do will identify seaweed variants that will be more resistant to rising ocean temperatures and disease risk. So that is an example of strong R&D, which then, as the results come out, may become scalable into an investment project. There are other areas of work with Sabah. We have we have an ocean grant, which is a global grant, and in the last round, a Malaysian organisation called Reef Check worked on a project for management of marine resources, and this was to empower the local communities around legal support to implement their policies on management of conservation and marine resources. And I'm told that the next round of grants are about to be announced soon. So I hope there will be other Malaysia projects. I don't know what's in that cohort, but we're hoping there will be another round of Malaysian projects in that. So really, I'll keep it short. I just wanted to sort of just reflect that within diplomacy, there are different tools. Unlike Stephanie, which is where there's sort of lots of investment money involved, I think our skill as diplomats is very much talking about the benefits of a blue economy, using our network of embassies around the world to make those connections and point our partner countries to areas of, whether it's areas of expertise or also areas of finance, we are happy to do that. So yeah, happy to.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Miss Rosina. Rosina, it was quite interesting that you mentioned, all these foreign policy tools that you were able to employ, from multilateral, talking about COP16 and the Commonwealth Summit, bilateral, where we talked about some of the Blue Planet funds that you had, as well as on a local level, talking about climate resilient seaweed. That was very interesting. That's very applicable to Sabah setting as well. And I suppose, this whole topic of foreign policy tools, because something like the blue economy is very much involving multi-countries, that kind of collaboration, communication, we're not just living within our small little area of Sabah, we are actually interacting with many different countries in terms of R&D information and data that's already out there. So these foreign policy tools are important for us to be able to have a successful blue economy in Sabah. So thank you so much for your insights on that. And next, ladies and gentlemen, I hear that, as I understand, we actually have a recording or someone who's going to be joining us virtually, and her name is Miss, sorry, let me get that for you, Miss Farah Imrana Hussein, who is the Senior Financial Officer and the Head of Sustainable Finance and ESG Advisory Program at the World Bank Treasury, based in Washington, D.C., as Treasury and Regional Coordinator for the East Asia and Pacific region. Farah leads the design and implementation of the financial solutions to help clients, which is very interestingly, to access financing for development by mobilizing World Bank Group resources and private sector financing. So if maybe we could bring Ms. Farah Imrana up on the screens, that would be great. Thank you.
Everyone, my name is Farah Hussein from the World Bank Treasury. Thank you so much for inviting me to participate in this Blue Economy Conference. Please accept my apologies for not being there in person, but I'm based in Washington, D.C. in the World Bank office, and I was unable to travel this week. I'm really looking forward to hearing about all the discussions that you've had so far and the discussions that you're going to have the rest of the day. So I've been asked to talk about innovative financing solutions for the blue economy, and it gives me great pleasure to talk about blue bonds, especially because the World Bank created the original green bond product way back in 2008, and that was the blueprint for the rest of the thematic bonds like blue bonds. So without further ado, let me share my presentation with you. Just give me a minute. Okay, so first let me tell you a little bit about our Sustainable Finance Program. I lead the World Bank Treasury Sustainable Finance and ESG Advisory Program. And basically, the objective of this program is to scale up private capital mobilization to help our clients meet their sustainable development goals and needs. And when I say clients, I mean
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, do bear with us. Every time we're dealing with something virtual, this is quite common, so do bear with us.
with Seychelles to help them issue the first sovereign blue bond, and then a number of public sector issuers across the world helping them with their debut inaugural green blue bond transactions. So when we talk about the sustainable blue economy, we mean the sustainable fisheries, we mean sustainable maritime transport, sustainable coastal and marine tourism, we mean ocean energy production, etc. And these sectors contribute more than $2.5 trillion in value to the global economy, and they support over 30 million jobs. And we expect that by 2030, this is going to double. And not just that, the ocean also provides a vital source of protein to more than 3 billion people, and its ecosystems are significant mitigators of climate change. So we know that oceans serve as a vital heat and carbon sink. And unfortunately, just like all other sectors of the economy, climate change affects ocean-based sectors as well, and the ocean economy. We are seeing decreased productivity of fisheries. We are seeing ocean acidification. We're seeing increases in water temperature, rise in sea level, and of course, extreme weather events. So decarbonization of the ocean economy is absolutely vital. A sustainable blue economy will be very important also for us to achieve the Paris Agreement. So all of this requires a large amount of money, and certainly innovative financial solutions are going to be key to enable us to enhance ocean and coastal preservation and increasing clean water resources, etc. There's a lot of interest from investors, from banks, from financial institutions. So we see that blue finance has a huge potential to help realize all of these goals. And one way to do that is by leveraging the labeled bond market. So when we talk about labeled bonds, we mean the green bonds, the blue bonds, the social bonds, the sustainability bonds, and also the sustainability-linked bonds. These financial instruments are very well known, well recognized by the market, and they've become mainstream, and they offer the opportunity for borrowers to access financing from all of those investors who are integrating environmental, social, and governance factors in their investment decisions. So what does it mean? When we talk about green bonds, we mean bonds that raise financing specifically for projects that have positive environmental impact. Similarly, social bonds are those that fund projects with positive social outcomes. And then a subcategory of the green bond is the blue bond. And then we have the sustainability-linked bonds. And basically, these are bonds that don't directly finance any projects, but basically, the idea is that the issuer identifies certain sustainability-related targets and KPIs, and if those targets are not met, then the financial characteristics of the bond changes. And all of these bonds are adhere to certain market standards, and these are the green bond principles, the social bond principles, the sustainability bond guidelines, and the sustainability linked bond principles. These are all managed under ICMA, the International Capital Markets Association, and I'm extremely pleased to say that these principles, these standards are based on the processes that we had put together when we issued our first bond back in 2008. The reason that I said that this market offers a huge opportunity for blue finance is because this market has already become mainstream. So by June 2024, we've seen that $5.7 trillion of green, social, and sustainability bonds have been issued. Just in 2023, $1 trillion of green, social, sustainability, and sustainability-linked bonds have been issued. Now, most of them, the majority of them, 60% are green bonds. It is true that emerging markets are a small share of that market, only 16%, but we have seen tremendous interest in emerging markets to issue these bonds. Sovereign issuers, that's ministries of finance who raise financing to fund budget expenditures, form about 11% of this bond. And in 2023 alone, we saw $159 billion of these bonds issued by sovereign issuers. And of the 57 sovereign borrowers who have issued these bonds, 26 were from emerging markets. Now, blue bonds, which I mentioned, could be a subset of the green bonds. They support projects aimed at ocean and marine conservation. And what that means is that the money that is raised by these bonds can be used to finance specifically these types of projects. Now, this is still a rare instrument. Way back in 2018, we had worked with the government of Seychelles to issue the first sovereign blue bond. And we're going to hear a little bit about this a little later. But as I mentioned, we have seen very few of these bonds in the last 4 years. About 53 blue bonds have been issued in total, and there is tremendous potential for more of these bonds to be issued. The main reason I would say that this type of bond, the bonds financing the blue economy, are lagging the green agenda is because there is a lack of awareness and a lack of understanding of the types of projects that can be financed with blue bonds. So there are lots of guidelines and guidances about green projects, but very few about blue. And you can see here on the right-hand side the practitioner's guide that was developed by IFC and ICMA, the International Capital Markets Association, in collaboration with the ADB and a few other entities, which has generated a lot of interest in these blue bonds. So in terms of the types of projects that can be financed with these bonds, the IFC ICMA guidelines highlight water supply, water sanitation, ocean-friendly and water-friendly products, ocean-friendly chemicals and plastic-related sectors, sustainable shipping and port logistics, and of course, fisheries and aquaculture, marine ecosystem restoration, sustainable tourism services, offshore wind, renewable energy, etc. So a major challenge for blue bonds is that there's a lack of regulatory framework that govern blue industries. And of course, there's a lack of understanding of what sustainable blue economy investments are. As a result of which, there's also a lack of a pipeline of bankable blue projects. And then on top of that, there is also a lack of data about the impact of these projects. But of course, there's plenty of opportunities now that this guidance about blue bonds has been launched. As I mentioned, there is a lot of interest from countries with large ocean linked economies to look at blue bonds as viable financing options. So the benefits of blue bonds are very similar to other thematic ESG labeled bonds. So first of all, they allow the issuer, whether it is the Ministry of Finance or any other issuer, it allows them to signal their commitment to sustainability and specifically blue economy related objectives. It also allows them to diversify and expand their investor base. They are able to reach out to investors who would not normally buy their bonds. So these are usually investors who have specific ESG mandates, and there are also investors who are specifically interested in financing the blue economy. As a result, it is also possible to achieve better pricing and terms. And this is because of the supply-demand dynamics. There's a lot of interest in buying these types of bonds, and there isn't enough supply, as a result of which there can be pricing benefits, which means that these bonds can actually be cheaper for the issuer compared to plain vanilla bonds. And of course, when there are sovereigns which are issuing these bonds, when they do so, they build a benchmark for private sector issuers in their countries, and they're also able to motivate them to issue similar types of financing instruments. And then on a broader level, they also create awareness of ocean sustainability related issues and they create these closer interaction synergies between different functions and departments on blue economy matters. And we saw this even for green bonds, because when these bonds, when the debt management offices and the ministries of finance, for instance, are issuing these bonds, they work with the different line ministries who are implementing these projects. So as a result of which, there is closer interaction, there is closer collaboration, there is exchange of data and information between ministries that would not normally happen. And these types of bonds also can result in the adoption of regulatory policies and strategies, etc., especially where there are gaps. When these bonds are being prepared, those gaps are highlighted and can be addressed. And of course, when there is investor demand for these types of bonds, the pipelines of blue economy related projects are also created. So if you look at the practitioner's guide for issuing these types of bonds, you'll see that the 4 core components of the guidelines are the use of proceeds. That means that the issuer or the borrower has to highlight exactly what will be financed with these types of bonds. Then secondly, what is going to be the governance process for evaluating and selecting the projects that are going to be financed? And then thirdly, once the bond is issued, how are they going to manage the proceeds of the bond? How they are going to track the proceeds, how they are going to segregate it from other bond proceeds, etc. And finally, the reporting on these bonds. The reporting involves reporting the allocation of proceeds to projects. So which are the projects that have received money from these bonds, and also what is the expected environmental and social benefits of these bonds. So there are a few important considerations for issuers who want to issue these bonds. First of all, there are the financial considerations. Of course, any issuance of any financial instrument has to be done based on a broad, funding strategy, and it has to be in line with that strategy. The issuer needs to think about whether it should be a domestic bond or it should be an international bond, whether it should be issued in local currency or in foreign currency, what is going to be the size of that bond, what is going to be the maturity of the bond. All of these financial considerations have to be addressed. And then secondly, very importantly for these types of bonds, the issuer should make sure that they adhere to the international best practices. That means looking at those green bond principles, the blue bond guidelines, the sustainable bond principles, making sure that once the governance processes have been put together, that there is an external and independent external review of the documentation done. And then 1 year after the bond has been issued, that an allocation and impact report is prepared. And the impact report basically tells investors what is the expected environmental and social impact of the projects that have been financed. And if there is a taxonomy in the country, then it's also very, very important to ensure that the blue projects or activities that are being financed are aligned with the blue activities in the green taxonomy. So I wanted to highlight a couple of case studies. Indonesia issued their first blue bond last year. It was issued in Japanese yen, about $150 million equivalent. And the money was raised to support coastal protection, sustainable management of fisheries, and aquaculture, marine biodiversity conservation, and mangrove rehabilitation. And then I mentioned before the Seychelles blue bond that had been supported with the World Bank way back in 2018. This was in fact even before the blue bond guidelines had been developed by the International Capital Markets Association and IFC. This bond was credit enhanced with a World Bank guarantee. It was a very small bond, $15 million that was privately placed with 3 American investors. So in terms of the support provided by the World Bank, as I mentioned before, our Sustainable Finance and ESG Advisory Program can support public sector borrowers who wish to issue these types of bond by providing technical assistance. We share international best practices and requirements for issuing these bonds. We help them develop an action plan and roadmap. We develop the bond documentation and framework. We can help identify the eligible projects and facilitate the independent external review. We also advise on the reporting commitments and the communication strategy, etc. So we are able to take an issuer from A to Z in order to issue these types of bonds. I hope that you found this short presentation interesting and that it has sparked an interest in blue bonds in you. And if you would like to hear more or you would like to get in touch with us, please feel free to contact me. My email is on this slide, and you can also get in touch with the organizers in order to get in touch with me. And I'm really looking forward to supporting you in your blue bond issuances. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much, Farah, Ms. Farah. So moving on very quickly, we're going to have a quick of a Q&A session. I know time is running out, so keep this short and sweet. So I think the first question I'd like to probably address to Ms. Stephanie. Also, if Ms. Rosina would like to comment, that's fine too. But I'd like to express that a large group of the participants today are actually a part of the Sabah state government, and they do have the ability to develop policy that would benefit the Sabah blue economy. I know in your sharing, you mentioned about unlocking policy support, right? So, is there, what would certain policy, in your experience, what policy recommendations or strategies would you recommend to stimulate investments as well as enable an environment for blue economy financing? Thank you.
Thank you, and good question. I think that Farah went through a couple of these as she was talking about, I guess, blue bond issuances. But I think the key role that the Sabah government can play is around, I guess, creating a clear policy framework and also a stable regulatory environment for investments and markets to operate. And so what does that mean in practice? Because that's obviously, fairly high level. But so I think, the positioning around what does Sabah's position on the blue economy look like? What are the particular sectors that it would like to promote? And what is the role that it thinks it can play? And so that might be things around, does it want to attract private sector investment into Sabah? Does it want to play a role in identifying what those opportunities are and kind of co-venturing and partnering in that space? The position that Sabah is taking around carbon markets, for example, and the interaction between the state position on carbon markets and Malaysia's national position to be able to make sure that there is consistency between the two, and so that then unlocks the opportunities to engage in the international market. So I think there's a couple of tangible things. I think there's having a clear position that's written down in a policy or a paper that says this is what we would like to do related to the sustainable blue economy. These are the particular activities that we would like to incentivize and encourage. These are the types of partners that we would like to see in businesses that grow out of that. These are the regulatory settings, or these are the regulatory tax, etc. settings. Not all of those will be within the Sabah government's control, but what are the levers that the government has that it can utilise at the state level, or that it can lobby at the national level to start to unlock and support greater investment and greater activities happening. So I think a lot of it is about the positioning and then making sure that the policies are then developed in line with that, and the conversations that are happening, the skills that are being developed within the state, the businesses that are being encouraged, all align there.
Great. Okay, so would you like to comment on anything, or I have another question, unless...
I'd echo what Stephanie has said about having a good investment framework. I think what's clear is there's so much technology out there, as we've seen. It's about how that is workable here in Sabah. The other thing I would probably just, as a side comment, is maybe learning from other projects from the green economy side. So we have been doing quite a lot on around palm oil and in terms of working with palm oil plantations in Sabah on upskilling in terms of making the product sustainable, but there's a market element there. So once something is sustainable, then the product is open to the global market. So I wonder whether there's some sort of sharing of learning or frameworks that can be applied from the green economy side to the blue economy side, and that's maybe something we can work on together.
Yeah. Why don't you elaborate a little bit more? I know in our conversation before lunch, we were sharing a little bit about how the British government was able to invest into empowering or training some of the local players to then participate and to then access international markets, right? So usually, I mean, when we were talking about it, international markets require a lot of compliances and international compliances, but the trouble is that our local or small stakeholders are not able to access that because they either don't have the training, the technology, the awareness, but there are other funds or other financial incentives out there who are able to actually train. Could you share a little bit more about that story?
Yeah, exactly. So the example I gave is that we recently, the UK government, along with the Dutch government and the Malaysian Palm Oil Board, we signed a letter of intent and a new project where we would work with the smallholders in across Malaysia, but mainly in Sabah. And this is all around sort of training and upskilling on the sustainability level of that palm oil production. So I know that the Malaysian government is very serious about MSPO, and it is all about ensuring that the smallholders do reach the MSPO standard, because that then makes it market attractive. I know that palm oil is the biggest exporter product that is exported out of Malaysia, so that's a clear example where the UK government wants to work with Malaysia to have a win-win where smallholders and smaller, I mean, we've always said the bigger companies never have a problem because they've got the tools and the money to reach those levels, but it's often the smallholders who haven't. So we really, through the project, we want to reach those parts of society here in Sabah that may not have those skills, so that they can then reach that global market. So, and I guess that's just one example, but there may be other elements within the blue economy where we can remodel that scaling up, where it might start with R&D. I've talked about seaweed, but that's a project like that may then end up in a scalable model. So, yeah.
No, I think it's definitely something that's very applicable because, you know, even with the blue economy, we're only skimming the surface of, let's say, farming, right? But let's say we want to do downstreaming, but the importance of when you go downstreaming, that downstream product needs to be able to access the international market. But if we don't comply to those international standards, then, you know, we're not able to reach that goal, right? So that's great if we were able to apply those kind of incentives or that kind of funding to R&D, the development of human capital, empowering our local stakeholders and small-time players to be able to compete on an international level. I think that's very applicable. So I know I'm very aware of time, and we've already shared a little bit about certain successful examples of other policies and programs around the world. I'd like to end with this final final question, and I'd like to make things as simple and relatable to us here today. Let's imagine the exciting possibilities of the future Sabah blue economy. Imagine I'm a business owner or an entrepreneur in Sabah, wanting to move into this blue economy, and I'm new to this whole idea, but I have an interest to get involved and build a successful, scalable business in the Sabah blue economy. What are the key success factors that you think would make me succeed in this business? And what policies would help me start, flourish, and scale to be a big international player in this business venture? Like talk about it from the end user point of view, right? The whole idea is that we're creating an environment so these small players can eventually grow, scale, and participate on an international level. Let's think about it from that angle and then work backwards from there. Would you be able to comment?
Yeah, what a wonderful image there. I think what's important is making sure the policy frameworks are right. So if someone is willing to invest money, knowing that the infrastructure, the government policies are there, so that they're not risking their money, and I actually think that means lobbying, and that's a lot of grassroots. You get different communities involved to lobby the government and the officials, so that there is a standard and a long-term plan that the blue economy roadmap is going to be lasting, so that the vision that you have is going to last into the future. But I really, really am a strong advocate of getting civil society involved, because when you have civil society pressure on a vision, that's when the politicians listen. So I would go with that.
Great.
I think the fact that the blue economy is a kind of newer conversation presents a huge opportunity for people who are entrepreneurial. Obviously, there is already economic activity that's happening in our coastal and ocean environments, but it means that there are new systems, there are new processes, there are new businesses, there are new technologies, all that are required if this is really going to take off. And so I think, for small businesses or startups or people who are starting to get involved in that, having a look at what the existing landscape looks like and what is needed to shift to and grow with that ambition, I think is a really important starting point to then say, okay, well, what's missing now? What don't we have? And I think that's where, we've talked about R&D and investing in skills. From a policy side and a government side, you can crowd that in around the gaps as well. And so I think if you're the kind of individual or the SME and you're sitting there thinking about, I want to get involved, where do I get involved? I think looking at the space and what isn't already being done, or where there might be new opportunity, or what the lessons you can take from the green economy into the blue economy and say, where would I position myself? And then I think the role of government is, how do you then invest in the R&D and the technology and those businesses to start to stimulate what's required to actually support that ecosystem. So it's actually a pretty good balance, I think, between what can be done at the kind of individual small player level and also what can be done through government. And one of the benefits you get in these environments is, I guess, there aren't the same number of incumbents who already own that space. Some of those spaces will be owned, but it means that there's also gaps, which means new ideas can come through and you can have more innovation as well.
Absolutely. I love that idea where you talk about the importance of the collaboration between, let's say, government policy as well as other civil and other stakeholders and grassroots stakeholders, but also the importance of engaging the business community as well as research institutions to be able to work together to make this happen, right? It's not just one party creating a policy or whatnot, because for a lot of, let's say, our business owners who may be here or entrepreneurs, I suppose the question that we're always asking ourselves is, how do I participate? Okay, government is behind it, policy is behind it, funding may be behind it, but how as a business owner or entrepreneur can I participate? But this requires a huge level of coordination between all stakeholders and all parties, whether it's business, research institutions, as well as the government. Like, for example, research institutions in Sabah, I heard, has unlocked the whole idea of hybrid garupa, right? And we actually have huge off-takers, either in China or Hong Kong, who would like to massively scale up our hybrid garupa production farming. So I suppose it's not just having a very open or vague, okay guys, you guys get involved in blue economy and we create some kind of thing, but we probably need a very specific strategic plan to funnel what is our downstreaming products that we want to access. And as you mentioned, there are so many different ways you can participate, from logistics, cold storage, to transportation, to supply of manpower, to downstreaming, factory industrialization and whatnot. But if we can kind of funnel that down, and every stakeholder, and this is the direction we're moving into, and then everybody participate, you participate, we already have an off-taker who is able to buy at a high price. The economics of that, everybody wins, right? So I'd like to thank you so much. I know we're finishing time and time is of the essence. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we give a wonderful hand of applause to our capable panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Datuk Architect James Wong. Please remain on stage, and would like to invite once again Mr. Ramli Rukaria, the Chief Operating Officer of the Sabah Mujaya Secretariat, to present them with a token of appreciation. Starting with Ms. Stephanie Rousseau, Executive Director of Pollination Group, Sydney, Australia. Ms. Rosina Hassan, Political Counselor, Global Issues, British High Commission, Kuala Lumpur. Would like to express appreciation to Ms. Farah Imrana Hussein of the World Bank Treasury World Bank Group, and we will receive the token of appreciation on her behalf, and to our visionary moderator, Datuk Architect James Wong, President of Sabah Young Business and Industry Leaders, Malaysia.
To our group of speakers on stage, please step forward for a group photography session. Empowering blue economy, finance, incentives, and investment strategies. I hope that we learned something new from this session. Once again, let's give a round of applause to our moderator and also to our panelists.
Well, Ben, we still have another one more to go.
One more to go, and it's encouraging to see a lot of people still in this hall, albeit it's a Saturday, it's raining, and I think it's appropriate and apt that all of us, let's give a round of applause to everyone. Congratulations, and thank you so much for your enthusiasm today. All right, shall I move on, Obi? Let's head on to our final session of Day 1, Sibec 2024. The title of our interactive forum is Building a Sustainable Future Through Blue Economy Strategies. And I'd like to introduce Dr. Shuhaida Ismail, who is our moderator. She is a civil engineer and the Director of Research at the Maritime Institute of Malaysia, renowned for her contributions to the blue economy through maritime infrastructure and environmental sustainability. She has received 28 gold medals in international innovation competitions, including the 2020 International Innovation Competition in Canada, and has led commercialization of over 100 innovative products from her 430 published works. As an ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer and Certified Construction Project Manager, she has successfully led more than 100 technical projects totaling worth $6.7 million. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our good friend of Sabah, Dr. Shuhaida Ismail.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon. It's very tough, not only for me and for my 4 panelists, because why? The rest, they have only 3 panelists. Our session, 4 panelists. The rest, more than 1 hour. Ours is being discounted from 1 hour to 30 minutes. Okay, so now I would like to welcome our partners in crime, Dato' Luqman bin Ahmad, Prof. Matthew Tan, Tan Sri Michael Okiyo online, and also Datuk Fadilah Baharin. Let's rock the stage. Okay, before that, while waiting for my partners in crime, I was just, flipping through the Sabah Blue Economy Framework. By the way, I'm the lead for the Sabah Blue Economic Strategic Framework Development, and I just noticed that 18 October 2023, on 18 October 2023, it was the first presentation by SSMJ to State Cabinet on Blue Economy for the further endorsement. And today, it's 19th of October. So we would like to wish Sabah Maju Jaya and also Blue Economy, Sabah Blue Economy, selamat hari jadi, happy birthday on your first anniversary of Sabah Blue Economy. Okay, tak payah nyanyi lah, tak cukup masa, 30 minit je. Okay, I would like to straight away go to our session. It's on the building a sustainable future through blue economy strategies. These are all our nucleus. It's not me. I will just direct to the question and also a brief introduction of you, Datuk Luqman. Sorry, kita baru berjumpa sekarang ya. Okay, so a brief introduction of Datuk Luqman. He is a Deputy Secretary General Micro in Ministry of Economy. He also serves as the Director of Uni KL, College Polytech Mara, South Kelantan Development Authority and Yayasan Didik Negara. And I believe that you have some kind of presentations on the economic diversification through blue economy, Datuk. So without further ado, I will just pass over to you and then we'll go around with the question and answer if time permits. Sorry? The clickers are all there. Tepuklah sikit, dah petang ni.
Okay, thank you Prof. Shuhaida for the kind introduction. I would like also to extend my deepest gratitude to the organizer for inviting me to share some of the things that we are doing in Ministry of Economy. As a representative from Ministry of Economy, my role today is not only to share Malaysia's strategic commitment, but also to promote collaborations and explore how our approach integrates with global strategies and ocean sustainability. Next. Okay. The ocean is a complex and multi-layered system. As we can see on the slide, the ocean spans 70% of the Earth's surface, and it generates 50% of the oxygen we breathe, somehow lights lungs of the Earth, and it also absorbs 30% of the human-produced carbon dioxide, and it hosts more than 200,000 known species. Based on the studies, I think we have more than a million species actually, and in terms of economy, I think it contributes more than $3 trillion to the economy, and it gives benefits to more than 3 million people on Earth. Next, there are several interpretations of blue economy, if you can see on the slide, based on the World Bank, sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth, improve livelihood and jobs, and ocean ecosystem health. And for UNDP, the blue oceans emphasize on health of the oceans and seas as we strive to balance the three dimensions of sustainable development. I think for our presentation today, I think we are focusing more on what has been introduced by Asian, of which if you can see, one of the elements missing there is on fresh water. As we understand, as rightly mentioned by a representative from Indonesia, one of our countries in Asia is landlocked countries, of which they have no access to ocean. Taking into consideration with our no one's left behind, I think we should also focus on fresh water because it will benefit to some of us, especially for those communities, particularly indigenous people who are living far away from the ocean. Next. Let me stress on why blue ocean is important to our country. First, because of our strategic location. Also, we all know that our coastline is more than 4,600 kilometers, which places us in the global maritime routes. In terms of contribution to the GDP, I think we all know that blue economy contribute to 23% to our GDP. Our target for 2030, I think we should be able to reach more than 30% by 2033, of which will contribute more than 1 trillion to our economy. In terms of species of marine biodiversity, we have more than 500,000, of which I think we can explore in terms of marine biotechnology and also sustainable tourism. Next, we recognize that blue economy is a multi-sectoral engine. It contributes greatly to our economy, as we can see on the slide. We have established industries and also emerging industries, of which we should focus more in the future, especially now Ministry of Economy in the process of coming up with 13 Malaysia plan. I think most of the focus will be on the right-hand side, of which requires more of innovation and technology. Next. Why Ministry of Economy plays an important role in blue economy? Because as a lead agencies, leads ministries in the government, I think we are responsible to come up with blue economy blueprints, of which will cater, we will contribute and we'll talk and we'll discuss with all stakeholders. And we are one of the members in Asian Coordinating Task Force on Blue Economy, ACTF-BE, of which I will discuss a little bit further later. Okay, in terms of Malaysia Blue Economy, there are 3 parts of it. First, it will be aligned with Asian Blue Economy Framework. It will focus on 8 key sectors identified by the position paper on blue economy. And MBEB aims to drive sustainable economic growth while ensuring the protection of the environments and addressing social inclusivity. Next, there are 8 identified strategic sectors of blue economy in Malaysia. First is on fisheries and agriculture. Second, attractive industries on non-living resources, maritime transport, coastal and maritime tourism, renewable energy, marine biotechnology and bio prospecting, desalination of freshwater generation, and finally, we will focus also on waste disposal management. In terms of Asian Coordinating Task Force on Blue Economy, Malaysia is an active member of ACTF-BE, of which I think taking into consideration that next year Malaysia will be hosting the Asian annual meeting. So as a chair, I think we will further enhance on our blue economy blueprints so that it will be part and in line with whatever have been agreed upon by Asian communities. In terms of strategic objective of the blueprint, our approach involves around 3 key pillars, of which first is on economic growth. We will expand traditional sectors while fostering new high-value industries such as marine biotechnology and ocean renewable energy. In terms of environment sustainability, we will expand marine protected areas and strengthening sustainable fisheries management. Also, we all know in 12 Malaysia Plan, our target is to achieve 5.6 MPAs, but in 2030, our target is to make it bigger, at least at 10% of MPAs. In terms of social development, enhancing the livelihoods of coastal communities through sustainable tourism, capacity building initiative, and equitable access to marine resources. I think our discussion is not complete if we are not talking about issues and challenges. Here I share 5 of the challenges that we are facing in coming up with blue economy blueprints. First is on overfishing and unsustainable practices. Second, in more of marine pollution and plastic waste. this situation has been made worse with the climate change impacts, and we have habitat. We also experience habitat destruction and coastal development, and finally, the issue of resource management, and government also plays an important role in forests to come up with guidelines or blueprint of blue economy. Way forward, there are 4 key enablers proposed. First is strengthening our policies and legal frameworks to ensure sustainable marine resources management. Number 2, enhancing institutional collaboration across federal, states, and local levels for better governance. Number 3, explore innovative funding mechanisms such as blue bonds and public-private partnerships to support marine initiatives. And finally, investing in sustainable infrastructure from ecotourism to climate-resilient coastal developments. In conclusion, I think we all agree that blue economy plays a vital role in the future, of which it's about time for us to come up with a blue economy blueprint so that we work together in order for us to achieve whatever goals have been decided by our government. Before I end my presentation, I think I will leave with one proverb. We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, but we borrow it from our children. So we have to think very carefully before we come up with any solution or any policies, because one wrong step, I think it will affect our generation, and for sure there will be no return back for that. With that, I would like to thank you.
Okay, thank you, Datuk Lokman, for your sharing on the perspective of blue economy from Kementerian Ekonomi, Ministry of Economy. So before that, okay, question and answer later, yeah? We'll keep it later. Okay, now move on to our second panelist. Oh, Prof. Matthew, what a long CV. Okay, I should just cut it short. Okay, Prof. Matthew Tan is an aquaculture veteran with more than 20 years of experience, specializing in carbon transition strategy for agriculture and fishery, specifically on CSR aquaculture and the use of climate smart technologies. Yeah? He is currently the APEC WG1 Chair for Sustainable Development in agriculture and fishery sectors. He's also involved in economic transformation, Aquatech 4.0, in forms of the food security, and also serving as the CEO Asia of Essentov Aqua Asia. And he is also the Group Chief Technology Officer, so kaya lah this professor, one of the world's largest land-based aquaculture company listed in the main board of the Singapore Stock Exchange. He's a graduate of SIFDEC, the Southeast Asia Fisheries Development Center, where he received training fellowship under the Government of Japan Trust Fund program. So without further ado, Prof, the rostrum is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Let's try that again. Good afternoon. When you are the last panel, most of your participants usually suffer from a syndrome. It is called lunch-induced coma. And I was just talking to a Sabahan just now. He says, oh, in Bahasa Malaysia, it is known as coma mengantuk. Well, I'm going to quickly rush through my presentation today. I'm going to pick up the key points. I'm going to time myself. Hopefully I take less than 5 minutes to do what I will hope to say today. Now, Sabah is blessed to have pristine water, which is really characterized by clear visibility, rich marine life, including vibrant live corals, various species, sea turtles. Personally, I've gone into the water, I've dived into the water at Tunku Abdul Rahman Marine Reserve, beautiful park. Now, the blue economy, today we are talking about sustainable use of the ocean resources for economic growth, improved livelihood, jobs while preserving the health of the ocean. By focusing on the sustainable development, Sabah can harness on its natural resources to benefit both the economy, food security agenda, and the environment. and ensuring that the stunning marine ecosystem remain intact for future generation. Now today, we gather as a diverse community of stakeholders. They are industry leaders, researchers, entrepreneurs, investors, policymakers. We are united by a shared passion for the future of the blue economy. Next, about APEC. APEC is a regional economic forum established in 1989. We leverage on the growing independence. There are 21 economy members. And we use technology. It's essential for achieving our goal. Next. Now the world food crisis, look at this slide. You've probably seen this tagline many a times. But the question is, how serious is this crisis? Next. APEC food security concern. Now on the demand side, we have made a calculation. APEC economies must deal with a global population that will reach an estimated 9.6 billion in 2050. We will need an estimated 70% more food. And coupled by a recent finding by WWF that forecasted no more fish left in 2048. This is a double whammy. And for your information, you may want to know, APEC economies account for 80% of the current world global aquaculture production and more than 65% of the world captured fisheries. Next. Now the driving force behind food production and consumption is the global economy set. Now having said that, increasing demand but shortage of supply. Global aquaculture, which is one of Malaysia's key priority, is heavily dependent on our natural environment, which is the ocean. Now, if I may submit to you this afternoon, the Earth is now suffering from the consequences of economic and social progress over the last 100 years in the form of environmental degradation, which is endangering the very ocean that our future depends on. Next. The sustainable future is what we want to build in our blue economy is, can we cut down on consumption? Can we produce more and better with less? Next. Before we dive straight into the blue economy and the opportunity arise, I think it's important that we have an understanding, what kind of environmental degradation our poor Earth has undergone the past 100 years. Next. Our polar caps are melting at an alarming fast rate. In short, the permafrost is turning the Arctic into a major source of greenhouse gas emission. Do you know for a fact, 93% of heat generated on Earth is being absorbed by the ocean? Look at this slide, this table here. Do you know for a fact that fish only has a thermal tolerance of 2 degrees? Anything warmer than that, they dive deeper, and they are now migrating towards the north and the south pole. Next. Let's skip this slide. Let's go to the next one. Salmon disasters in Chile. Now, as a result of environmental degradation, persistent algae bloom is almost becoming a norm now for the industry. Next. Salmon disaster in Norway, world number 1 producer of farm salmon. Next. Then we have the Straits of Johor, which has been experiencing massive fish kill as a result of algae bloom. Next. The year persistent algae bloom. Now there seems to be no end to all this algae bloom. Let's go to the next slide. The year 2024, the July 2024 was recorded as the hottest month ever recorded in the history of Earth. Next. This is an interesting slide. This was my previous company. I used to work in this company. It's one of the largest farms in China. We have 42 farms spread over 300 kilometers. I have 40,000 breeding tanks, 2,500 workers. Now, every year in October, when the temperature will start to drop to 22, 23, I began my spawning process. Every year, when I was working in this company, it's a listed company, I will spawn between 1.5 to 1.8 billion abalone's baby. But do you know this year, in 1st of October, temperature is supposed to be 22, 23 so that we can continue to spawn. But look at the chart. It hit 31 degrees in October this year. The weather is becoming absolutely unpredictable. Next. A report from World Economic Forum. 60% of the fish are now at the risk of extinction. Next. So, the question that begs at this point is, what is the future of the blue economy? What can we do? What can we expect in the next 10 years? Now, this brings me to the crux of my presentation today, which is the blue economy and the opportunity arising. Agritech 4.0. We are now entering into the era known as Agritech 4.0. There will be new emerging trend. Robots is going to take over more than 500 over jobs. And to all the fisheries and aquaculture players, if you don't upgrade, you're going to be competing with machines for jobs and possibly left behind. Restorative and aquaculture, this will be a critical component in the blue economy. As you may not know, but the fishing activities has affected the ecological processes of the ocean at a very, very large scale. Overfishing transformed originally stable ecosystem in the seabed into one that is immature and stressed. And by doing so, look at this picture. Okay, this is what, in the previous picture, this is what the ocean looked like 100 years ago, where there's a thriving multi-tropic relationship. Today, it is gone. Sadly, besides ocean warming, we are now highly depleted of many bottom dwellers. Now, studies have shown aquaculture, restorative aquaculture, can reverse this trend. Next. This is a photo taken recently in the Straits of Johor, where there's a pioneering restorative aquaculture initiative taking place. Now, today, I want to propose a strategy for all researchers, fisheries, and aquaculture who are present here today. Next slide. A partnership between the fishery industry, aquaculture industry, and supported by the public sector. Next. Now, this is a strategy of restocking the ocean. Now, before you cast any stones today at my proposal, can I ask that you just give me 1-2 more minutes to listen to the proposition I have for you before you discount it. Now, the topic of restocking the ocean has surfaced many years ago. I spent the last 20 years in aquaculture, both as a professor and also as a practitioner, and I can tell you it has failed miserably. But today, I've seen that it can happen. Look at this table. If the fishery industry were to provide the necessary wild-caught endemic broodstock, then the aquaculture will be responsible for the production of excess fingerling. It is possible today. I'm working with many, many hatcheries. They are able to produce excess fingerling as a result of the improvement in their technique. And finally, in order for this to work, the public sector must set up marine reserve for it. If you look at this table, it's just a restocking assumption. I won't go into the detail. Now, assuming if every vessel was to invest into 100 fingerling per month, potentially we can add 1.37 trillion of fish, assuming 50% survival, back into the ocean. Next slide. Now, why is restocking of the ocean possible today? Next. Now, in the past 15 years or more, the aquaculture industry has made tremendous progress. Currently, today, I'm working with hatcheries in macrobacterium, in grouper, in sea bass, in freshwater crayfish. They are now resulting in very, very high survival rate. With this breakthrough in techniques, we can actually restock the ocean with the excess capacity. Go to the next one. Selective genetic breeding. With selective genetic breeding, look at this. This is a jumbo tiger shrimp. It takes only 90 days to reach this size. 15 years ago, you have taken 9 months. Next. Let's skip this slide. Go to the next one. Advances in land-based aquaculture. Now, this is a trend that APEC is looking at. A new sunrise industry in the form of smart aquaculture and farm. It will be small in footprint. It can operate 365 days. Now, more importantly, it can produce 58 times more than what the local farm can do today. Let me now show you a video what a smart aquaculture farm looks like. And I'm going to end with this. You need to click on it. This is an actual farm currently in Denmark. It's taking place, and the number of this farm is going to show up in Asia in the next 2 to 3 years. In just this small plot, 2,000 square meters, I visited this farm. It is able to produce 400,000 kilo of fish in just 2,000 square meter, only using 1.5 kilowatts to produce 1 kilo of fish. These are the advances in technology in RAS system, and it has a extraction strategy for harvesting of fish without using any manpower. Now, interestingly, if you notice, this is a one-man show farm. You only need one person to manage a farm like this. So, next slide. Now, in closing, I just want to say this. The blue economy and the agri-tech 4.0 is more than just a movement or a theory today. It's a much smarter and efficient way to help the aquaculture predict the next biggest trend. Now, in short, I want to just say this, the blue ocean, the blue economy, which is largely the ocean, they are like healthy bank account. You need to top it up if you want to generate long-term yield and interest. If you keep drawing from this bank account, one day when the principal is gone, there'll be nothing, not even interest for you to draw. There are private investors. So within the APEC ecosystem, I am working with a lot of private investors. They're looking for solution in the blue economy, looking for projects to invest. In fact, two of them, I think online or they are here, they're just telling me, look, we are looking for projects that we can invest in blue, that relates to blue economy. So a right teaming strategy in the blue economy can possibly be your best investment. Finally, I just want to say this. I want to extend an invitation to all technology providers, farms, if you have a good project, you think that it can work, come and talk to us in APEC. We will be happy to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Matthew, for not sticking to your promise. 5 minutes. Okay, by the way, I'm so sorry that we have to exceed the time of 5:45. We need to proceed with the next speaker, that is Datuk Fadila Baharin, who will be talking about the blue standard, navigating blue economy. And later, we will have the video recording of our, initially the third speaker, that is Tan Sri Michael Okiyo. So I hope the audio team is ready with that. Okay, thank you. The floor is yours, Dato'.
Thank you, Prof. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I feel very privileged because I'm the last speaker for the day. Thank you all for staying back for me. Right, I feel seronok, frankly, right? So I don't have many slides. Actually, initially I didn't even want slides, tapi I think I will try to do at least ada 4 slides lah, right? Okay, next. Okay, if you notice since morning sampai our last speaker, everybody talks about content and things like that. But if you look at the framework, building blocks, Dato' Rahman's punya paper is very, very jivey, because I think one of the key pillars in order to have got a quality blue economy, right, is effectively standards, right? And how are you going to use standards to certify, verify, whoever claims that they've got whatever products or services, if you call it for the blue economy. So that is the key, effectively. Hence, I think as a speaker, I'm keep filling this gap into saying that this is really, really critical, especially with Sabah wanting to become the pioneer. Let's not forget that this is actually the foundation of all of the pillars into whatever areas that we talk about. All right? Okay, next. Okay, I'm going to spend a few minutes, Prof. Rashida, on this slide. So this slide is actually a big slide of everybody, right, infrastructure-wise, when you talk about whatever, the blue economy, the green economy, Malaysia success stories and things like that. Now, if you look at the topmost, basically topmost, at the international level, everybody talks about international standards and things like that. Now, where I'm coming from, effectively, if you want to have got blue economy, please make sure that we are talking to the world. All right? Please make sure that people are listening to us in a positive note. Right? So, if there are many businessmen in this room still listening, the World Trade Organization actually is the place when we want to do trade, when you've got our products and services to be trading. When you want to export, you want to import, you want to have good ports, for example, and things like that. Now, the World Trade Organization consists of regulators from all over the world. They are trade people who will be saying, okay, I will buy from Malaysia because they've got all these principles in place. They have proven to us, they've done this, they've done that. Right, under the WTO, there are two key players who will be looking at barriers sebenarnya. What I'm trying to say, on the negative note, they will try to block whatever that you have to come into their country. Right, one success story I want to share in terms of TBT, technical barriers to trade, at the level of WTO, was on the halal. If you notice, halal today is a very jivey thing, right? But how it all started, when the first halal standard was developed in Malaysia, and then Malaysia notified to WTO. You know what happened? It was outright rejected because most of the countries on food, fishes, they cannot comply to whatever processed food when you talk about halal, except for Malaysia. Right? So there was a lot of tentangan, but we will persevere eventually. JAKIM, the fisheries people, the regulators, MITI, all the players, right? Eventually we managed to cross to the WTO into saying that, look, eventually halal is the way to go. And now today, everybody is looking at Malaysia when they need halal certification, right? So that's a very good example of also the blue economy. All right, we must also think about our industrialists who wants to trade, for example, or our investors who wants to come in. They are looking at you in terms of quality. Okay, that is on the trade. But of course, we've got our regulators. You know, there are also many regulators. Pagi tadi dia tengok, petang sikit ni mungkin dah balik ah. Alright. So, but regulators are effectively, the forum will be fighting at the international level to be making sure standard the EU is equivalent to Malaysia, or Indonesian regulations is at par dengan everybody. So at the international level, effectively, standards actually are being created, and frankly speaking, it is a war. It's a war game. Everybody is trying to protect their turf, their market. Sebab otherwise, it's a natural death for your company if you do not meet the international requirements. Right. Okay, that's at the international level. Now, bawah international level, there is this regional level, which I think Datuk Umar mentioned, pasal ASEAN, APEC. We heard a lot just now, basically, right? Now, there's also another platform in ASEAN, which we call it the ACCSQ, all right? ASEAN Consultative Committee for Standards and Quality, Datuk Oman. So we hope we will be working hand in hand dengan the Blue Ocean Task Force, so that, you know, whatever that we do, whatever standard that needs to be harmonized, actually it's not easy. To create a standard is one thing. How we harmonize standard Malaysia on blue economy dengan Indonesia, dengan Thailand, dengan Myanmar? How? Diplomacy is now that I mentioned. This is where it comes in. It is very, very, very important. If there are no international standards yang perlu, right? Tetapi di peringkat ASEAN kita perlu ada standard, kita kena buat. We must do, because it is for the benefit of our region, ASEAN. We must realize ASEAN, for example. All right, so that's at the level of ASEAN, which is very near to our heart lah, because of the nature of our economy. Okay, back home, at our level, where we are today, basically, all right, there are actually 3 key components of stakeholders. I want to just knock the door for especially policy makers. One, of course, the policy makers macam KE now, and then our regulators. Lepas policy akan ada implementers. Okay, regulators effectively, I tengok blue economy, when I prepared this slide, I only saw at the moment dua regulators, kan? Fisheries and then of course the health ministry. Then there is the MIMA and all other regulators that is involved nanti. All right, forestry and things like that. Now, it's easy for them because even if there are no standards requirement, they can create their own because they can impose. But I do not recommend strongly we should do that. We should work closely with DSM because this is the official body. They are the expert, not only in Malaysia but also for the world, to be creating standards, right? So that we are at par. Di peringkat ASEAN, regional level and also international level. And we do not repeat mistakes when we try to push our products for export or we want to create investors. Because they kata, you create this criteria ni based on what? If you say it is based on international standards, they kata proof as to us. So proving maknanya you need to certify, verify, right? Based on standards lah, basically, right? So I rasa please do not forget our colleague in the federal, which is Department of Standards Malaysia. They are also creating standards which is not mandatory, but because the rule is standards should not be made mandatory, kan? Unless it is for safety. Where there is a need for safety, especially in the blue economy, please by all means work together with our regulators, create the standard that required all the technical jargons for our stakeholders, including our Sabah punya regulators, and then they will do their job with the respective regulations, and then after that they can just impose. Whoever wants to, macam tadi I was with, it's very very interesting. This Sabah Marketing Sdn Berhad, right? They gave me this brochure, so their product is actually certified, so that's why they can penetrate the market. And true enough, all right? They were talking and talking. I didn't tell her that I'm going to talk about them actually. Right? Because they can show to me that they are certified and their products are exporting. Tak ada hal, tak ada technical barriers pun. Alright. So effectively, macam mana Datuk Umar mentioned, and I would like to just propose, especially to our Sabah government. For example, things are happening and it is organic. If we need to change regulators, organizations, we have to have an open heart and we have to embrace change. Yesterday, PM buat budget speech, right? One of the key change which he announced, because I'm very close in terms of halal, they say HDC is to merge dengan Matrade. It's semua orang lompat now, But to me, it's good, right? Why should we have two? Kesian our industry, they are crying, Again, so PM bagus, facilitate, make it simple, and I suka. Sama juga. So basically, let's work together as a team, all right? So that whatever that we do at national level, it is automatically accepted at the regional level and eventually international level. So all of this, the whole team, this whole game, is going to call a mutually recognized arrangements. You mutually recognize each other's standards and certification for all your products and services. All right, for import, export, and also for our investors to come in. Okay, lastly, next. Where do I tekan for the next slide? Oh, okay, all right. So this is one example I want to share you. This is a real example. What happened? Actually, I wrote this in my book. Basically, there is a scenario because I think Vietnam actually become major exporter of also seafood, kan? So you know what happened? They, when they wanted to export to Brazil, okay, that's one, all right. So Brazil imposed whatever technical requirements. Actually, this is on the standard. Tapi Vietnam tak ikut, basically. And then all their shipment was rejected. Oh my God, kesian. So those were technical barriers, which is real. And then of course another one, EU. EU being very, very stringent and they believe in standards and certification. The Norwegian people, macam tadi you mentioned about salmon, sama juga dengan this one. So their product was banned effectively. So that was real, And can you imagine? It was a big political punya fight. And just because of the technical barriers which was imposed by the importing country, kan, when they want to protect dia punya negara, tapi at the same time, kita nak export ni, Kan, we are stuck. Takkan kita nak makan dekat Malaysia or everything kan, for example, right? We need to export, for example. So I think tadi I sembang somebody, our biggest punya country kita berminat is China right, at the moment, right? So let's embrace China and see how best, let's look at what kind of standards are they using, and are they, because they want to penetrate kita, and at the same time, what standards are they imposing on Malaysia? All right, so I think those are really technical barriers that we need to look at as a basis for our economy, basically. All right, okay, and lastly, I have managed to compile all of the good stories about Malaysia when it comes to import-export sebenarnya. We exported, okay, I think I just pick up two. Right, one is you've heard of Top Glove, all right? How they penetrate the US. Top Glove, kan? What kind of standards are they using? They're using ISO standard. Where did this ISO standard come from? From Malaysia. We created Malaysian standard because rubber, Malaysia actually we are the #1 producer of the world, quality-wise, right? So Malaysian standard becomes ISO standard. US adopt ISO standard. So Malaysia punya produk masuk US. So that one is a true story which I wrote in this book. Otherwise, nanti we will lose the story. And then another story I want to talk about is tadi there's lady from UK and she talked about palm oil. It's real. Sabah pun I think we have done really well on palm oil, right? So many of our industry players dekat sini, they follow the standards and look at where they are now. I think they orang kaya dah kot. All right. Their products are really selling very well. All right, what I want to say, the word is, we must not forget our consumers, which is not only Malaysia. Kita kena dengar what do they want. In order for them to buy, they must trust. If they don't trust your product, they will never want to buy. All right, how are you going to get the trust? Please get your product comply to standards. Tak kira standards tu Malaysian standards ke? International standards, but it must be according to something that you can be proud of. All right, so I think with that, I leave you for our further discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Datuk Fadila. I hope it's not too late for us to congratulate you. Last month, in September, you just being awarded the Halal Malaysia Compliance and Regulatory Excellence Award by JAKIM. During the Anugerah Halal Malaysia, so she is also, by the way, I forgot to read out the biography just now. For your information, Datuk has over 20 years of impactful service as the Director General of Standards Malaysia. That answers why her presentation was so insightful on the standardization and also certification. After retiring from the public service in 2020, he co-founded the IPAC Global Legacy Foundation. And if you notice, in the first slide, you could see that he put up Datuk Fadila Baharin with the suffix at the end. That is FASC. What does it mean? Okay? The FASC is actually where she was conferred in 2013. It was 11 years ago. By the Prime Minister of Malaysia as the Fellow of the Academy of Sciences, carrying the lifetime title of FASC. Tahniah, Datuk. Tahniah. Okay, so now, without further ado, let's look into our last speaker. That is Tan Sri Michael Okio, the recorded video. Yeah, over to you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Moderator, my fellow panelists, distinguished participants. Thank you for the opportunity to share some thoughts with you. The blue economy is a new economic strategy, focusing on marine resources and the untapped wealth of the seas and oceans. The blue economy also focuses on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, in particular SDG 14, which is life below water, as well as SDG 13 to protect the planet, and SDG 17 on partnerships. Hence, the blue economy can contribute to sustainable development. The blue energy is a source of renewable energy. Ocean thermal energy conversion, or OTEC, produces energy by harnessing the temperature difference or thermal gradients between ocean surface water and deep ocean water. OTEC technology can be further utilized to develop sustainable energy. This OTEC technology can be further developed in Sabah and can be an alternative to solar power. Strategic partnerships for sustainable development in the blue economy would require public-private partnerships, community involvement, marine research and conservation, sustainable fisheries management, and international cooperation. Strategic partnerships are also required to develop collaborative initiatives to address climate change, the impact on coastal ecosystems. Sabah can also benefit from sustainable port and shipping and ecotourism development. Sabah has enormous potential in developing and spearheading the growth of the blue economy and create new opportunities and prosperity from the ocean and the seas. Sabah is in a unique position to benefit enormously from the blue economy with its geographical position, a facilitative and supportive state government with progressive policies that can take Sabah to the next stage of development of the blue economy and generating greater wealth and prosperity for Sabah from the riches of the oceans and seas. In developing the blue economy, the state government must strongly adhere to and support the UN's Sustainable Development Goals of leaving no one behind and securing the 4 Ps: people, planet, prosperity, and partnerships. Let me share some key points on strategic partnerships for sustainable development in the blue economy in the context of Sabah. For each of the 10 key points, I've also provided some examples to illustrate how collaboration and partnerships can be enhanced. Firstly, harnessing marine resources. Sabah's vast marine resources, including fisheries, coral reefs, and marine diversity, provide immense potential for sustainable economic growth. Strategic partnerships can ensure the sustainable use of these resources while preserving the marine environment. For example, a partnership between Sabah's Fisheries Department and the World Wildlife Fund, WWF, can focus on sustainable fisheries certification programs, such as the Marine Stewardship Council, to ensure that fishery activities in Sabah's waters are conducted in a manner that protects the ecosystem and meets global sustainability standards. Public-private collaboration. Joint efforts between government bodies, private sector, and international organizations are crucial for capacity building, research and technological advancements in marine industries, such as aquaculture, ecotourism, and renewable energy. As an example, the collaboration between Sabah state government and private companies like Sime and Petronas for developing offshore renewable energy projects, such as floating solar or offshore wind farms, can reduce dependency on fossil fuels. This partnership would involve technological transfer and investment in infrastructure for sustainable energy development. Thirdly, community involvement. Local communities, particularly indigenous coastal populations, need to be integrated into decision-making processes. Partnerships should focus on enhancing their livelihoods through sustainable fishing practices, tourism, and education on marine conservation. As an example, the Tun Mustafa Park in northern Sabah demonstrates how involving local communities in the management of marine resources leads to better outcomes. The TMP is co-managed by local authorities, NGOs like WWF, and local communities to ensure sustainable fishing practices that benefit both the environment and the livelihoods of residents. Marine Protected Areas, MPAs, collaborative efforts can strengthen and expand MPAs in Sabah, ensuring the protection of biodiversity while allowing control activities like sustainable tourism and fisheries. An example is a collaboration between Sabah Parks Authority and UNESCO and international collaborations such as MPAs as the Tunku Abdul Rahman Marine Park. Partnerships can also help in developing a sustainable tourism model while preserving coral reef and marine life through scientific research, visitor management, and community outreach. Marine research and innovation. Investments in research and development, particularly marine technology, fisheries, and conservation efforts, will help identify sustainable economic opportunities. Partnerships with academic institutions and marine organizations can drive innovation. As an example, the partnership between University of Malaysia Sabah, UMS, and international marine institutions like the Australian Institute of Marine Science could lead to innovative projects focused on coral restoration. Sustainable agriculture and new marine biodiversity conservation methods. Such partnerships would enhance local scientific capacity through collaborative research and knowledge sharing. Sustainable fisheries management. Partnerships with international bodies and regional organizations can promote sustainable fishing practices and combat illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, which threatens Sabah's fish stocks and marine biodiversity. As an example, Sabah can collaborate with the FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization, and the Southeast Asia Fisheries Development Center to adopt best practices in fisheries management. Initiatives like establishing fishery improvement projects can reduce overfishing and promote sustainable fishing while maintaining the livelihood of local fishermen. Climate change mitigation. Collaborative initiatives are essential to address climate change impacts on coastal ecosystems, such as rising sea levels, ocean acidification, and loss of marine habitats. Sustainable development in the blue economy must ensure climate infrastructure input in place. Examples would include climate funds like the Green Climate Fund and research bodies that support projects such as mangrove restoration in Sabah coastal areas, because mangroves serve as a bulwark against storm surges. Carbon making and critical biodiversity and ecotourism development can develop sustainable ecotourism in Sabah's marine park, preserving conservation and providing employment for local communities. An example includes Sabah's ecotourism initiatives, such as the Sabah Marine Research Institute, Ocean and Coastal Tourism Program, could partner with international ecotourism organizations and local hotels. This partnership would promote sustainable tourism that educates visitors about marine conservation while contributing economically to the region. Sustainable shipping and ports. Sabah's strategic location for shipping routes presents an opportunity for partnerships to enhance sustainable maritime transport systems and focusing on green technology and low carbon port operations. As an example, Sabah ports could partner with international organizations like Global Maritime Forum to adopt green technologies in its shipping and port operations. Implementing electric or hybrid fuel port machinery and investing in cleaner energy for port facilities will contribute to reducing emissions in key shipping routes. International cooperation. Engaging with international partners and organizations can facilitate knowledge transfer, funding, and technical expertise to ensure that Sabah's blue economy develops sustainably in alignment with global standards and best practices. As an example, engaging with the Coral Initiative could enhance Sabah marine conservation efforts. Through this cooperation, Sabah can benefit from shared regional knowledge and funding for projects that protect marine biodiversity and support sustainable fisheries. Each of these examples illustrate how strategic partnerships can play a key role in fostering sustainable development within Sabah's blue economy by combining local efforts with global expertise and partnerships. These partnerships can also drive the sustainable development of Sabah's blue economy, balancing economic growth with environmental preservation. I thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tan Sri Michael Okeyo. By the way, he is the president of KSI Strategic Institute of Asia Pacific, a leading independent think tank with over 35 years of experience as the senior corporate management, and he served the government as the Malaysia's representative ambassador rank to the Asia High Level Task Force on Connectivity. That answers why he talks a lot on the strategic partnerships for sustainable development in the blue economy. Okay, we come to the end of the session. MC, please get ready for the wrap up. Okay, by the way, it's on behalf of the Secretariat of Sabah Maju Jaya and also the Secretariat of Sibec, I would like to apologize for the extension of time, the EOT, that will be taken. Okay, so by the way, I'll just wrap up a little bit. I'm so sorry. We can't have the Q&A session, but you can just Google their name. You can find their name in LinkedIn. I hope every one of you have LinkedIn or at least Facebook or Instagram lah kan, yeah, to contact them and you can ask questions directly to them. And by the way, Datul Uman, I'm so fascinated with your information that maybe I'm lacking of information that the Ministry of Economy has come up with the 9 other emerging economies that could be leveraged by the Sabah based on their framework development. And for Prof. Matthew, I really want to know where is that restocking facilities is, yeah? The restocking facility that you have is that in Singapore? Oh, that is in Philippines. Okay, Magandang Umaga. Okay, then for Datuk Fadila, yes, it's apparent that recognition, international, national and regional in terms of the standardization and also certification are very important. We have seen all the SOPs being standardized, but not yet on the probably seafoods. We can see seafoods being sold, just on shelf without having the standards and certifications. That probably we can discuss over the dinner. Should be at 5:30 now, we have left over. Okay, so thank you so much and I hope we can continue the discussion and enjoy your dinner and hope to see you tomorrow. And I pass over to you,
Terima
Madam and
kasih.
Mr. Chairman. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Shuhaida. Let's give a big round of applause to them, ladies and gentlemen. And I would like to invite now the Yang Berbahagia Datuk Rosmadi Sulai to the stage to present the token of appreciation to our moderator and our panelists. Let's begin with Datuk Lokman bin Ahmad, Deputy Secretary General Macro, Ministry of Economy, Malaysia. Datuk Lokman bin Ahmad, Deputy Secretary General Macro, Ministry of Economy, Malaysia. Professor Matthew Tan, Chair for Sustainable Development in Agriculture and Fisheries Sector, APEC Policy Partnership on Food Security, Singapore. And we would like to express appreciation to Tan Sri Michael Okeyo, President of KSI Strategic Institute for Asia Pacific, and we'll receive it on his behalf. And next, Datuk Fadila Baharin, co-founder of IPEC Global Legacy Foundation. And last but not least, to our dearest moderator, Dr. Shuhaida bint Ismail, Director of Research, Maritime Institute of Malaysia.
To our speakers and panelists, we invite you to please step forward for a group photography session together with Yang Berbahagia Datuk Rosmadi. building sustainable future through blue economy strategies. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm round of applause to our moderator and also to our panelists in our final session of day 1. We made it, Obi.
Alhamdulillah, finally.
Yes, indeed. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we exit the hall, I'd like to give thanks and appreciation to all of you loyal participants. We've spent the whole day right here at SICC. Let's give one more round of applause to everybody. Thank you so much for your loyalty and also for your participation today. Yes, day 1 has already ended. We're going to conclude it shortly. And just a quick announcement here, Obi. For your information, ladies and gentlemen, day 2 will resume tomorrow. Refreshments will be served at 8 o'clock tomorrow. And our first session will be the Ambassadors and High Commissioners Talk. And it will begin in this hall at 9:20 a.m. We hope that you will plan accordingly. And also to our participants and VIPs who are invited to the networking dinner, it will be at level 5. The arrival of our guest of honor will be at 7 o'clock. And obviously prior to that, there will be networking sessions and also refreshments to be served just before dinner.
Ya, betul. Dan bersama kita berhimpun sekali lagi esok hari terakhir untuk Sibec 2024 bersama dengan pihak berkepentingan seperti pelabur, akademik, pemain industri dan komuniti dengan harapan untuk menyokong usaha melestarikan perkembangan ekonomi biru di negeri Sabah.
Obi, it's a pleasure to share the lectern with you. Thank you so much for being here.
Welcome.
My name is Ben Uzir.
And I'm Sobira Haji Gulabdin.
We'll see you at the networking dinner at 7 o'clock tonight, or we'll see you tomorrow at day 2 at Sibec 2024. Good night.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye-bye.
Sabah maju jaya, Sabah maju jaya. Sabah tanah air.